The female protagonist is carefree, wild to the core, and her sole guiding principle in life is to ensure her own comfort. As for the system, yes, it exists, but it is the male leads who possess it. Strategies? Indeed, but it is the male lead strategizing to win over the female protagonist. Aurora, Lin Yubai, an unremarkable prospective university student, finds herself in an unexpected predicament. On her way to sell books, she suddenly finds herself transported to another world. This is a classic combination of time travel, systems, and strategies. But where has the system gone? And why do Hogwarts and its inhabitants seem so peculiar? Chapter 1. The system appears, but the host is not me. Lin Yubai has traversed worlds, and in the moment before her transition, she was dragging a cart laden with all her textbooks. Do not misunderstand. Lin Yubai had already completed her college entrance exams. She was merely on her way to sell her books. However, Lin Yubai grasped at the air behind her. Where was her cart? That was money. Oh no, knowledge. Confused, Lin Yubai looked back. The street that was once bustling with cars and people was now populated only by individuals clad in trench coats and cloaks. The towering skyscrapers had vanished, replaced by a distinctly medieval Western architectural style. It resembled the world of Harry Potter. As a die-hard fan, her first instinct was to document the moment with a photo. She reached into her pocket. Her phone was gone. She couldn't go on living. Don't stop her. Lin Yubai felt a chill run down her spine. Had she gone mad or was she dead? Having immersed herself in time travel and rebirth narratives for the past 80 years, she instinctively arrived at a horrifying suspicion. Had she truly crossed over? This was unacceptable. She hadn't even sold her books yet. Oh, but that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that her exam results hadn't been released yet. Frustrated, she squatted by the roadside, mentally cursing everyone she could think of 100 times over. Of course, she had no idea whom to blame, so she ended up cursing a nearby toad. Ding, congratulations, Lin Yubai, host. Welcome to the game world. You have successfully developed the number 0 strategy system. Would you like to bind it? Who? Lin Yubai, on high alert, glanced around, finally realizing that the voice emanated from her own mind. A system narrative? Or a strategy? This is familiar. Lin Yubai exclaimed, then decisively refused. I won't bind it. Send me back. What a joke. After toiling for so many years, couldn't she at least be transported before enduring the whip of knowledge? Host, the world you have traversed is the magical realm of Harry Potter. Would you like to bind it? The system's cold voice echoed, and Lin Yubai fell silent. Hesitating for 2 seconds felt like a grave disrespect to this magical world. A magical realm? Or perhaps a strategy game? I bind it. Her rapid change of heart left the system astounded. Please enter your username. Lin Yubai instinctively replied, Li Hua? Are you certain? The system hesitated for the first time. Let me think again. Lin Yubai nibbled on her finger, mumbling uncertainly. Qin Shi Huang. Lin Yubai pondered. She decided to choose a name starting with a, to claim the throne of Princess Hannah Abbott. However, having just finished her exams a week ago, she felt an exhilarating clarity untainted by knowledge. Her cultural repertoire was limited, and she could not think of any name starting with a, so she weakly suggested, Alpha? Host, please correct your attitude. The system warned. Lin Yubai scoffed inwardly. What was wrong with her attitude? Had the system ever reflected on itself, on whether it had genuinely guided its host over the years? Half an hour passed. Let's go with a random name. Lin Yubai, feeling defeated, surrendered. Random naming in progress. Welcome, player Aurora. Binding in progress, binding successful. Lin Yubai pondered, then asked, what's the catch? There seems to be no change. Host, your body has shrunk. Lin Yubai looked down and realized she had transformed into a child. Should she feel happy? She had reached the legal age to engage in adult activities, yet here she was, smaller than before? Wasn't this akin to starting anew? 11 years old, entering Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The system's statement silenced Lin Yubai. Well, that made sense. Lin Yubai thought gleefully, hey magic. Oh? She had to go back to school? What a shock. Is there any golden finger? Lin Yubai asked with a drooping head. Loading for you, please wait. Filled with anticipation, Lin Yubai awaited eagerly, rubbing her hands together. A language barrier-free gift package has been issued to you. Lin Yubai felt a rush of clarity. She turned to observe 2 individuals conversing nearby, easily understanding their words. How delightful. No need to learn English. Then a tinge of regret washed over her. A reflexive reaction of a student from Huaxia. What a pity, I couldn't receive this gift package before the exams. Stupid system arriving so late. Host, we can hear your thoughts. The system's cold voice failed to conceal its exasperation. Lin Yubai felt guilty for a second, then waved her hand dismissively. All right, I was wrong. Are there any more gift packages? Loading for you. Error detected, error. ZZZZ. With a crackle of static, the system vanished. Lin Yubai was left dumbfounded. System bro? System sis? System? No response. System. System. How can I live without you? System. You must be happy and live well. Lin Yubai silently went into a frenzy, but no one paid her any mind. Had the system been frightened off by her? At the very least, it should have sent her back. She still wanted to check her results. Wait, was there really no one to take care of her? Lin Yubai propped her chin in thought. She was still squatting. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up. It was just that her legs had gone numb. 3, 2, 1. Stand. Lin Yubai fell straight to the ground, her knees touching the earth. Alright, today was indeed unlucky for her. Struggling to lift her head, she found herself facing a blonde boy. The boy wore an air of arrogance, scanning her from head to toe. What are you doing? Begging? The boy raised an eyebrow, displaying a rather poor attitude. Lin Yubai awkwardly got to her feet, leaning against the wall, her expression shifting from disdain to surprise in a heartbeat. Not a chance, dude. Who are you? Draco Malfoy. Draco paused. How do you know me? Am I that famous? Draco swelled with pride, finding a flicker of interest in this girl who seemed to be begging Lin Yubai. He was quite humorous. Lin Yubai leaned against the wall, revealing a jawline reminiscent of a refined teacher. Pleased to meet you, I'm Aurora. Hello. Draco pondered for a moment and asked the most pressing question. What's your last name? Lin Yubai hissed. The system hadn't provided her with that information. Now that wretched system was playing dead. How frustrating. Lin Yubai improvised. I'm from Huaxia, you can just call me Aurora. Communicating in English without barriers was rather delightful. Upon hearing this, Draco lost interest. She was not someone worth befriending, so he decided to ignore her. Thus, Draco elongated his tone. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. As Draco bid farewell to Aurora, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Dear host Draco Malfoy, you have successfully developed the #1 strategy system. Would you like to bind it? Chapter 2. The First System of Little Dragon. Draco paused momentarily to survey his surroundings. The earlier presence of Aurora had vanished, leaving Diagon Alley devoid of any other souls. Why is it so empty? Who is speaking? A flicker of fear coursed through Draco as he hesitantly inquired, his voice involuntarily rising to mask his unease. Who is speaking? Dear host Draco Malfoy, you have successfully developed system #1. Do you wish to bind it? Draco instinctively furrowed his brow, perplexed by the utterance. What is this? I am a tool designed to assist you. Should you accomplish the corresponding quest tasks, rewards will be bestowed upon you. What rewards? Draco scoffed. What could I possibly lack at home? Reward, a dragon egg. Draco fell silent, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. It is well known that the wizarding world forbids the private rearing of dragons, and they are exceedingly rare. Something even the Malfoy family could not possess. You're quite amusing. Do you truly believe I would fall for your nonsense? Draco dismissed the notion, convinced that no one could possess such capabilities. Belief is merely a matter of perspective. The system asserted with confidence. In the next moment, a shimmering screen materialized before Draco, displaying an array of dragon eggs, Australian protein eyes, Chinese fireballs, and Ukrainian iron bellies. Draco harbored a deep-seated passion for dragons. His name was inherently linked to them, naturally inciting his fascination. That S.A. Ukrainian iron belly. There's one in Gringotts, guarding the vaults. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the various dragon eggs. Yet the exchange button remained grayed out, inaccessible. How can I obtain this? He mused, his thoughts racing. 10 suns will grant you access to 1 dragon egg. Still hesitant, Draco noticed a male wizard hurriedly passing by, seemingly oblivious to the ethereal screen before him. Am I the only one who can see this? How extraordinary! Gazing at the charming dragon eggs, Draco felt his resolve waver. What must I do? He resolved to inquire. To her, the system clarified, which entails maximizing her affection value. The screen's dragon eggs vanished, replaced by a photograph of a young witch, long black hair, large almond-shaped eyes, and a bright smile. She appeared rather pleasant and vaguely familiar. Below the image, her name was displayed, Aurora. Isn't that the girl begging earlier? Draco realized, just as he was about to refuse the task, when he noticed the line beneath her name. Current affection level, 30. That high? Draco exclaimed in astonishment. Having only just met the girl, a surge of pride filled him. He had always known he possessed charm. This was proof. Moreover, the girl had called his name effortlessly. Had she been paying attention to him all along? But he had no prior acquaintance with her. Could it be love at first sight? The system interjected once more. Upon task completion, you will receive point rewards. Accumulate 10 suns to redeem prizes. When the affection value of your target reaches 100, you may claim all rewards. All dragons can be mine? Draco rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. Indeed, the system confirmed. I accept this task, Draco declared, already envisioning his life as a dragon owner. Congratulations, host Draco Malfoy, on binding system number 1. You may now commence your tasks. Draco's gaze hardened, awaiting the system's directives. This should be a piece of cake. Task 1. Please raise the target's affection level to 40 within 1 hour. Completion reward, 5 stars. With a disdainful click of his tongue, Draco bolted into action. Where is Aurora? Aurora, having turned onto another path, encountered a towering figure, now diminished in stature. She barely reached his waist. It had to be Hagrid. Hey Aurora, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to wait for me at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? Hagrid greeted her warmly. Aurora pointed to herself. Me? Hi Hagrid, she replied, deciding to follow his lead. I was just about to go. I intended to bring you along. But Professor Dumbledore advised me to take Harry with me as well. Harry is already in the shop. Aurora glanced in the direction Hagrid indicated and spotted Harry Potter inside the shop. His messy black hair and worn glasses framed his striking green eyes. Unconsciously, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, intending to approach Harry, but Madame Malkin intercepted her. Dear, are you also a first-year student here for robes? Yes. Please assist her with her measurements, Hagrid said cheerfully, giving Aurora's shoulder an encouraging pat. He moved alongside Harry, who appeared lost in thought. The reason for his distraction was clear. A similar notification had resonated in his mind. Dear host Harry Potter, you have successfully developed system number 2, and are about to bind it. What? Harry exclaimed in surprise. His voice caught Hagrid's attention, and he scratched his head in confusion. What are you talking about, Harry? Didn't you hear that sound? Harry scanned the room, preparing to explain. However, he saw that neither Madame Malkin nor Aurora reacted, and Hagrid seemed utterly clueless. Harry shook his head. Nothing. Just a figment of my imagination? Binding successful. Wishing you a pleasant experience. Harry fell silent once more, grappling with the bizarre revelation that had unfolded since he accepted the existence of magic just yesterday. Was he losing his mind? Hagrid presented Harry with a snow-white owl. Here you go, Harry. Happy birthday. Harry's attention shifted to the owl, deciding to shelve the odd occurrences for the moment. Thank you, Hagrid. As Hagrid continued conversing with Madame Malkin, Aurora listened intently, piecing together her current circumstances. Yes, I'm responsible for this muggle-born girl from China. I just took her in. Hagrid boasted. She has no relatives here and stays at the Leaky Cauldron, number 1 Diagon Alley. Right, and I'm responsible for Harry too. Aurora quietly eavesdropped as the automatic measuring tape completed her measurements. According to Hogwarts regulations, she needed 3 plain robes, a simple pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak, all requiring name tags. Dear, what is your name? Aurora. Chapter 3. Draco's Misfortune. Aurora was still rummaging through her pockets, yet nothing emerged. She has no money? Hagrid quickly stepped in to cover her expenses, explaining, for children in need, Hogwarts will cover part of the costs. Well, that is rather generous of Hogwarts. Does this mean Hogwarts won't run at a loss? Aurora, let us take you and Harry to buy wands, Hagrid suggested as both children had finished with their measurements and provided their addresses. Not so fast. Draco burst through the door, accompanied by the cheerful chime of the entrance bell as he shouted. Upon seeing him, Harry suppressed a smirk, recognizing him as the Dudley Plus he had encountered earlier. Aurora remained puzzled as Draco rushed to her side, panting. The countdown loomed over Aurora's head in shining gold letters. Task 1 countdown 40 minutes. I want to invite you to buy wands, Aurora. Draco decided to seize the moment, setting everything else aside. Aurora thought to herself, is he alright? Has he lost his composure? Shouldn't he be looking down his nose at people? Aurora's affection level remained unchanged. Draco has never shown kindness to others. Aside from the occasional need to charm his parents into granting his wishes, he is resolute and uncompromising. However, contemplating the dragon egg, he feels that he can endure a little discomfort. Pardon me, what did you say? Aurora questions, her ears tinged with disbelief. This game world seems rather peculiar. Let us buy wands together, Draco declared, clenching his fist, determined that she would not dare to refuse him. Very well, Aurora replied, though perplexed. She could not turn down Draco's handsome visage. What does very well mean, delivered in such a begrudging tone? Just as Draco felt a flicker of discontent, he received a notification from the system. Detected an increase of 5 in the target's favorability, current favorability, 35. So it was this simple. Draco felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a slight tilt of his chin, he spoke with an air of reserve. Let us proceed. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Hagrid. Aurora bid farewell to the two. Harry watched as Aurora and Draco departed, feeling a pang of regret. He did not favor the arrogant boy, yet found the girl to be polite, her smile sweet and endearing. Aurora arrived at Ollivander's wand shop with eager anticipation, where Mr. Ollivander was peering at his notebook through his spectacles. He turned a page, completely ignoring the two who had entered. Draco, intrigued, reached out to touch the wand boxes on the shelf. We are here to purchase wands. Who will go first? Only then did Ollivander direct his attention towards them. I shall go first, Aurora replied. Draco swallowed his instinctive response, feigning generosity as he waved his hand dismissively. Aurora thought he must be mad. What kind of game world was this? The system chimed again. Detected a decrease of 5 in the target's favorability, current favorability, 30. Draco immediately lost his composure. What was happening? Hadn't he been yielding to her? This was a privilege no one else enjoyed. Step aside, I will go first, Draco declared, displeased. As he approached Ollivander, visibly irritated. Detected an increase of 5 in the target's favorability, current favorability, 35. Though Draco felt a surge of anger. He could not quite fathom the source of his frustration. Did she truly prefer this approach? By the time Draco selected his wand, he remained baffled by the entire situation. He had never encountered anyone quite like this. Mr. Malfoy, Hawthorn Wood, 10 inches, unicorn hair, Ollivander announced, handing over the wand. Draco accepted it, and casually waved it about. The Hawthorn wand possesses a complex, intriguing nature, perfectly suited for wizards with contradictory personalities, or those undergoing inner turmoil. Aurora, resting her chin on her hand, observed Draco, recognizing him as a deeply conflicted individual. Remembering the struggles he faced in the original narrative, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Detected an increase of 5 in the target's favorability, current favorability, 40. Draco stood there, dazed, gripping the wand. What had he done? Congratulations, host, you have completed task 1. Reward, 5 stars, current points, 5 stars. A surge of joy enveloped Draco. How had he completed a task without doing anything? As Aurora selected her wand, she cheerfully inquired, Sir, is it my turn now? During her selection, Draco questioned the system with a hint of confusion. What are stars? Aren't we supposed to collect suns? After the initial elation, he realized this question. There are 3 units of points. Suns, moons, and stars, the system explained calmly. Draco felt an ominous premonition. Indeed. The system continued. 1 sun equals 50 moons, and 1 moon equals 50 stars. Draco could not help but calculate. Thus, 1 sun equals 2,500 stars. If he needed 10 suns to exchange for a dragon egg, he would require 25,000 stars. That meant he still needed 24,995 stars. How many tasks would he need to complete? I'm done with this, Draco declared defiantly. Apologies, once bound, the system cannot be unlinked without penalty. What kind of penalty? Draco scoffed. At that moment, Aurora had successfully chosen her wand, and excitedly waved it in front of Draco. Look, cedarwood, 11 inches, phoenix feather. Aurora was elated, while Draco felt tears welling up. He finally grasped the reality. He had been duped. A wand suited for cedarwood signifies a wizard, or witch with the potential to become a formidable adversary. A potential that would leave anyone who dared to challenge them with regret. Ollivander added, that will be 7 galleons. However, Aurora had nothing in her pockets. This wretched system. Disappearing and withholding initial resources. How was she to play this game? Aurora's face flushed with embarrassment as she tentatively asked Draco, would you lend me some galleons? I promise to repay you. Draco rolled his eyes in a most ungracious manner, about to respond when the system interrupted with a directive. Task 2. Assist the target in purchasing a wand. Reward for completion. 10 stars. Penalty for failure. Loss of candy. Draco raised an eyebrow in confusion. What candy? He waved his hand impatiently. I refuse. Task failed. Penalty imminent. Draco huffed silently, having paid his share. He turned on his heel and left Ollivander's wand shop without a backward glance. Aurora regretfully returned the wand. I'll come back when I have money. Sorry, sir. With no obligation to assist, she felt a headache brewing. How was she to earn money? Child labor? Chapter 4, the second system. That evening, Narcissa informed Draco that the promised candy was no more. Draco instantly recalled the system's warning of penalties from earlier. He inhaled sharply. This punishment seemed excessively harsh. Seeing Draco lost in thought, Narcissa gently explained, Little dragon, you've been consuming too many sweets lately. I must limit your intake. Draco felt as though the sky had fallen. This must be a cruel jest. In frustration, he buried himself under the covers, bombarding the system with complaints. Is this your doing? Unbind me at once. Do you believe I would tell my father? Silence was the system's only response. Furious, Draco spent the entire night sleepless. Meanwhile, Aurora was blissfully unaware of Draco's plight. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, she returned to the Leaky Cauldron, where the owner, Tom, was busy polishing goblets. Patrons flowing in and out. Aurora recalled that Hagrid had mentioned living in the Leaky Cauldron, but she was unsure which room was hers. Excuse me, could you please send a towel to my room? Aurora asked calmly. Tom recognized her as a regular patron, having stayed there for an entire summer. Certainly, Miss Lin. Miss Lin? Aurora pondered. Shouldn't she simply be called Aurora in this game world? Never mind that for now. She took a seat and pretended to contemplate. A server soon ascended the stairs with a towel, heading towards the farthest room on the right. Aurora nonchalantly rose and walked in that direction. Upon reaching the door of the furthest room, she found a small toad perched outside, a white towel hanging from the doorknob. Aurora retrieved the towel and fished a key from her pocket. Although her pockets were emptier than her face, she was fortunate to have a key. Aurora inserted the key into the toad's mouth, twisting it to the right, and the door swung open. She exhaled in relief and stepped inside the room. After closing the door and securing the lock, she began to survey her new quarters: a bed, a wooden table, and a suitcase. Upon the table lay a letter alongside an owl, tilting its head as if waiting for her arrival. Aurora approached and discovered a Hogwarts acceptance letter resting on the table. Dear Miss Lin Yubai, Aurora, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Lin Yubai is her name in the real world, whereas Aurora is her name in the game realm. Enclosed, you will find a list of required books and supplies. The term commences on September 1st, and we eagerly await your owl's response. Aurora carefully tucked the letter away and opened her suitcase, which was brimming with galleons. Well, it seems the system has a semblance of conscience, she mused. However, where is the system? Aurora found herself perplexed. In truth, the absence of a system was rather agreeable. The most significant aspect was the prospect of experiencing a life unlike any other. Gazing out the window, the pointed arches of the Norman-style architecture reminded her that this was not the world she had inhabited for over a decade. She felt acutely awake, her heart pounding with exhilaration, emotions surging within her. Aurora had been stifled for far too long, and she eagerly anticipated a brand new world. Welcome to the magical realm. Meanwhile, Draco was not the only one unable to sleep. Harry was also wrestling with insomnia. He had returned to the Dursleys, who in their fear of magic and Dumbledore, had moved him from the cupboard under the stairs to Dudley's old room. The room was cluttered with toys discarded by Dudley, and as Harry stared at them, he found himself lost in thought, still reveling in the wonders of the past few days. Magic, peculiar and fascinating people, and the ownership of property in Gringotts. These were things he had never dared to imagine. And then there was that strange voice echoing in his mind during the day. As he recalled it, Harry furrowed his brow. Dear host, Harry Potter, you are about to be bound to a character for a strategy. And there it was again. This peculiar voice. Harry, on high alert, inquired, who are you? I am the second strategy system. What does that mean? Harry asked cautiously. You will need to complete corresponding strategy tasks. Upon successful completion, you shall receive appropriate rewards. Failure to fulfill the tasks will result in punishment. Punishment? Like the Dursleys not allowing me to eat, putting me in confinement, or beating me. Harry frowned, instinctively recalling the punishments he had endured at his aunt's house. The system offered no response, leading Harry to assume silence was acceptance. Can I refuse? Harry queried. No, the system replied coldly. You are about to be bound to a character. A luminous screen appeared before Harry, showcasing a familiar girl. Aurora? He recognized her as the girl he had encountered earlier that day. The words displayed beneath captured Harry's attention, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Current favorability, 60. Harry hesitated to ask, is this her favorability towards me? Indeed. The maximum, is it 100? Harry questioned incredulously. Yes. Is it truly that high? A flicker of joy ignited within Harry. He had seldom experienced kindness from others, and had not anticipated that a girl he had met only once would have such a favorable impression of him. This can't be a mistake, can it? No. Harry slowly blinked, a small smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This is truly peculiar, no, more accurately miraculous. He repeated the name Aurora in his mind, gradually drifting into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Aurora, these unexpected events were unfolding. Of course, Draco was equally unaware that Aurora's initial favorability towards Harry stood at 60. Had he known, seeing his own presumed high score of 30 would likely have driven him to madness. The following day, Aurora arose early, armed with galleons, and revisited Ollivander's wand shop. After acquiring the wand she had long desired, she returned, methodically purchasing all the necessary supplies as per the list provided by Hogwarts before heading back to the Leaky Cauldron. With the school term commencing on September 1st, she had to reside there until August 31st. Aurora tapped her fingers on the table, idly flipping through books. With no means to play on her phone, she resorted to reading the secret history of the magical world. She had no intention of previewing her lessons. Chapter 5. First Encounter with Thomas. Aurora found herself eagerly anticipating the start of school like never before. If only she could braid her hair beautifully. Frustrated, she tore off her hair tie and tossed it aside. Ultimately, she opted to let her raven locks cascade freely, pushing her cart with ease. Though she was unfamiliar with the route, stepping out of the magical world, she found herself in Muggle England, and Aurora stood silently at the street corner. Being a seasoned Harry Potter fan, she extended her wand and patiently awaited her transport. Before long, a blue bus came hurtling towards her, and a ticket collector clad in a purple robe leaned out from the open door. Welcome to the night bus. I am Stan Shunpike, your conductor. We are dedicated to providing service to wizards in need. Please board. Aurora smiled. I have some luggage. Stan disembarked to assist her with her belongings. Thank you. He placed her bags aboard. Inside, there were only brass beds with no seats. Aurora chose an empty bed to sit on. The bus was mostly empty, with only a few wizards lying down, their heads covered as they slept. Name Miss? Lin Xiaono Aurora. She nearly bit her tongue, answering awkwardly. If you don't require refreshments, it's 11 sickles. Where to? Aurora fished out her money. I'm headed to King's Cross Station, please. A little witch off to school. Why are you alone? An elderly wizard sitting nearby suddenly sat up, squinting at her. Because my family was eaten by a troll, Aurora replied calmly. I'm truly sorry, the old wizard said, unable to continue the conversation and lay back down. It was indeed convenient to speak nonsense while out and about. The night bus sped along, faster than any bus or taxi in a certain part of China. Soon, it arrived at King's Cross Station, and Aurora felt a wave of nausea. She squatted down, retching. Stan kindly set her luggage beside her before the night bus sped off. Are you all right? A youthful voice inquired. Aurora groggily lifted her head to see a red-haired boy with freckles. Still squatting, she shook her head and forced a smile. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Are you feeling unwell? The boy pondered. My mom said deep breathing can help. Thank you. Aurora thought the boy looked familiar, but her head was too foggy to place him. Just then, a middle-aged woman's commanding voice echoed from a distance. Ron Weasley. What are you doing over there? We're about to board. The boy, now identified as Ron Weasley, immediately wore a look of alarm. I have to go. Aurora, still dazed, stood up, took a few deep breaths of fresh air, and murmured to herself, Ron Weasley. The knight and little angel who always stands by his friends. She gazed at the Weasley family in the distance, vibrant and bustling. Before long, Harry Potter arrived, his expression one of confusion. Under Mrs. Weasley's enthusiastic guidance, he rushed into Platform 9. After they had left, Aurora pushed her cart to the space between platforms 9 and 10. She traced the wall with her fingers, feeling contemplative. If Platform 9 exists, then why is it situated between 9 and 10, rather than a quarter of the way closer to Platform 10? Aurora remarked. With her eyes closed, she steeled herself and dashed into the wall. At the far end of the wall, a steam locomotive, adorned with a fresh coat of crimson paint, stood upon the tracks, while wizards bustled about, loading and unloading their luggage. The train emitted a continuous plume of steam, punctuated by the sound of its persistent whistle. Hello, Thomas. Aurora called out, her mind drifting to a childhood animation she had once watched, entitled Thomas and Friends. Who is Thomas? Inquired a curious voice, belonging to a young witch. Aurora turned to see a small witch with a tousled brown mane. Hermione. Hermione. Her idol. Aurora fought the urge to embrace her, her heart racing with excitement. Emitting a sharp, excited whimper. Thomas is the name of this train, Aurora proclaimed earnestly. A train has a name? This is the first I've heard of it. The book never mentioned the Hogwarts Express having a name, Hermione replied, perplexed, considering Aurora's words to be mere fanciful nonsense. Aurora feigned mystery. I just have a knack for knowing everyone's names, for example, yours is. Hermione gazed at her with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, awaiting her response. Hermione Granger. Upon hearing her name, Hermione was taken aback. What? How do you? Before Aurora could revel in her triumph, Hermione pointed at a passing wizard. Then tell me, what is his name? The wizard in question was not mentioned in the original text, leaving Aurora momentarily speechless. Hermione raised her chin in triumph. I knew you were fabricating stories. You must have overheard my parents' conversation just now. You've caught me, Aurora winked, but now that I know your name, may we become friends? I am Aurora. Aurora, don't you have a surname? Hermione quickly inquired. Of course I do. I am of Chinese descent. Aurora is my English name. My full name is Lin Yubai. Lin Yubai, Hermione murmured, her linguistic prowess evident as she pronounced it quite accurately. However, she chose not to challenge herself further, and simply called out, Aurora, shall we board the train together? Absolutely, Aurora replied joyfully, instinctively linking her arm with Hermione's. The arm of a goddess, how delightful. Together, Aurora and Hermione boarded the train, and located an empty compartment. I have been studying at home lately, Hermione chattered, casually opening the book she was reading, Hogwarts, a History. Aurora cheerfully displayed her own book. What a coincidence. I've also been reading. I find it quite fascinating. Indeed. I love to pass the time with books. Hermione believed she had found a kindred spirit, smiling at Aurora. In her hands, Aurora held things I must tell you about werewolves. Hermione hesitated. Is that a science book about werewolves? No. Aurora replied earnestly. It is a romantic tale between a witch and a werewolf. Chapter 6. Harry's Easy Task. Before Hermione could recover from her shock, Aurora continued. I also have Everyday Romance with Vampires, which is divided into 2 volumes. I wonder if you've read it. Hermione waved her hand dismissively, looking exasperated. You can keep that to yourself. Oh, Aurora genuinely opened her book and immersed herself in reading. Hermione discreetly stole a glance at her. Noticing the pages bore creases and notes. One had to admit, she was quite diligent. Hermione reassured herself with this thought, ultimately diverting her attention back to her own book. Meanwhile, as soon as Harry stepped onto the Hogwarts Express, he received a notification. Task 1. Please locate your target and befriend her. Befriend? Harry pondered, perplexed. Was making friends considered a task? He had thought that since Aurora held him in such high regard, they were already friends. Task reward. Dudley grows a pig's tail. Task penalty, none. Make Dudley grow a pig's tail? Harry recalled the night Hagrid had come, when Dudley had stolen a piece of cake Hagrid made, leading to his punishment of sprouting a pig's tail. The thought alone was amusing, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the prospect of it happening again. However, that was not the main point. Harry simply wished to make more friends. Finding Aurora? Harry reluctantly rose from his compartment, searching for her in each one. At that moment, Aurora was helping Neville locate his toad alongside Hermione. Neville Longbottom was a round-faced boy who had lost his pet, and upon learning of his plight, the kind-hearted Hermione decided to assist him. You've lost a toad? Aurora sighed, chuckling to herself. She was never fond of toads. It's a toad, Neville sniffled in response. A toad and a frog are essentially the same thing. All right, let us help you find it, Aurora reassured him, noting his distress. Do not worry. The express has already closed its doors. It surely hasn't had the chance to hop off. But what if it didn't board the train? Neville queried anxiously. Aurora thought to herself. It might be squished to a pulp on the tracks, but refrained from voicing this. Not to worry, we shall find it, Hermione declared with determination. We will locate it. Aurora boldly patted Neville on the shoulder. What's yours will always be yours. Your toad is named Fortune, right? It's called Trevor. Neville sobbed even louder. Fortune is such a lovely name, don't you think? Aurora mused, if I ever get a pet, I shall name it Fortune. Fortune is splendid. May it bring me wealth, and I shall love it dearly. Just as Aurora and Hermione exited the compartment with Neville, they encountered Harry. Hi, Harry, Aurora exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't he supposed to be chatting with Ron in their compartment? It seemed more logical for them to seek Harry out instead. But why was Harry out and about? Hi, Aurora, Harry replied bashfully, just about to speak when the system chimed in. Task 1 completed. Rewards pending distribution, available for immediate use. Harry was taken aback. Had he just befriended Aurora? He felt a bit embarrassed by the unexpected turn of events. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him, a faint sense of gratitude arising. Aurora, however, immediately inquired, have you seen Trevor? A toad. A toad? Harry pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I haven't seen one. Neville looked disheartened, lowering his gaze and fiddling with his clothing. It's all right. We'll look for it together, Aurora attempted to comfort him, and Hermione quickly echoed her sentiment. Harry considered. Since Aurora regarded him as a friend, he ought to lend a hand. I'll help look as well, he offered. Neville smiled gratefully, thank you. No need for thanks. Aurora thought to herself, feeling a pang of sympathy for the poor lad. She couldn't allow him to be bullied. The 4 of them divided their efforts. Hermione took Neville to the left, while Aurora led Harry to the right. Aurora was indeed a social butterfly, knocking on each compartment door to inquire, while Harry trailed behind. sweating profusely. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? No. Thank you. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Hello. Aurora opened a door, revealing Draco and his two ineffectual sidekicks inside. Well, if it isn't the dung beetle, Draco remarked, his boredom evaporating upon spotting Aurora, his anger flaring. Well, if it isn't the beggar, Draco cleared his throat, preparing to speak, but Aurora promptly slammed the door shut. Harry looked at Aurora in confusion. He recalled she had gone to the wand shop with that boy over the summer. What had transpired? Had they had a falling out? Harry thought mischievously. A falling out would be for the best. After all, Aurora was sweet and kind, while that boy was arrogant and haughty. Before Harry could revel in the unfolding drama, Draco emerged in pursuit. With a stern expression, he uttered something astonishing. Aurora, long time no see. I've truly missed you. Are you out of your mind? Aurora instinctively retorted, inciting Draco's ire. Draco, with a glacial expression, slammed the door shut and returned to his compartment in silence. It wasn't that he was simply idle, rather, he was under threat from the system. Task 2. Greet the target of your affections with long time no see. I've missed you. Reward for task completion, 10 stars. Penalty for failure, a transfer to Hufflepuff. Draco weighed his options for 3 seconds, contemplating that if he were indeed sent to Hufflepuff, he would face the wrath of his father. He dared not take that risk. Thus ensued the earlier scene, where Draco mustered what felt like a lifetime of courage to utter those words. He sulked in his compartment, leaving Goyle and Crabbe to speculate. Yet, Goyle and Crabbe were equally perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Eventually Goyle, in his usual daftness, asked, "Are you upset because that girl is ignoring you? What's wrong with you?" Draco retorted, finding a strange satisfaction in the insult. "No, that's not the point. You tell me." He directed at Crabbe. Crabbe pondered for a moment, assuring himself that today's incident was only known to their trio, thus not shameful. Draco was seething, wishing he could ascend to meet Merlin himself. Task completed, 10 stars awarded. Draco dismissed the notion of those trivial stars, his teeth clenched in frustration. However, Crabbe had a point. Surely, this incident wouldn't be the talk of the school? Draco felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his reputation, not wanting others to think he was infatuated with a girl of dubious origin. Evidently, Draco was overthinking, as Aurora had not taken it to heart at all. Chapter 7. System Number 3. Aurora, accompanied by Harry, arrived at the last compartment, where they found Ron Weasley seated. "Oh, I was just sitting here," Harry remarked, gesturing to his luggage as he took a seat opposite Ron. Ron sheepishly stuffed his half-opened sandwich back into his pocket. Aurora pretended not to notice his actions and settled down naturally. "Hello, we met this morning." Ron looked puzzled, clearly unable to recall. "I was the one who was unwell on the floor," Aurora prompted him. "Thanks for your concern. You're really kind." Ron finally understood, feeling a bit bashful from the compliment. "I was just passing by. I'm Ron Weasley. Pleased to meet you both. I'm Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself, extending his hand for a friendly shake. Ron's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Wow, do you really have that?" He recalled his mother's admonition against staring and asking questions that might upset others, and thus he awkwardly halted. "It's all right," Harry reassured him, appreciating Ron's friendly demeanor, which contrasted sharply with the oddities he had encountered at the Leaky Cauldron. People who were either overly excited, ill-intentioned, or filled with awe. In any case, he found Ron and Aurora's presence quite refreshing. Aurora extended her hand as well. "I'm Aurora, nice to meet you." Ron, intrigued, asked, "Don't you have a surname?" "I do. But it's not important. My English name is Aurora." She waved her hand dismissively, finding it unnecessary to explain that her full name was Lin Yubai. After all, this was merely a game. Life itself is but a game, not requiring excessive concern. One must act boldly. Aurora recalled Neville's distress and quickly inquired, "Have you seen a toad?" Ron shook his head no. Both Aurora and Harry felt a hint of disappointment. Harry thought it imperative to find Neville's toad soon. "We'll be back shortly," he told Ron. Aurora waved goodbye to Ron as well. As Ron watched them depart, he pulled out his sandwich again, curious about its flavor, only to be interrupted by the sudden arrival of 2 children. "Corned beef!" Ron exclaimed, covering his face as he lamented alone in the compartment. "She always forgets that I don't like this." Yet he consoled himself, knowing she had several others to care for, thus it was understandable that she was overwhelmed. Suddenly, a voice startled Ron, causing him to look around nervously. "Dear host Ron Weasley, you have successfully developed the number 3 strategy system. Would you like to bind it?" "Wait. What is that?" Ron whispered, certain he had heard someone speaking. But was it truly a person? Could it be a ghost or some invisible entity? Ron clenched his fists, striking a defiant pose. Strategy system. Complete corresponding tasks to receive rewards. Failure will result in penalties. What rewards? What penalties? Ron probed tentatively. Reward galleons. The system's statement left Ron momentarily speechless. Real galleons? He asked, frowning. Indeed. Ron glanced at the corned beef sandwich in his hand, hesitating slightly. It's not some dreadful task, is it? Ron inquired. No. The system's responses were consistently brief, as if unwilling to elaborate further. Ron contemplated for a while before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing. All right, I accept. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Confirming target. Aurora. Aurora? Ron was taken aback. Was that not the girl from earlier? How was he supposed to pursue her? A whirlwind of confusion and mild apprehension filled his mind. What puzzled him even more was the system's next statement. Initial favorability, 50. Ron was taken aback, a flicker of delight coursing through him. 50? Isn't that quite high? He mused silently. Sending task shortly. Task 1. Find the target and share your lunch with her. Ron felt a twinge of embarrassment. His lunch? He glanced down at the corned beef sandwich, feeling somewhat awkward. Is this even something I can share? Completion reward. 2 galleons. Failure penalty. None. 2 galleons? Ron held his breath, blinking rapidly, fully aware that his pockets were emptier than his face. He steeled himself, reminding himself that it was merely a matter of handing over a sandwich. If it's a scam, I'll find out soon enough. Besides, I have nothing to lose. As Ron wrestled with his indecision, Aurora and Harry had already finished searching all the compartments and had found Neville with a Hufflepuff. Oh dear little Neville. I'm taking you away, Aurora exclaimed, scooping him up. Neville's belly wobbled as if he wished to leap away. Aurora held him tightly, ensuring he had no chance of escape. Aurora and Harry then found Hermione with Neville, which brought a smile to his face. Neville. I almost thought I wouldn't find you, he exclaimed, his voice filled with relief. Aurora, hands clasped behind her, grinned at Neville. See, I told you I would find him, but your pet is a bit rebellious. You must keep a close eye on it. After all, she was determined to keep an eye on little Neville. She remembered how that little toad could hop away at any moment. Neville thanked Aurora profusely, but she merely waved her hand. It's nothing, just a small effort. They had searched the entire train. Hermione invited Neville to join her and Aurora in their compartment, while Harry cast a curious glance at Aurora. Aurora, taken aback, plopped down, flipping open her book. Things I must tell you about werewolves. Why aren't you leaving yet? Aurora asked Harry in confusion. However, Harry was already receiving his second task. Task 2. Invite the target to join you in the compartment. Reward. Feed a disliked person a slug. Penalty none. What does feeding a disliked person a slug even mean? Harry wondered, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought. What's wrong? Aurora noticed that Harry was still lost in thought, and waved her hand in front of him. Harry snapped back to reality, a complex expression on his face, and asked, May I invite you to my and Ron's compartment? Chapter 8. Affection Soars. Harry took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Aurora was somewhat taken aback. She could not fathom why Harry would extend such an invitation. Was her impression in his mind still favorable? But she herself had nothing particularly special about her, leaving Aurora utterly perplexed. All right then, she conceded, unable to refuse the charming and valiant savior. Upon hearing Aurora's agreement, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by the sound indicating the completion of Task 2, which made him feel a flicker of excitement. The affection points for the target had increased by 5, bringing the current affection level to 65. Harry pressed his lips together, his striking green eyes sparkling. Has the affection increased again? Hermione, Neville, do you want to join us? Aurora eagerly inquired of Hermione and Neville. Hermione pondered for a couple of seconds before shaking her head. She had a hunch that things would be particularly noisy on Aurora's side. Seeing Hermione decline, Neville also waved his hand. Oh, poor little creature, Aurora mused, thinking that she would soon have the pitiable little one dancing to her tune. Aurora and Harry returned to Ron's compartment, where Ron was surprised to see her return. He had been prepared to search for her, and the timing was just right. Ron nodded to himself, leaving Aurora with 2 question marks hovering above her head. Children, would you like something to eat? A witch pushed a food cart down the narrow aisle, stopping at their compartment to kindly inquire. I'll pay, Harry said, having no lunch prepared for him and determined to get a meal. The witch beamed as she accepted the money from Harry, placing food item by item onto the table in the compartment. Ron felt the sandwich in his hand was slightly warm, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Aurora patted her pocket and exclaimed, Oh dear, I forgot to bring my lunch this morning. She needed to buy something for herself and pouted slightly as she prepared to retrieve her money. Would you like a sandwich? Ron, steeling himself, offered his only remaining sandwich to Aurora. If she rejected it, so be it. He bit his lip, feeling a bit anxious. Aurora blinked in surprise at Ron's sandwich, recalling that it had been specially prepared by Mrs. Weasley as part of Ron's lunch. Why was he offering it to her? Although surprised, Aurora realized she had indeed forgotten her lunch, so she gratefully replied, "Thank you, Ron. One piece is more than enough. I'm really grateful." Without hesitation, she chose a small sandwich and smiled at Ron. Task 1 has been completed. Rewards are now being dispensed. Ron felt a crisp sound from his left pocket and quietly reached in, his hand brushing against 2 round objects. The food cart which had already departed. Aurora continued to munch on her sandwich, puzzled by Ron's sudden departure from the compartment. What is he up to? Aurora mumbled through a mouthful. I don't know. Harry shrugged, feeling a bit shy as he thought about the affection points Aurora had for him. He was merely completing a task. Yet Aurora held a high regard for him. Aurora, here are some snacks for you. Harry pushed a large assortment of treats toward Aurora. She blinked, her heart soaring. What was up with these children? Why were they so generous with their delicious offerings? Thank you, Harry, Aurora replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Ron, upon exiting the compartment, pulled out the round objects from his pocket. It was a galleon. He had only seen such a thing when he had gone to Gringotts with his parents. He called out to the food cart which, presenting a galleon, I would like to buy 3 licorice wands. The witch examined the galleon and Ron held his breath. Here you go, 3 licorice wands. The witch handed him the wands and provided change. Ron carefully accepted the change, and the licorice wands. A broad smile spreading across his face as he hurried back to the compartment. One for each of us, Ron announced, distributing the licorice wands and appearing much happier than before. After thanking Ron for the licorice wand, Aurora stepped out of the compartment to purchase some snacks from the food cart. She couldn't possibly just eat without sharing, right? Among friends, there should always be reciprocity. Aurora returned with snacks, the pile of treats in the compartment growing quite tall. Harry continued to share his snacks, while Ron insisted on sharing his sandwich with him. After this exchange of generosity, they all began to happily indulge in their treats. The system announced an increase of 5 in the affection points for the target, with the current affection level at 70. The same notification rang in Harry and Ron's minds, prompting Harry to squint his eyes with delight, while Ron discreetly flushed with embarrassment. What's this? Harry pointed to a chocolate frog card, hastily diverting his attention. Chocolate frogs come with a collectible card. Oh, you got a Dumbledore. Ron pondered for a moment. I already have so many Dumbledores. Upon hearing the name Dumbledore, Aurora chuckled, hee. After an entire day of travel. As night descended and the stars twinkled brightly, the students finally arrived at Hogwarts. The first years were to take boats, while the students from other years rode in carriages. The towering figure of Hagrid bellowed loudly, ensuring no student would miss his call. As Aurora disembarked from the train, she immediately spotted Hermione and gleefully bounded over to her. Oh, Hermione, I've missed you so much. Hermione felt a bit peculiar about Aurora's exuberance, yet she found herself enjoying it. Aurora, Hermione, and Neville shared a small boat, drifting toward the magnificent Hogwarts castle, with the other first years. The castle loomed majestically, its spires reaching high, illuminated by countless candles, giving it an ethereal appearance. Aurora couldn't help but recall a YouTuber's detailed explanation of Hogwarts architecture. Stairs, the boathouse, the entrance hall, the Great Hall, the main tower, Dumbledore's office. Aurora began to recite everything from memory, while Hermione and Neville regarded her with odd expressions. She was merely accustomed to it. What was her fault in that? Aurora closed her mouth, focusing intently on the surface of the lake. She wondered if she could engage in a duel with the giant squid in the Black Lake. Was that permissible? As Aurora allowed her thoughts to wander, Hermione pressed down on her head. To be precise, Hermione held down both her and Neville's heads simultaneously. Focus. Hagrid wants you to keep your heads down, Hermione said, exasperated, or you'll bump into the cliff. Sure enough, they entered a tunnel, and Aurora discreetly stuck her tongue out. Chapter 9, Braving Gryffindor. Just as Aurora was about to speak, she keenly noticed that Neville's toad was on the verge of leaping from his grasp. Goodness. That's the Black Lake down there, unfathomably deep and vast. You two long for freedom, don't you? Aurora thought, swiftly grasping Trevor's leg as it maintained its takeoff posture. Trevor was pulled back, and Aurora felt she could discern some dissatisfaction in its deep green skin. Surely, it was just her imagination. Aurora grinned triumphantly, tilting her chin at Neville. Little Neville, your Trevor was about to enter a swimming competition. Aurora added, of course. It would have been the only contestant. Neville, still shaken, cradled Trevor in his arms, constantly reassuring him, Trevor, be good. I can't keep an eye on you all the time. Aurora blinked, realizing that Neville and Trevor had indeed collided. As the boat approached the boathouse, Aurora walked with a light step, cheerfully reciting in her mind. Staircase, boathouse, entrance hall, great hall, main tower, Dumbledore's office. Upon arriving at the entrance hall, everyone awaited outside, and Hagrid entrusted them to a witch clad in green. Of course, it was none other than the finest professor in the world, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, with her stern exterior and gentle heart, exuded an air of authority, yet she was undeniably kind to her students. This was undoubtedly Aurora's impression from her reading. If her perspective were to shift upon attending school, it would only signify the trials of academia could drive one to madness. Aurora had meticulously crafted her life plan. She intended to diligently study charms and dark arts, implying that she would neglect all else. With her left hand, she would vanquish Bellatrix, and with her right, she would obliterate young Barty. Such were the lofty ambitions of Aurora. If she could achieve such feats effortlessly, reducing her enemies to ashes in the blink of an eye, it would be glorious. However, as Aurora daydreamed, a toad leapt from the heavens. A deep green toad sprang 3 feet into the air, capturing the attention of the students in the front row. Trevor! Neville gasped as Trevor bounded to McGonagall's feet. Aurora sensed the toad's silent cry for freedom. Surely it was merely her imagination, a consequence of insufficient rest. Neville's reflexes surpassed his intellect. As he rushed forward to reclaim Trevor, Professor McGonagall cast him a disapproving glance, yet she refrained from uttering a word. She was patient. Aurora, untroubled, flashed a smile and caught Draco's gaze, who promptly rolled his eyes at her. Was it truly necessary, sir? Aurora discreetly returned the eye roll. The doors to the great hall swung open, and students eagerly filed in, their voices brimming with awe. Aurora was instantly captivated by the floating candles above, arranged in a harmonious display, resembling exquisite musical notes. The ceiling mirrored the stars outside, indicating that the weather was splendid. Aurora squinted with delight, listening to Hermione's incessant murmuring about Hogwarts, a history, while eagerly anticipating the sorting ceremony. She had taken the official test and the one at Platform 13, both confirming her as a steadfast Gryffindor. Gryffindor spirit, Gryffindor heart, the bravest of warriors. Aurora rubbed her hands together in anticipation, having intentionally chosen an A-initialed username, eagerly awaiting her turn for sorting. She was determined to usurp Hannah Abbott's throne. Professor McGonagall unfurled a scroll of parchment, holding it aloft, though it trailed on the ground. When I call your name, step forward, take a seat on the stool, and wear the hat. The hat will determine your house. Aurora heard Ron's muttering from a few students away. Is that it? Realizing his voice had been too loud, he quickly lowered it, adding, I'll have Fred and George for this. If he could outplay his brothers, Aurora silently mused. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, and the students quickly fell silent, holding their breaths. Hannah Abbott. Aurora was taken aback. Why was she not the first? She had to accept the reality that Hannah Abbott's position was unassailable. To break through, she might have to adopt a name like AAA Building Materials Xiaolin next time. Hufflepuff. A golden-haired girl with 2 pigtails was sorted into Hufflepuff. Well, surely the next one would be her, Aurora thought. Susan Bones. Aurora's smile began to falter, tinged with a hint of sadness. Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall must have called out numerous names, as Aurora transitioned from anticipation to resignation. Hermione Granger. Hermione took a deep breath and dashed forward. Gryffindor. Aurora Lynn. Aurora felt a twinge of bewilderment. It seemed they had incorporated her surname from the real world. No wonder she was called so late. She approached the stool with a sense of inevitability. As soon as Aurora sat down, Professor McGonagall placed the hat on her head. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Why was her surname included? She hadn't had one when she was named. Ah, young lady, at last we meet. What thoughts occupy your mind? The sorting hat's tone seemed to rise in curiosity, as if it were joyfully inquiring. I am not thinking of anything, Aurora instinctively replied. Oh, a sister from Tianjin. With that disposition of yours, let me give you a piece of advice. Steer clear of unnecessary entanglements. The sorting hat abruptly switched to a Tianjin accent, dispensing its wisdom. Aurora felt a headache coming on. What are you doing, hat? What entanglements? Nothing at all, my dear girl, I assure you, the hat replied, though even Aurora, despite her innocence, sensed the underlying meaning. Oh well, it matters not. We shall face whatever comes our way. No fear, just action. The sorting hat cheerfully declared, Gryffindor. Thank you, hat, for placing me in Gryffindor. You are wonderful. No need for thanks. I look forward to our next meeting. Aurora did not catch the latter part of the hat's words, as she had already removed it. The Sorting Hat hummed a cheerful tune, suggesting that perhaps she belonged to Gryffindor for the bravery hidden within her heart. Aurora settled beside Hermione, greeting her with a cheerful, "Hey love, good to see you again." Those around her were left agape by Aurora's words, including Hermione. Who is your love?" Hermione stammered in response. Thus, they set off towards the mountains under the moonlight. Upon hearing that Aurora had been sorted into Gryffindor, Draco's demeanor shifted. "Ah, Gryffindor," he muttered, disdain evident in his voice. He loathed Gryffindor. The system insisted he pursue this girl. Was this not a trial for him? Draco felt a surge of irritation, recalling Aurora's 40 points of affection for him, which only intensified his vexation. Truth be told, it was quite high. Draco believed so, for he and Aurora had hardly exchanged words or met on numerous occasions. Yet, he did not need to exert much effort. Her fondness for him seemed to grow effortlessly. Years ago, he had strolled with hands in pockets, unaware of what it meant to have rivals. But why couldn't he have an even higher affection? Did he not deserve it? Of course he did. Whatever he desired, whether he wished for it or not, he would attain. Draco cast another glance toward the Gryffindor table. Gryffindor? Aurora remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, as she engaged in conversation with nearly headless Nick. "You are Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington?" Aurora finally remembered nearly headless Nick's full name. She gleefully extended her hand. "Hello, Nicholas Jiaoxi. No, I mean I am Lung Bingning Ai Yu Meng Chui Shuang. Aren't you Aurora?" Hermione couldn't help but inquire. Where did she conjure all these peculiar phrases? Hermione suspected they were drawn from a collection of odd books. She resolved to encourage Aurora to focus on her studies and read proper literature. Oblivious to Hermione's scrutiny, Aurora was busy shaking hands with nearly headless Nick. Her hand passed through Nick's, sending a chill through her as if her very soul had been penetrated. Aurora retracted her hand, slightly dismayed, while Nick burst into laughter. "You are quite bold, my dear." George and Fred exchanged curious glances at Aurora. "Indeed, a muggle-born little witch, who dares to approach a ghost." George chimed in. Ultimately, the two concluded that she was indeed a thoroughbred Gryffindor. As laughter filled the air, Harry had been sorted into his house. The Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly, "Gryffindor." The entire Gryffindor contingent leaped to their feet, with Percy Weasley, the head boy, standing at the forefront, his expression brimming with pride. "We have Potter." Aurora was startled by the commotion, nearly mistaking it for a toast she was supposed to stand up for, having entirely missed the moment. After all, while everyone was eagerly awaiting Harry Potter's sorting, she had been engrossed in conversation with Nick. Harry descended the steps, his face alight with joy, his steps now markedly lighter than before. Aurora embraced him like a true comrade, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. "Do your best, I believe in you." Although Harry was somewhat puzzled by Aurora's exuberance, he nodded in agreement. "I will do my best." Yet, what exactly he was meant to do well remained a mystery to him. By the conclusion of the sorting ceremony, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had gathered in Gryffindor. Aurora scanned the room thoughtfully, contemplating how they could possibly exclude her from their fun. To leave her out would not be brotherly at all. She was determined to be a part of this lively gathering. One more addition would only enhance the merriment. With a glint in her eye, she plotted to stir up some excitement. "Hermione, don't you think we share a special bond?" Hermione shot her a sidelong glance, silently awaiting the completion of her thought. She was curious to hear just how outrageous Aurora's words would be. "We are both witches, both in Gryffindor, both first-year students, and most importantly, we both adore reading." Isn't that a delightful coincidence? Adore reading? Hermione found it difficult to dispute her, for it was true. She did indeed love books, though the specifics of her reading material could be debated. "How about we swear a sisterly bond from this moment on? Henceforth, we shall be like sisters, albeit of different parents." Hermione was skeptical of Aurora's intentions, unsure of what she could possibly gain from such a bond. After all, they were both mere novices, she thought. Perhaps Aurora genuinely liked her. A faint smile spread across Hermione's face. Just as Aurora's expression brightened, Hermione interjected, "No." "What?" Aurora's enthusiasm waned, her mood dampened, leaving Hermione to decipher her thoughts. At last, Dumbledore began to outline the school rules, but Aurora's attention was fleeting. Not a single word penetrated her ears. In contrast, Hermione was diligently focused, as if she wished to take notes, but alas, her belongings were not at hand. Seizing the opportunity while Dumbledore spoke, Aurora's gaze flitted over the professors at the staff table. To be honest, she recognized only one. "Excuse me, who is that professor?" She glanced at Ron on her left and Hermione on her right. Both were first years and likely unaware, so she turned her attention to a striking figure diagonally opposite. "Oh, a handsome boy." Aurora couldn't help but marvel. She had a preference for this type. A sporty sun-kissed lad. Could this be Oliver Wood? Noticing the new student gazing at him, Wood pointed at himself, confused. Are you asking me? Aurora nodded vigorously, finding his bewilderment endearing. That's Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, the Care of Magical Creatures instructor. No wonder she didn't recognize him. He had been Hagrid's predecessor. Thank you, you're quite the gentleman, Aurora cheerfully responded. Feeling happy again, are we? Hermione remarked, resting her chin on her hand, whispering, watch the drool, don't let it fall. Aurora touched her chin, suppressing her smile. There's no drool, I assure you. Not at all, it's my pleasure, Wood replied with a goofy grin. What's your name, pretty lady? Wood had never encountered such a direct and exuberant girl before. For a fleeting moment, he felt a bit intimidated. I'm Oliver Wood, he said, pausing to add, I'm the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Aurora remained silent, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Wood, feeling a tad anxious, pondered deeply before suddenly realizing, she probably hasn't learned about Quidditch yet. She doesn't know what it is. He chastised himself for being so inept in conversing with a first year. In a moment of inspiration, he asked, What's your name? Aurora snapped back to attention. Oh, I'm Aurora. You really are quite charming. Wood was taken aback by her words, struggling to regain his composure. Meanwhile, another peculiar voice echoed in his mind. Dear host Oliver Wood, you have successfully activated the 4th strategy system. Binding will commence shortly. What was that sound? Wood inquired, glancing around in confusion, scratching his head. However, his voice was drowned out by the cheers of fellow students, for the feast had begun. Hey Wood, Charlie's left. Have you found any candidates for the keeper position? Not yet. I plan to start scouting tomorrow, Wood replied, his attention diverted from the earlier voice. Roasted beef, pork chops, sausages, and bacon appeared as if conjured by magic, filling the long table. The older students chuckled, watching the wide-eyed first years, eager to present them with a taste of Hogwarts wonder. Everyone erupted in cheers, while only Aurora let out a sigh of disappointment. Fred and George, catching the sound, exchanged intrigued glances. Aurora suddenly regretted her time travel. Although she had been stifled as a student in her previous life, at least her meals had been satisfying. She surveyed the table, pondering if the English truly had such a fondness for potatoes, boiled, roasted, and fried. Potato people, let us send the English to cultivate potatoes. She yearned for steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, roasted duck, and roasted chick. Stop. Aurora shook herself back to reality, realizing everyone had already begun to eat, and nearly headless Nick had wandered off to entertain other new students. The food was plentiful, yet devoid of flavor. Did British cuisine lack seasoning? Aurora found herself questioning her life choices. The reputation of British cuisine among the Chinese could be likened to the standing of Westlake vinegar fish in the hearts of Hangzhou natives. Once everyone had filled their plates, the dishes vanished, replaced by an array of desserts. Aurora, unaccustomed to post-meal sweets, nonetheless grabbed a portion of wine-soaked fruit pudding. After taking a bite, she nearly collapsed from the sweetness. Didn't you say you came from China? Hermione noticed Aurora becoming increasingly glum since the meal began and couldn't resist inquiring. Are you managing with British cuisine? British cuisine gives me a profound awakening, Aurora replied, shaking her head. It's quite delightful. Hermione was only partially convinced by Aurora's response. Had her smile been more genuine, Hermione might have believed her fully. Aurora noticed that Gryffindors were quite sociable. Their chatter never ceased, and no one allowed silence to linger. They had now turned to discussing family. I'm half and half. My dad is a muggle, and my mom is a witch, said Seamus Finnegan, a boy with light brown hair. Harry quietly listened, taking a fruit pie from the nearest plate. What about you, Neville? Ron asked. Neville scratched his head. I was raised by my grandmother. She's a witch. And my uncle and aunt think I'm a squib. When I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, my whole family was overjoyed. He did not mention his parents, a detail Harry keenly noted. Well, I don't need much introduction. My whole family is Gryffindor, and I currently have 3 brothers in school. Ron waved his hand dismissively. And indeed, like his brothers, he had striking red hair and freckles that marked his features. However, the personalities of the 4 seemed to diverge significantly. And you, Aurora? Neville inquired, turning his gaze towards her. I am from Huaxia, which is in the east, Aurora replied casually, gesturing vaguely in a direction, as she was not well versed in the cardinal points. Clearing her throat, she prepared to weave her tale. My father was birthed from a stone upon the mountain, adorned with a golden crown and clad in armor of gold, with fiery eyes and a mastery of 72 transformations. The children listened intently, and Neville's mouth gaped in awe. My mother was the earthly incarnation of the red pearl grass, with delicate brows and tender eyes. Alas, her health was frail, and she departed this world too soon. They all displayed expressions of sorrow, and Ron gently patted Aurora on the shoulder, offering his condolences. "It's all right," Aurora replied calmly, accepting a glass of milk from Harry. "My parents had a deep affection for one another. One was a celestial flower, and the other flawless jade." "How did you come to study in England?" asked Simon with curiosity. They were all intrigued, having never encountered someone from another country, and were eager to ask questions. Much like relatives would when one returns home during the new year. "Since both my parents have passed away, I have an uncle here, so I came to live in this area." Aurora pondered for a moment. "He is American and recently arrived in England. His name is Thanos. But he seems preoccupied with searching for something, so he has no time for me." "Thanos?" Ron's curiosity was piqued. "Is he a wizard?" "Sort of." Aurora struggled to maintain her composure, taking a sip of her milk. "He merely needs to snap his fingers to take a life." "Is that true? How formidable." The group wore serious expressions, a newfound respect for Aurora blossoming. "It's not that impressive," she replied, attempting to downplay it. She felt a slight tension building within her. Eager to shift the conversation, she turned to Hermione. Meanwhile, Hermione and Percy had been engrossed in conversation for quite some time. "There is so much to learn. But I find transfiguration particularly fascinating, though it is quite challenging. You can start with smaller transformations, like turning a matchstick into a needle," Percy advised. Aurora's hand, which had rested on Hermione's shoulder, immediately retreated as if Hermione were a hot potato. "While the overachiever," she thought. "Stay away from the overachiever. Cherish your life." Aurora rejoined Neville and Simon's conversation, fearful of her pure soul being tainted by knowledge. "How terrifying," Harry exclaimed, covering his forehead. Noticing Harry's reaction, Aurora quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Harry." "Nothing. Who is that teacher?" Harry inquired, still shielding his forehead as he glanced towards the staff table. Aurora followed his gaze and answered without hesitation, "Professor Quirrell." "No. The one next to him," he clarified. Aurora looked towards Quirrell's other side, "Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff." "No, the one on Quirrell's left." For a fleeting moment, Harry felt that Aurora was being deliberately obtuse, yet her expression was earnest. "Ah. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin," she exclaimed. "How do you know everyone?" Ron couldn't help but ask. Harry, momentarily distracted, forgot the pain of his scar from just moments before. Chapter 12, Miss Overachiever. As the last remnants of dessert vanished from the table, Dumbledore finally rose to his feet. "Now that everyone is satiated, I wish to impart a few words of caution. The Forbidden Forest outside is off limits to all students. I emphasize this every year, and some of the older students should take heed." Dumbledore's gaze swept toward the Weasley twins, who were clearly oblivious. Aurora, having eaten her fill, began to feel drowsy, and a few words about the Forbidden Forest drifted into her ears. "Mr. Filch has asked me to remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during breaks." "What about performing magic in the corridors?" "Lastly, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." "What? We can't enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor?" "Now, everyone may leave after we sing the school song," Dumbledore announced enthusiastically. Aurora's head had already drooped onto the table, but Hermione promptly lifted her up, forcing her to pay attention. "Everyone choose a tune you like." Dumbledore waved his wand, and golden threads emerged, forming lines of text that floated in the air. The older students began to feel awkward, while the newcomers were still perplexed. Aurora squinted, her mind instinctively finding the melody. "Hogwarts connected to Azkaban. Moonlight pouring down on Diagon Alley. Can anyone tell me? Yet Merlin is calling you." As Aurora began to sing, she startled those around her. Before they realized it, they had unconsciously joined in her tune. Fred and George's funeral march was promptly overshadowed by Aurora's melody, and they quickly adjusted to follow her lead. Once the song concluded, Aurora felt completely awake. "That was exhilarating," she declared, reluctantly ending the singing segment, linking arms with Hermione as they followed the flow of Gryffindors towards the common room. Ron and Harry walked ahead, playfully tugging at each other while occasionally glancing back at Aurora. "What are you two up to?" Aurora inquired, puzzled. "The tune you just sang was quite lovely," Ron said shyly. "Could you teach me?" "I knew it. The songs of Phoenix legend will indeed conquer the world. This lad certainly has an eye for talent." "Of course." Aurora grasped Ron's hand, shaking it vigorously up and down, as though she had found a kindred spirit. Ron was taken aback, not due to her reaction, but because of the sudden notification from the system. Detected an increase of 10 in the target's favorability. Current favorability, 65. "What?" He felt a flush of shyness, quickly retracting his hand and turning away, hastily pulling Harry along. "What's wrong? Doesn't he want to learn?" Aurora wondered. As they traversed the hall, they passed many moving portraits, one of which featured a black-haired witch in a white gown who greeted her warmly. "Good evening, dear children." Aurora, feeling quite sociable, responded, "Good evening, beautiful lady." The black-haired witch chuckled behind her hand, "Thank you." Before departing, Aurora waved goodbye to the black-haired witch, feeling a strange familiarity and beauty about her. After the throng of students had exited, the black-haired witch blinked and lifted her gown slightly, humming a tune, seemingly in high spirits. "Today is a splendid day. Surely, all my wishes will come to fruition." Aurora hummed a melody, joyfully arriving at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Percy wore a serious expression, exuding an air of authority. "Our common room is behind the portrait of the fat lady. We must speak the password to her. The password changes weekly, so remember it well. And do not let other houses know." The fat lady appeared to be a very plump woman, exuding warmth. "Dragon droppings," Percy stated. The portrait swung open, revealing a circular entrance through which everyone had to crawl to pass. Aurora scrambled through the hole, sliding out into the Gryffindor common room. Suddenly, she had an idea. The tunnel should be longer, like a slide, allowing students to glide directly into the common room. That would truly be a playground for children. The Gryffindor common room was a circular chamber, adorned in fiery red hues that radiated warmth and fervor. Percy pointed to a door on the left. "Your dormitories are through here." Each door bears the nameplates of its occupants. Aurora clasped her hands together, adopting a serious demeanor as she stepped through the door. Hermione raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What are you doing?" Aurora replied earnestly, "I am wishing that we are sorted into the same dormitory." Hermione pressed her lips together, the corners of her mouth curving upwards slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of fluster. Who would want to share a dormitory with you?" Upon entering, they were required to ascend a spiral staircase to the very top. As the Gryffindor common room resided within the tower, Aurora anxiously searched for her dormitory, and when she spotted Hermione Granger's name just beneath her own, she joyfully embraced Hermione. It felt somewhat peculiar as Aurora cheerfully led Hermione through the door. Inside the dormitory, 5 beds adorned with 4 poster frames draped in deep crimson velvet awaited them. Aurora's trunk was placed in front of the bed on the far right, a position she thoroughly adored. She appreciated the wall's proximity, as it offered a sense of security. Alongside Aurora and Hermione in the dormitory were Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown. Parvati was a stunning Indian girl, her sparkling eyes captivating anyone who gazed upon them. Lavender, a blonde girl with a pink butterfly hairpin, exuded a lively and endearing charm. Aurora was quite satisfied with her roommates. After they had exchanged introductions, their conversation meandered amiably. Hermione's bed was adjacent to Aurora's, and she lay sprawled on it with an open book in hand, her wand poised before a matchstick. "Are you trying to ignite it?" Aurora's imagination ran wild. "I merely wish to preview the lessons," Hermione replied, sometimes struggling to grasp the peculiar thought processes of her new friend. "Oh, if you desire to practice fire conjuring, it must not be done in a confined space," Hermione remarked, sealing her lips, too weary to entertain Aurora's increasingly absurd suggestions. She had realized that Aurora was quite adept at taking things to a different level. Yet, even without Hermione initiating conversation, Aurora would find her own topics. "Miss Granger, would you care to see the newly released After 99 Escapes? My vampire husband went out of control." Hermione's eyes darted, and she replied, "I believe you ought to concentrate on reviewing Transfiguration." Aurora immediately burrowed under her covers, leaving only her lustrous black hair exposed. Hermione smirked, having figured out how to handle Aurora. While Aurora begrudgingly scorned Hermione, the so-called queen of books, she flipped open her new leisure read. Chapter 13. Arthur, please take a seat. On the first night of the term, Aurora slumbered soundly, but not everyone shared her fortune. Oliver would lay with his right hand cradling his head, his eyes wide open. Ugh. Percy Weasley, from the neighboring bed, could no longer hold back his heartfelt inquiry. "What madness are you up to in the middle of the night?" "Nothing." Wood turned over, "Nothing at all." A voice in his mind incessantly chattered, reminding him of the system he had bound himself to. What system? Only then did Wood begin to accept that the voice he had heard during dinner was not mere hallucination. It was indeed peculiar. The system repeated its line. "Dear host Oliver Wood, you have successfully activated System 4, and it is about to bind to you." Wood truly wished to ignore it, but it appeared he had no choice. Frustrated by the incessant noise, Wood finally responded to the system. Fine. Dear host Oliver Wood, you are about to be bound to a target character." Upon seeing the luminous screen before him, Wood was taken aback. It displayed a beautiful Chinese girl, Aurora. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Aurora was the overly enthusiastic girl from earlier that evening. Remembering her bold words, Wood's face flushed. Capture her heart? Wood pondered inwardly, wondering about the meaning of capture. The system seemed to delve directly into his mind, grasping his thoughts. To capture her heart means to win her affection. The fourth system silently scoffed, thinking how dim-witted it was for this host to not understand the term. It worried about future upgrades and potential battles. What would this host do to prevail? Why must I capture this girl? Wood questioned, perplexed. The system hesitated momentarily before responding. The identity of the girl is of little consequence. It is quite significant, Wood insisted earnestly. I do not wish to casually flirt with a girl. That is not up to you, the system huffed, swiftly delivering its pre-prepared lines. If you do not complete the task, you will face penalties. Wood scoffed, unconvinced that any penalties would be enforced in the magical realm, as opposed to a supernatural one. Task 1. Please elevate Aurora's affection level to 60 within 10 days. Reward for completion. A Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Penalty for failure. Confiscation of your current clean sweep 5. Wood shot up in shock, nearly exclaiming but managing to contain himself. His mind screaming. How do you know my broom is a clean sweep 5? The system, somewhat exasperated, wished it could facepalm like a teacher but knew it could not. As it was not a physical entity, it could invade his thoughts, so it certainly understood his worth. Concerning Quidditch, Wood felt compelled to believe. His expression turned serious. Within 10 days, an affection level of 60? What is her current affection level? Aurora's current affection level, 45. Wood pondered and then asked, is the maximum 1000? Are you a fool? The maximum is, of course, 100. The system grew tired of Wood's inquiries and vanished abruptly. Oh, I wish I had chosen a different host. It lamented. It recalled who it had once favored. Had it succeeded in binding to that individual, it would not be in such a predicament now. Oh heavens! I cannot continue like this. Wood, having given up calling for the fourth system, resigned himself to his bed, feeling dejected as he fell into a muddled sleep. The next morning, he awoke to find Percy, convinced that Wood had been secretly overachieving the previous night. However, Wood's competitive spirit would only manifest in Quidditch. He wouldn't dare venture out at night for a game. This thought relieved Percy considerably. Whatever doesn't break him will only make him stronger. Aurora, on the other hand, had no desire to nibble on bread that morning. She stared forlornly at the bread on her plate, her mind drifting to dumplings, barbecued pork buns, custard buns, meat buns, vegetable buns, and soup dumplings. If there were no buns, she could settle for noodles. If noodles were unavailable, hot dry noodles would suffice. How could I be so hungry? She lamented, clutching the bread and weeping as she took bites. Hermione displayed a look of sympathy mixed with confusion. She couldn't comprehend Aurora's plight. Food is of utmost importance. The foundation of a day lies in the morning. If I do not fill my stomach in the morning, I will not be able to stay awake in class. Lunch and dinner can be compromised, but breakfast cannot. I must. Immediately. I shall learn to cook, Aurora declared, slamming her hand on the table with resolute determination. Hermione tilted her head, hastily urging Aurora to sit down. You seem quite spirited this morning, Hermione teased. Who is MacArthur? You don't know MacArthur? Aurora shook her head vigorously. He was a formidable military strategist, setting high standards for himself, with only a single defeat in his lifetime. The surrounding Gryffindors quietly perked up their ears, eager to hear Aurora's tale. After that singular defeat, he felt immense guilt. Refusing to sit at the table, or lie down to sleep. She continued, he was deeply cherished by his subordinates and highly regarded by his superiors. In an effort to console him, his superior once remarked during a meal, Arthur, please take a seat. As Aurora turned her head, she noticed Hermione had already departed with her book in tow. Aurora hastily grabbed the book she needed for the day, and hurried to catch up with Hermione, leaving behind a group of Gryffindors who were still reveling in their conversation. My dear sister, I must admit my fault. I should not have employed such frivolous tricks to deceive you. Aurora chuckled as she tugged at Hermione's sleeve, playfully trailing behind her until they arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. The room was still empty, and Hermione settled into the front row, pursing her lips. You only ever seek to fool me. I was wrong. Aurora replied with a feigned air of innocence, her expression shifting from carefree to pitiful in an instant. Hermione's heart softened for a moment, and she patted the seat beside her. You may sit, but you must refrain from spinning tales in the future. Aurora gazed at the front row for a couple of seconds, longing to flee. Due to her mother's insistence, she had been seated in the front row throughout her high school years. Who could comprehend the anguish of that? Sitting in the front row made her nauseous. She was inherently destined for the back. However, having just appeased Hermione, Aurora found herself in a battle of wills, ultimately steeling herself to sit beside Hermione in the front row.
Chapter 14. Astonishing talent, une île d'inaptitude.
She felt like pounding her chest in frustration, her heart heavy with despair. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through Hermione, as if she derived genuine joy from having put Aurora in this predicament. This little imp needed to be kept in check. Aurora recognized Hermione's intent to tease her, casting a resentful glare before resting her head on the desk. One by one, classmates trickled in, filling seats from the back to the front. Yet 2 spots remained vacant at the front. A fleeting thought reminded Aurora that it was Harry and Ron, the 2 unfortunate souls, who were running late. This lesson was shared with Slytherin, and Draco was already propped up behind his book, hiding away in slumber. Professor McGonagall, her hair styled in a high bun and adorned in a deep blue robe, strode into the classroom with a serious demeanor, exuding the air of a stern witch. She surveyed the room and opened the attendance book, beginning roll call. Aurora. Professor, I am here. Oh, so you've placed her at the top of the list now, have you? Do you understand the plight of having the student number 01? After completing the roll call, Professor McGonagall noticed 2 students were still absent. Ron Weasley? Harry Potter? She placed her hefty book on the lectern, displaying a hint of displeasure. After a brief contemplation, she transformed into a tabby cat. This animagus form elicited gasps of admiration from the students as the cat meowed and gracefully leaped onto the lectern. Aurora felt as if she could hear Professor McGonagall's inner pride. Though she seemed stern, McGonagall was actually warm-hearted and enjoyed playfully interacting with children. Harry and Ron rushed in, with Ron glancing around the classroom in relief. McGonagall, hasn't he arrived yet? Just as they relaxed, the tabby cat suddenly leaped down and transformed back into a witch. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and Ron sheepishly rubbed his nose. They timidly bowed their heads in unison. Apologies, Professor, we are late. A barely perceptible smile crept onto McGonagall's lips. Perhaps I should turn one of you into a pocket watch. Then you would learn to be punctual. We got lost. Then I shall transform you into a map. McGonagall approached the podium, facing away from the students, with the front row still having seats available, right beside Miss Aurora. Harry and Ron hurriedly squeezed into their seats, exhaling in relief. In my class, rules must be followed. No tardiness or early departures. And no engaging in activities unrelated to learning. Nor McGonagall turned, fixing her gaze on Aurora, who was still slumped on her desk, nor neglecting proper decorum, Mississippi. Aurora instantly straightened her posture, her demeanor more proper than anyone else's. The trio beside her was taken aback. McGonagall then shifted her attention, committing to memory 1 Potter, 1 Weasley, and 1 Aurora as her key students. We will begin our first lesson with the fundamentals of transfiguration, followed by practical application in the second class, McGonagall announced. Hermione became increasingly engaged, while Aurora, Harry, and Ron grew drowsier with each passing moment. By the end, Aurora was propping her chin on one hand, stealthily drifting into daydreams. Each time McGonagall turned her back, Aurora would close her eyes, yet somehow managed to open them just before being discovered. Truly remarkable indeed. Aurora believed that 1 minute of class equated to 3 years of effort outside of it. She had merely honed this skill during her middle school years. In truth, if others had a similarly demanding mother, they too could master the art of daydreaming with finesse. Yet, she preferred to keep that overbearing mother out of the conversation. Aurora's mind wandered elsewhere, and when she returned her focus to the classroom, she noticed a box of matches had appeared in front of her. Why do I not have one? Share a little with me, dear sister. Aurora pouted to Hermione. Hermione, who was engrossed in her book, sighed in resignation. Professor McGonagall just mentioned that everyone should have a box of matches in their drawer. I see. Aurora fished around in her drawer, and discovered a box of matches. As she leisurely extracted one, the other students had already attempted several times, with Hermione having successfully completed her transformation. The objective of the lesson was to transfigure the match into a silver needle. Transfiguration was an abstract discipline, reliant solely on one's imagination. Aurora had absorbed some of the lesson and understood that she needed to visualize the incantation while transforming. Match transform. Aurora executed the transfiguration gesture with her wand. Hermione observed her precise form, nodding in satisfaction. Did she truly pay attention? Hermione pondered, contemplating whether to believe that Aurora hadn't listened. On the one hand, Aurora performed the gesture impeccably. On the other, her demeanor suggested otherwise. However, upon hearing Aurora's casual incantation, Hermione couldn't help but frown. Is that incantation even effective? No sooner had Hermione voiced her concern than the match before Aurora transformed into a silver needle. She fell silent in astonishment. Such astonishing talent, coupled with a lackadaisical attitude. Hermione found herself at a loss for words, her expression betraying her disbelief. Aurora earnestly explained, I've told you, my father excels at transfiguration. It's only natural that I follow in his footsteps. Is that so? Hermione suddenly began to question whether she should place her faith in Aurora's claims. Aurora's eyes sparkled with sincerity and innocence. Professor McGonagall approached, noting that both Hermione and Aurora had completed their transformations with remarkable speed, and nodded in approval. Very well done. This year's Gryffindor cohort is of exceptional quality. Gryffindor received 10 points for Miss Granger and Miss Aurora's outstanding performances. Professor McGonagall felt a surge of pride, thinking, if only Gryffindor's Quidditch team could excel just as much. Yet her mood soured once more. Aurora's talent extended beyond transfiguration. She thrived in charms and potions as well. She succeeded in spells on the first attempt, and effortlessly memorized the processes and uses of potions at a glance. However, her remarkable talent was undermined by her lackadaisical attitude. Aurora doodled in her book, having brought along a blank notebook for moments of boredom in class. A week passed, and Aurora had filled 10 pages with her sketches. Proudly, she presented her sketchbook to Hermione. Aurora's drawings were rather mediocre, resembling childish scribbles with a quill rather than the oil paintings or sketches of her peers. Hermione found herself utterly bewildered and pointed to the central figure. Is this person meant to be me? Aurora's exaggerated grin faltered. I drew you. I don't believe it. Hermione insisted. Chapter 15 Strategies? I have no idea. Aurora earnestly pointed to her drawing and provided a meticulous analysis. Look, the little girl seated in the center is you. Your silhouette, as you read your book. Well, Hermione could barely discern what it was she was referring to, so what about this? Hermione pointed to a girl, half suspended in midair. The girl was extending a hand, attempting to grasp the hand of the reading girl, her face adorned with a broad smile. Unbeknownst to them, Aurora's whimsical creation foreshadowed the future. Aurora squinted her eyes. That's me, and we are meant to hold hands. Hermione sighed in exasperation. All right, if you memorize this chapter, I will hold your hand. No, Aurora promptly rejected. I can memorize this book before the exam, but holding hands is an opportunity one wants to seize now. She refused to engage in such an unwise transaction. After Hermione finished the day's reading, she closed the book with satisfaction. Aurora was still refining her proud artwork. Upon seeing Hermione had completed her reading, she snapped her notebook shut. Shall we head back to the common room? Yes, Hermione glanced at her curiously and inquired. Have you enjoyed drawing since you were little? Aurora nodded. Indeed, I have a profound love for it. Yet I have never received formal training in art. Hermione responded with an O, seemingly puzzled. I find it quite arduous to enroll in extracurricular classes outside school, so I chose not to pursue formal education, Aurora added, unconsciously winking her right eye, which Hermione noticed. She was lying. Despite only knowing Aurora for a few days, Hermione had already come to understand her well enough. She refrained from pressing further, swallowing her curiosity for the time being. What secrets did Aurora hold? All right, let's head back. I'm feeling quite sleepy. Aurora clung to Hermione's arm. Playfully, Hermione shook her head childish. As they crawled back to the common room, Aurora noticed that it was bustling with people. Oliver Wood sat in the most prominent position. His face etched with melancholy, though not due to the visibility of his seat, but rather because of his striking appearance. What's this? The sunny jock has turned into a brooding heartthrob? Good evening, Aurora, Wood called out as she was about to slip back into the girls' dormitory. Aurora perked up her ears and poked her head back out, her gaze curious as she shot him a sly smile. Good evening to you too, Wood. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Wood's friend Carl queried in confusion. You haven't spoken all evening. I thought you were mute. Who was that girl? Wood scratched his head. Aurora is a first-year student. Oh, are you into younger girls? Carl exclaimed exaggeratedly. I am not old. No, I am not interested in younger girls. Wood quickly retorted, his mind still agile enough to counter. Carl looked skeptical. You usually don't even glance at anyone, regardless of gender, let alone spend an entire evening eagerly greeting someone. Wood felt increasingly guilty. I wasn't just staring all night. Then why were you looking around so much? Carl didn't he believe this silly friend of his could hide any thoughts from others. Wood fell silent, his mind occupied by another voice. Aurora's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 50, task 1 countdown, 7 days. Wood felt a surge of courage. So greeting someone can increase favorability? Seeing that Wood did not refute him, Carl began to encourage him. It's fine, there's only a 4-year difference. When you're 99 and she's 95, it won't matter. Wood stood up, preparing to head to the boys' dormitory, while Carl persistently trailed behind him, muttering, and by the way, you're quite handsome. Do you know how many admirers you have? With a swift motion, Wood shut the door in his face. Hey, we're roommates. Carl wailed from outside, but Wood was lost in his own world, ignoring him. In less than 2 minutes, Percy returned to the dormitory, eyeing Carl with curiosity. What are you doing standing out here? I'm serving as a doorman, Carl fibbed. All right. Percy nodded, ready to enter without paying him any heed. Carl blocked the door, squeezing inside, having forgotten not to joke with Percy, as he completely lacked a sense of humor. These two roommates, one a bit slow and the other quite rigid, Carl silently critiqued, sighing. It seemed he had found yet another topic aside from Quidditch to tease the oblivious Wood about. Meanwhile, Wood was troubled. His attempts at greeting could no longer increase Aurora's favorability. Clutching his broom, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Oh broom, my beloved broom, I do not wish to part from you. However, Wood would soon find his opportunity, for after this weekend, first-year students would commence their flying lessons. Once the announcement was posted, a throng of eager Gryffindor first-years gathered around, excitedly discussing the matter. Aurora was evidently intrigued, keenly listening to Ron as he introduced Quidditch and flying broomsticks, while Harry listened intently. Hermione appeared somewhat anxious as she rose. I need to find some books about flying. Aurora, would you like to join me? No, Aurora firmly declined any notion of serious study. Hermione was not surprised by her response and hurriedly departed, leaving Aurora pondering the idea of flying. She was eager to try it out. After all, she had previously been a muggle, unable to experience the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. Seated nearby, pretending to read a newspaper, Wood stealthily peeked out from behind it. Flying lessons don't require theory. Perhaps you'd like to join me for some practical experience? Wood quietly suggested to Aurora. Her eyes lit up. Wood had clearly recognized that they shared a mutual spirit. 10 minutes later, Aurora and Wood arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Honestly, this is the one thing I'm uncertain about, Aurora admitted candidly. After all, she had never touched a broomstick before. Yet she relished the thrill of uncertainty and despised conformity. But why had Wood brought her here to play with a broom? Could it be that he immediately recognized her potential for learning Quidditch? Such keen insight. Aurora couldn't help but mentally give Wood a thumbs up. System 4 yawned, seemingly unfazed by the sight of Aurora and Wood. Oh, Aurora's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 55. Task 1 countdown 3 days. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wood beamed as he handed Aurora his Nimbus 2000. I'll first teach you how to lift off, but don't go too high. Aurora nodded, taking note. She grasped the broom's long handle, straddled it, and prepared to ascend. Chapter 16. Wood's new broom. Aurora undoubtedly possessed a gift for flying. Wood tilted his head back, watching Aurora ascend higher and higher as he too mounted a school broom to accompany her. Not bad. You're flying quite steadily. Wood beamed. Indeed, flying felt exhilarating, and all worries seemed to dissipate. Initially, he had intended for Aurora to fly low, yet they unconsciously soared higher and higher, gliding over the castle and relishing the crisp air of the heights. No wonder you love Quidditch so much. It truly is delightful. A gentle breeze caressed Aurora's cheeks, tousling her flowing black hair, manifesting the vitality of her spirit. Wood's eyes flickered. How do you know I like Quidditch? Well, I suppose no one at Hogwarts is unaware of it, Aurora teased. As their flight stabilized, Aurora daringly released one hand, gripping the broom with one hand while reaching out with her right to grasp the playful wind. Aurora soared through the Quidditch hoops, with Wood closely following her, anxious to ensure her safety. You possess remarkable skill even with one hand, Wood praised. Aurora, like a nimble fish, flipped over and accelerated. Perhaps you could become a seeker. The seeker's task is to catch the golden snitch, right? Aurora seemed to recall some aspects of Quidditch. Wood snapped his fingers. Indeed, and I am the keeper, tasked with preventing the opposing team's quaffle from entering the goal. Is Gryffindor in need of a seeker? Aurora inquired with keen interest. Well, we do plan to recruit one, but you're not even in your second year yet. I'm afraid it won't be possible. Aurora pouted. So Harry can do it, but no one else can? In her quest for something to occupy her time, she was determined to join the Quidditch team. While her mind brimmed with mischievous thoughts, her face bore a sweet smile, concealing her rebellious nature. Of course, Hermione was not deceived by her appearance. If she were present, she would surely know that Aurora was concocting trouble. After 3 laps, Aurora had effortlessly adapted to flying, completely distancing herself from the notion of being a novice. Wood, noticing the sun hanging in the sky, painting the heavens in golden hues, reluctantly called a halt, thus concluding their broomstick adventure. Aurora was even more reluctant than Wood. She lamented for a moment before eagerly anticipating their next flight together. The two strolled back toward the castle. I started flying on a broom when I was 3, Wood opened up, sharing this personal detail. united by their shared passion for flight. They soon encountered a fifth-year Gryffindor boy, Carl. Squinting his eyes, Carl exclaimed, "Ah, isn't that Aurora?" And Wood claims he has no interest. What nonsense. Carl's flirtatious gaze was lost on Wood, who looked at him in confusion as Carl winked. "Has your eye twitched?" Wood asked bluntly. "What should I do to save you, my good brother?" Carl rolled his eyes, unable to contain himself. Aurora, with her eyes twinkling, laughed. Although she was unsure of Carl's antics, she found them amusing. It was then that Carl noticed the broomstick Aurora was holding. "Hey, isn't that your broom, Wood? Are you letting Aurora use it?" Wood scratched his head in embarrassment. "Yes, the school brooms are not very good, and she's a beginner. So I lent her a better one." "Touched, my brother," Aurora said, her expression shifting as she handed the Nimbus 2000 back to Wood. "Thank you so much for today." Wood smiled as he accepted it, and a voice echoed in his mind. Aurora's affection increased by 5. Current affection level, 60. Task 1 completed. Rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Please stay tuned. Wood paid little heed to the notification. As long as his Nimbus 2000 was safe, he was content. As for the rewards, were they even real? Carl and Aurora returned to the Gryffindor common room, each going their separate ways to rest. The next day, Monday, in the Great Hall. Mondays were always bustling with owls, each delivering their respective owners' packages. The Gryffindor crowd gathered around Wood, including Aurora, drawn to the long package on his table. Initially puzzled, Wood suddenly recalled the system's words from the previous day, and he immediately set aside his bread to eagerly unwrap the package. A brand new Firebolt 2000. Gasps erupted from the students around him. Every Quidditch player knew the worth of a Firebolt 2000. "Wood, you've hit the jackpot," Fred exclaimed, pushing through the crowd. George's eyes gleamed with envy. "Wow, it seems our Quidditch match today has great promise." "Would, you sly dog, you bought a Firebolt 2000 without a word?" Carl gasped, astonished at his roommate's prowess. Percy was equally surprised. He had heard Wood rave about the Firebolt 2000 for ages. How could he just buy one? The world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Aurora chimed in with an odd "Wow, rich guy, show me your skills with a little wager." Wood was both embarrassed and bashful at their teasing, gingerly caressing the Firebolt 2000, as if it were a precious treasure. I will take good care of it," Wood stammered. Aurora burst into laughter. "You make it sound like you're about to marry it. Are you reciting wedding vows?" Her remark sent the classmates into fits of laughter. And after they had their fill, they dispersed, no longer crowding around Wood. Tenderly cradling his new broom, Wood felt a swell of gratitude toward the system for the first time. Naturally, his acquisition of the Firebolt 2000 was also thanks to Aurora's assistance. With heartfelt sincerity, he gazed at her with puppy eyes and declared, "I promise to take you flying every day from now on." Aurora pointed at herself, a puzzled expression crossing her face. "Me? Quidditch, sure, practicing Quidditch fine. Every day? Absolutely not." With a playful smile, she spun around and dashed off. "This place is terrifying, Brother Juan. Hogwarts is truly daunting." In the blink of an eye, it was time for the flying lesson, with Gryffindor and Slytherin attending together. Aurora, brimming with enthusiasm, had dragged Hermione to the lawn early. Arriving early proved fruitless, as there were no brooms, only an expanse of grass. Aurora squatted on the ground, pulling up blades of grass, patiently awaiting Madame Hooch's arrival. Yet one question lingered. How could she persuade Professor McGonagall to make an exception for her? Chapter 17. There are always those who busily play the role of the villain in this world. Hermione had never seen Aurora so enamored with the subject. After all, Aurora excelled in every class. She had once described her experience as like a fish in water. As Aurora finished pulling her 100th blade of grass, Madame Hooch arrived with the brooms needed for the lesson. "Good day, Professor," Aurora exclaimed, bouncing up. Madame Hooch, startled, focused on her, recognizing her as the most flamboyant student from Gryffindor. In truth, the professors occasionally discussed their students in private. However, Madame Hooch noted Aurora's evident enthusiasm for flying lessons, a faint smile gracing her lips. What subject do students favor most? Without a doubt, flying lessons. Standing tall, Madame Hooch addressed them. "Hello, Miss Granger, Miss Aurora." Aurora diligently arranged the brooms for Madame Hooch, and seized the opportunity to inspect all the brooms herself, ultimately positioning herself beside the one she believed felt the best. Hermione noticed her little ploy and smirked to herself. "Hermione, this one is quite nice." Aurora pointed to the broom beside her, very responsive. Hearing Aurora's comment, Madame Hooch glanced at the two brooms and acknowledged that they were indeed some of the most durable in the school. It seemed Miss Aurora had quite the talent. Madame Hooch nodded silently in approval. Before long, the students trickled in one by one. Harry, noticing Aurora, subconsciously walked over to stand beside her. Aurora tilted her head and greeted him. Harry, unsure of his own actions, perhaps found himself inexplicably drawn to her, likely due to the system's influence. Neville and Ron stood nearby, both appearing anxious. In truth, apart from Aurora and Draco, everyone else was quite nervous. Draco was unfazed. He played with brooms at home every day, spoiled by Narcissa. He always found time to fly. Standing opposite Aurora, Draco wore a relaxed yet arrogant expression. He regarded Aurora with disdain, particularly when she donned her Gryffindor robes, looking just like any other Gryffindor. Yet, why did he desire Aurora to be different from the rest? Draco dismissed the thought from his mind, feeling indifferent. After all, the system hadn't summoned him to do anything recently, and might have even disappeared altogether. Draco considered this with a nonchalant attitude. Everyone has gathered. So allow me to elucidate the proper usage of the enchanted broomstick. First and foremost, you must summon the broomstick. Miss Hooch placed her broom on the ground to her left, raised her arm parallel to the ground with her palm facing downward, and exclaimed up, up. At once, the broom leapt into her hand, eliciting a look of astonishment from Hermione. Harry, intrigued, turned to witness his own broom soaring into his grasp. However, the majority of the students' brooms remained utterly still. After several attempts, Hermione finally succeeded in summoning her broom, a small smile gracing her lips. It took a considerable amount of time before all the brooms were aloft. Miss Hooch instructed everyone to mount their brooms and assume their positions. Neville's voice trembled slightly as he lamented. I believe the ground is the safest place to be. Why be safe? Aurora retorted, her spirit brimming with a sense of adventure. I know some of you are eager to try flying, but do not leave the ground until I give the command. Miss Hooch warned, having overheard snippets of conversation. It's not her fault. It has nothing to do with her, Aurora stated. Miss Hooch's attention shifted solely to Aurora, anxious about her potential recklessness. Yet, Neville, wobbling precariously, had already begun to ascend, prompting the students to gaze upward. Slytherin students emitted derisive hisses. Only then did Miss Hooch notice. Neville had soared 5 or 6 feet into the air. Come back, child, she shouted, but Neville had already zipped away, perhaps 10 feet high by Aurora's estimation. Trembling all over, his lips quivered, and within moments, Neville slid off the broom. With a thud he fell, first snagged by branches which slowed his descent before plummeting into the thick underbrush. Miss Hooch was visibly shaken, her complexion paler than Neville's. Are you all right, dear? She asked, inspecting him. His wrist was broken, necessitating a trip to the hospital wing. I shall take this child to the hospital wing. No one is permitted to use their brooms, or you will be expelled from Hogwarts. The students exchanged glances, and once Miss Hooch and Neville had vanished from sight, they began to whisper among themselves. Look at that big fool, a Slytherin girl giggled, covering her mouth. How pitiful. Shut up, Parkinson, Parvati interjected, frowning. Aurora pondered for a moment, recalling that this girl, named Parkinson, was indeed Pansy Parkinson from the original text. Pansy huffed, noticing that Draco, who usually joined her in mocking others, remained silent. Draco? She inquired, turning to him. Draco was preoccupied with his broom, his mind processing the task at hand. Task 4. Please entice the target to use the enchanted broomstick. Completion reward, 10 stars. Failure penalty, none. No penalty? Draco squinted, licking his lips, reveling in the task. It would be quite amusing to meddle with Aurora, regardless of the task's success. Draco flashed Aurora a mischievous grin, ignoring Pansy. His gaze sharpened as he bent down to pick up the memory ball that Neville had dropped. Tossing the memory ball in the air, he immediately captured Aurora's attention, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He wanted her to see him. It seemed that Longbottom and Aurora shared a good rapport, as she often fed him treats. Look at what Longbottom left behind. Draco called to Aurora with a wicked grin. Aurora frowned. Why are you taking someone else's belongings? Are you envious of him? Envious of him? Preposterous. Draco snapped, igniting in response, feeling irritated instead of amused. If you dare to take it, it's yours, he said, leaping onto his broom with malicious intent. Harry furrowed his brow, warning, don't go too far, Malfoy. Unfazed, Draco appeared determined to provoke Aurora further. Aurora mused to herself about Draco's unwavering commitment to his villainous role. Chapter 18. Thanks to Draco for the Quidditch qualification. Draco rolled his eyes, recalling that he had intended to befriend Harry Potter during the train ride at the start of term, but had forgotten due to his fixation on Aurora. To his dismay, Potter, like Aurora, had been sorted into Gryffindor, an eyesore indeed. Draco nonchalantly ascended into the air, casting a challenging glance at Aurora. Hermione seized Aurora's hand, warning, Malfoy is clearly experienced with brooms. You're a Muggle-born and have never ridden one before, don't go. Harry nodded in agreement. You shouldn't go. I'll handle it. Hermione exclaimed. This defies Ms. Hooch's orders. Be careful, you might get expelled. She tugged at both Aurora and Harry, yet neither had any intention of heeding her warnings. Frantic, Hermione spun in circles as Aurora and Harry mounted their brooms, preparing to take flight. This was not Aurora's first experience riding a broom. She had already enjoyed it extensively the previous day. She accelerated, narrowing the distance between herself and Draco. Her robes billowing in the wind, this was the sensation she craved. Freedom, grace, and unrestrained exhilaration. The students on the ground erupted into cheers, their focus entirely on the trio. Aurora beamed with delight, soon finding herself alongside Draco. Although Draco sped up, the school's brooms lacked high performance. The two engaged in a fierce chase, with Harry quickly following suit, as if they were in a Quidditch match, racing against one another. Aurora possessed a natural talent for being a chaser, adept at snatching the quaffle from opponents, much like the memory ball Draco now held. Slightly adjusting the angle of her broom, Aurora extended her right hand, as if to intercept Draco from the front. Below, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students transitioned from cheering to holding their breath, utterly captivated. Hermione watched Aurora with a worried expression, her apprehension palpable. Anticipating Aurora's intercept, Draco veered right, evading her approach and halting his speed. Aurora smirked, yet simultaneously released her grip on the broom. As Draco adjusted his trajectory, she seized the memory ball nestled in his arms. A clever ruse. Seeing both of Aurora's hands leave the broom, Draco felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively released the memory ball, opting not to contest with her further. Without her hands to steer, Aurora began to plummet. Are you out of your mind? We're over 30 feet in the air. Draco shouted, instinctively reaching out to grasp Aurora's right hand, attempting to pull her back up. Are you insane? Aurora gasped, her left hand clutching the memory ball, as she prepared to use her right to regain control of the broom, only to be caught by Draco. Firmly held, she continued to descend. Harry, catch! She shouted, tossing the memory ball toward him. Harry leaned forward on his broom, executing a flawless roll to secure the memory ball in his grasp. Wow! Aurora freed her left hand, regaining control of her direction. However, Draco was already tumbling toward her. They collided. Draco's eyes squeezed shut as he clutched desperately at Aurora's arm, as if it were a lifeline. As they hurtled toward the castle, Aurora maintained her composure, exclaiming, "Don't move. I have no desire to leave a mark on the castle walls." Her mind raced, excitement coursing through her veins. With a swift turn, she redirected their path away from the castle, charging toward the expansive grassy field below. As they descended, Aurora remembered to ease her speed for a safe landing. The two individuals were entangled in a rather awkward manner, with Draco's posture being particularly uncomfortable, rendering him utterly devoid of strength. As they descended to the ground, Aurora succumbed to the weight of both, her foot twisting unceremoniously, causing them to collapse together. Draco landed atop Aurora, their cheeks pressed against one another, creating a bizarre and disheveled tableau. Acutely aware of the scrutiny of their peers, Draco squeezed his eyes shut, feeling an overwhelming desire to vanish. Why had he even bothered with her? He fumed inwardly, regretting his decision to intervene with Aurora in midair, an act that had proven entirely futile. What on earth are you two doing? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, storming over, having witnessed the entire incident from above. Merlin, that was utterly terrifying. She shivered in anger. But upon confirming that all three were unharmed, she subtly exhaled in relief before her ire resurfaced. Potter! Aurora! Get over here! Aurora was assisted to her feet by Hermione, who bore an expression of exasperation laced with concern. It wasn't like that, Professor, Hermione attempted to explain, but McGonagall interrupted her with a sharp retort. Enough. I do not wish to hear any explanations. Her fury was palpable as she glared at the two students. Aurora winced slightly from her foot's discomfort, and exchanged a glance with Draco, who swiftly averted his gaze as though he had encountered something he wished to avoid. Regardless, Aurora mentally expressed her gratitude towards Draco. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, for the Quidditch qualification. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 4. You have been awarded 10 stars. Current point total, 35 stars. Draco pressed his lips together, only turning to look in Aurora's direction after she had limped away. Pansy hesitated, There's a piece of grass stuck in your hair. Draco's expression stiffened as he hastily ruffled his hair, causing his once smooth light blonde locks to become tousled, lending him an unexpectedly endearing appearance. Leave me alone, he snapped, feeling a swell of embarrassment as he sulked towards the castle. Expelled. 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 He plucked a flower from the nearby bush, methodically tearing off its petals, muttering the word expelled with each delicate removal. The prospect of her absence was preferable. He never wanted to see her again. Meanwhile, Aurora walked alongside Harry, following Professor McGonagall towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Harry had transitioned from earlier excitement to a state of anxiety, each step feeling like a torment. Aurora, too, was in anguish, limping along while gritting her teeth, yet managing to maintain a strained smile. Ouch, that little brat Draco. This isn't over between us. Having sustained an injury before even embarking on her endeavors, Aurora pondered her predicament. Harry remained lost in his thoughts, unaware of Aurora's condition. Task 3. Provide assistance to the target. Task reward none. Task penalty none. Chapter 19. A bunch of Quidditch fanatics. The sound of the system notification roused Harry from his reverie, and he noticed that Aurora was struggling to walk. Did you twist your ankle? He asked anxiously, realizing he had failed to notice her struggle until now. I'm fine, just a little twisted. It'll be alright in a couple of days. Aurora replied with a dismissive shake of her head. She had once attended school while battling a 38-degree fever and using crutches. This was nothing in comparison. I'll help you, Harry said, feeling guilty for not recognizing her situation sooner. Regardless of the potential consequences for himself, he prioritized the well-being of the person beside him. He extended his hand, allowing Aurora to lean on him, thus alleviating her burden. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 3. This task bears no reward. But Harry was unconcerned with such trivialities. In truth, he felt a twinge of guilt for being kind to Aurora merely to fulfill a task. She was so friendly and kind-hearted. How could he engage with her with ulterior motives? It felt wrong and peculiar. Professor McGonagall observed her Gryffindor students' camaraderie with a faint smile. I shall take you to see Wood. McGonagall noted Harry's anxious demeanor and spoke slowly. You understand, don't you? Aurora's eyes brightened at the prospect, while Harry's anxiety intensified. He did not know Wood. Confusion clouded his mind. What Wood? Is Professor McGonagall going to punish me? He felt that punishment was acceptable, but Aurora was injured. Professor, Aurora hurt her leg. Please don't punish her. Harry blurted out. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What? Who am I punishing? When did I say I would punish you? You said you were taking us to find Wood. I thought you meant to use a stick to hit us. McGonagall's lips twitched in amusement. Oliver Wood is the keeper and captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Aurora stifled a laugh. I know him. Senior Wood, he is a fifth-year student, right? Yes, McGonagall replied, slightly opening the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Professor Quirrell, I'm looking for Wood. Soon a tall boy emerged, looking equally bewildered. Wood, this is the seeker and chaser I've scouted for you, McGonagall exclaimed excitedly. Aurora's eyes sparkled as she exchanged glances with Wood, and she playfully winked. Wood returned her smile. Seeker? Chaser? They may be first-year students, but they possess remarkable talent. I just witnessed Aurora perform a feint to capture a small ball. McGonagall gestured with her hands, indicating the size of the memory ball, which was much smaller. Aurora's ability to seize it with such precision at high speeds made her ideal for the chaser position. She caught it effortlessly, and Potter executed an impressive, high-difficulty roll dive. I swear Charlie could never have done that. McGonagall rambled excitedly about Quidditch. Both Aurora and Harry were in awe, while Wood's excitement grew. Really? Indeed. McGonagall affirmed with enthusiasm. I need to consult Professor Dumbledore about making an exception. However, I believe neither of them possesses a broom. Wood nodded in agreement. That's true. McGonagall replied with a serious nod. I will take care of that. Quidditch enthusiasts' eyes sparkled with excitement. Aurora and Harry sat on the grass, listening to Wood's informative discourse. He produced a bludger, demonstrating it to them. This is a bludger. It hurts when it hits you. Two beaters in a team use bats to strike it away from their teammates and towards the opponents. The black iron bludger buzzed angrily, attempting to escape Wood's grasp, prompting him to quickly stow it back in its box. Our team's beaters are the Weasley twins, Fred and George. Wood reflected. They're quite likable, but sometimes their penchant for mischief is overwhelming. Aurora, it's best if you ignore them. Aurora tilted her head, intrigued. Why specifically tell me that? Oh, all right. She raised an eyebrow, amused. She rather enjoyed the personalities of Fred and George, and would certainly play with them if given the chance. This larger red ball is the quaffle. In Quidditch, there are 3 chasers who must seize the quaffle and throw it through the opposing team's hoops to score 10 points. Would turn to Aurora, saying, Aurora, you are our team's 3rd chaser, alongside 2 other girls, Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet. Aurora nodded in acknowledgement. And as for me, I am the keeper. tasked with guarding our goal hoops to prevent the opposing team from scoring by throwing the quaffle through. He continued, as for you, Harry, you are the seeker. Which means your sole responsibility is to keep your eyes on the golden snitch. Would place the quaffle aside and produce the golden snitch. A dazzling orb of gold with delicate wings that fluttered rapidly. Capturing the golden snitch grants the team 150 points and concludes the match. However, seizing the snitch does not necessarily ensure victory for the team. Wood elaborated with an example. For instance, during the semi-finals of the 1989 Quidditch World Cup, Norway faced Japan with a score of 190-10. Even if Japan had caught the golden snitch, it would have been futile, resulting in a final score of 190-160. Aurora concluded, I understand now. The seeker holds a crucial position, yet it is not always a guaranteed path to victory. Indeed, Harry, your role is of utmost importance, Wood encouraged him. Harry nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. There are numerous intricacies and rules concerning chasers, such as the restriction that they cannot step within a certain number of feet of the goal hoops when they do not possess the quaffle, Wood explained to Aurora, who listened attentively. Therefore, I intend to train you thoroughly, he asserted, pointing at Aurora. I shall teach you all the intricacies and techniques of being a chaser. Aurora couldn't help but think that sounded a bit odd. Yet, the sincerity in Wood's words made it difficult for her to dwell on it. Chapter 20. My Fleeting White Moonlight. Aurora's heart yearned for training, but her foot did not permit it. The next day, a large bump had formed on her foot. Upon hearing this, Wood was genuinely concerned for a long time. You should visit the hospital wing immediately. For the next 5 days, refrain from running or jumping around. If your foot doesn't heal promptly, it could hinder your training. At that moment, Aurora wished she could shoot him, but alas, she could not. You truly are something else. Wood. After class, she shook her head and made her way to the hospital wing at a leisurely pace. Inside, she spotted a handsome young man. Aurora's gaze was fixated on his back, unwavering until he turned around and their eyes met. Caught in the act of spying, Aurora offered him a bright smile, albeit feigned. The young man possessed an elegant demeanor, with thick black hair, a prominent nose and striking gray eyes. He was Cedric Diggory, the character Aurora adored in both the original text and film. He was also the beloved White Moonlight who tragically passed away, a champion representing Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament, and a model student in the eyes of his peers. Aurora's gaze softened involuntarily, and a gentle smile graced her lips, as her earlier discontent due to her injury dissipated. Cedric's charm was undeniably potent, Aurora mused contentedly. She remained transfixed by Cedric, showing no intention of entering the hospital wing, merely lingering by the door. Cedric, somewhat puzzled yet amused by her antics, found her adorable and quirky. Hello, Cedric greeted with his signature smile. Are you here to see Madame Pomfrey? She's inside preparing some potions. You can wait a moment. I'm not in a hurry, Aurora replied, straining to suppress her starry-eyed expression as she limped inside. I'll just sit for a bit. Cedric, noticing her difficulty in movement, graciously brought over a stool, and Aurora sat down gratefully. Thank you, I'm Aurora, a first-year Gryffindor, she said with a wink and a smile. You're welcome. I'm Cedric Diggory, a third-year Hufflepuff. It's a pleasure to meet you, he responded. In the words of the Chinese, Cedric could be described as a refreshing breeze and a clear moon, exuding grace and charm. Aurora nearly lost her composure, clutching her hands into fists at her mouth to conceal her smile, pretending to cough lightly. Cedric watched her with amusement, his gaze soft and warm. Goodness, Aurora thought. I could easily drown in this man's kindness. She longed to emulate that teacher from earlier, to lean in, to flirt, and to revel in the sweetness of the moment. However, she was not one to be overtly bold, and instead sat modestly to the side, pondering how to strike up a conversation with Cedric. Before she departed this world, she resolved to have a romantic encounter like this. Shortly thereafter, Madame Pomfrey emerged, holding 2 small vials. She handed one to Cedric, saying, Here, this is a sleeping potion. Take 3 drops a day, no more. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. I appreciate it, Cedric politely expressed, preparing to leave. Before he exited, he turned back to Aurora. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Goodbye, Aurora waved at Cedric, unable to divert her gaze. Madame Pomfrey tilted her head. Child, what are you here for? A case of lovesickness? Caught off guard, Aurora turned back, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I sprained my ankle. It hurts to walk. After examining her, Madame Pomfrey understood and efficiently returned to fetch the necessary potion. As she spoke to herself, she mused, did you twist your ankle too? Are the students just starting their flying lessons particularly prone to this? Someone else came in just yesterday. Aurora blinked, unable to recall who else had injured themselves, and decided to dismiss the thought. When Madame Pomfrey returned with the potion, She instructed, apply this to the injured area 3 times. Then sit and wait for half an hour, and the pain will subside. Is it really that effective? Aurora gasped, accepting the potion and bending down to apply it to her ankle. However, you must remember to apply it at regular intervals for the next 3 days, every 3 hours. And after that, you can frolic about freely, Madame Pomfrey added. After Aurora nodded in understanding, she departed back to her small room, reminding her, if you need anything, just call for me. I'm right inside. Thank you, madam, Aurora replied obediently, then began to wait quietly. After about half an hour, Aurora attempted to stand. And to her delight, the pain had diminished significantly, with the swelling on her ankle reduced by more than half. She felt a wave of happiness wash over her. But her stomach betrayed her with an untimely growl. Sighing, Aurora realized her fate as a student studying abroad in China was inevitably tied to the kitchen, especially Hogwarts' renowned kitchen. She thought, since she had nothing else to do, she might as well take a stroll through the kitchen. After all, to come to Hogwarts and not visit the kitchen would be a travesty. She mused that she could learn some culinary skills. This way, she wouldn't be deprived of flavor. Who knows, perhaps she could become a self-taught chef and even open a restaurant. Oh, how delightful it would be to cook with magic. Her dreams were grand. Yet reality often proved starkly different. Aurora envisioned the restaurant scene in her mind, but alas, Hogwarts' kitchen lacked a wok. Sitting in the kitchen, her expression grew slightly dazed. Aurora approached a house elf and asked, "Excuse me, can we call the headmaster's hotline? I have a suggestion to make." The house elf, tugging at its oversized ears, looked terrified. "What headmaster? Is there something wrong with us? Please don't tell Mr. Dumbledore." The house elf seemed on the verge of bowing down to Aurora, prompting her to hastily interrupt. No, that's not what I meant." After a flurry of denials, Aurora endeavored to clarify her intentions to the house elf. The house elf exhaled in relief. "As for Huaxia cuisine, we may not be familiar with it, but we can procure all the supplies you need." Aurora raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Really? In about 3 days, everything can be ready?" The house elf timidly replied. Aurora's heart melted. "Thank you so much." With enthusiasm, she jotted down a list of equipment, ingredients, and seasonings, not forgetting to include the recipes as well. She spoke animatedly, her little mouth chattering incessantly, completely oblivious to the presence of someone standing behind her. Cedric tilted his head, listening with keen interest. Chapter 21. We all want to bind you. Once Aurora finished her discourse, she still appeared to be yearning for more. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you from Huaxia? Do you not enjoy British cuisine?" he inquired. "Yes," Aurora replied, startled by the gentle, magnetic voice. She turned around and quickly stood up. "You don't need to stand. Your legs are injured." Cedric kindly urged her to sit down. "What brings you here?" Aurora asked curiously. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? You're a freshman, just a couple of weeks into the term, and yet you've already navigated the kitchen so adeptly," Cedric remarked, genuinely impressed by her capabilities. "Someone told me." Aurora deflected. "What about you? Are you here for a midnight snack?" Cedric chuckled sheepishly. "I often come here." "Really?" Aurora exclaimed, surprised. She had never imagined Cedric to be the type to sneak into the kitchen. Cedric nodded earnestly. "Yes, I come here sometimes when I feel overwhelmed and can't sleep. I just want to grab something to eat." "I see." Aurora understood immediately, recognizing the stress he must be under, perhaps from his studies or life in general. She considered her own experiences in the real world but chose not to mention them. Aurora suggested, "I understand your situation. I've been there too. Eating can indeed alleviate stress." Cedric nodded in agreement. "Exactly, I do feel a bit better when I eat something. However, I must say, British cuisine can't compare to Huaxia cuisine," Aurora declared proudly, her words brimming with national pride. Cedric's interest piqued. "Is that so? I haven't tried it yet." Aurora pondered for a moment. "You know, cooking can also be a way to relieve stress." "Really?" Cedric asked, his curiosity evident. Seeing Aurora's sincere expression, he chose to trust her words. Aurora held up her fingers to explain, knowing that if Hermione were present, she would have debunked her persuasive tactics in an instant. When you cook, you have to think about what to add next. Your focus shifts entirely to the cooking process, rather than the trivialities of real life. Cedric nodded, reflecting on her words. "That makes sense. When you create a dish that appeals to the senses, you experience a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, which significantly boosts your happiness," Aurora continued, her enthusiasm infectious. "However, after cooking for a while, you might feel tired. At that point, eating something will fill you up and rejuvenate you. Afterward, it's a short walk back to Hufflepuff, and you can quickly return to rest. I guarantee you'll fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow," Aurora asserted earnestly. Cedric nodded repeatedly. You're right. Have you experienced this yourself? Of course, Aurora replied. Well, not really. I can't cook, she admitted, realizing she was merely a master of words. Yet the innocent Cedric believed her, charmed by her cuteness. So can I cook with you? Cedric asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You're welcome to join me. Aurora extended her hand swiftly. 3 days from now at this time. Let's not miss each other. All right, Cedric agreed seriously. I won't miss it. Aurora felt as if she had successfully roped in a companion. A kind-hearted one at that, which was rather amusing. Aurora and Cedric continued their casual conversation. She elaborated on the 8 major culinary traditions of Huaxia, introducing various regional specialties, from north to south, east to west, from aerial delicacies to aquatic treats, covering everything from breakfast to midnight snacks. She left nothing out. By the time Aurora finished her enthusiastic monologue, her throat parched. Cedric kindly handed her a glass of water to quench her thirst. As curfew approached, they reluctantly parted ways. After watching Aurora leave, Cedric gathered a few items to take back to Hufflepuff. Nestled on the sofa in the common room, he realized, after hearing Aurora's descriptions, that he had lost his appetite for Hogwarts food. This was a predicament. Cedric sighed, eagerly anticipating their reunion in 3 days. He rubbed his temples, exhaling deeply. I've been feeling a bit worn out lately, he thought, shaking his head as he prepared to return to his dormitory. At that moment, a voice echoed in Cedric's mind. Dear host Cedric Diggory, you have successfully developed the level 5 strategy system. Would you like to bind it? Cedric stood frozen, glancing around uncertainly. The night was deep, and the Hufflepuff common room, illuminated by flickering candles, was typically bright and warm, yet devoid of company. It seemed he was merely hearing things due to stress. Shaking his head, he felt concerned about his mental state. Dear host Cedric Diggory, you have successfully developed the level 5 strategy system. Would you like to bind it? The same words, the same voice. Cedric was taken aback. Who are you? The system's cold, emotionless reply made Cedric's heart race, leaving him bewildered. I am the strategy system. You will need to undertake strategy missions. Successful completion will yield rewards, while failure will result in penalties. Cedric instinctively furrowed his brow. What does strategy mean? Overcoming challenges or strategizing a person? Why? I'm sorry, but that question cannot be answered. Can I refuse? Cedric asked gently. You may, the system replied, but if you refuse one, another will come. Why? Cedric asked, confused. Are you implying there are many strategy systems? He pondered further, questioning why they sought him. The system fell silent once more. Cedric suddenly felt as though he were losing his mind, speaking to himself alone in the quiet room. We all want to bind you, the system finally blurted out. Having struggled to express itself, Cedric raised an eyebrow, sensing the system's glitching state. He was clever enough to understand its fondness for him. After much contemplation, Cedric nodded. All right. I agree. The system seemed to sigh in relief, its voice brimming with excitement. Initiating binding process. Confirming strategy target. Aurora. Cedric, caught off guard, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, realizing the target was the chatty girl he had just been speaking with. Initial affinity level, 100. Chapter 22. Who needs your affection? Cedric was utterly dumbfounded. I'm sorry, did I mishear? Affinity level 100? How is that possible? He furrowed his brow, questioning whether there was a malfunction in the system. The system paused, rendered speechless for a moment. It had never anticipated that Aurora would hold such high regard for Cedric. After a brief moment of static, the system finally spoke again. After re-evaluation, all values are normal. Please rest assured, host. Cedric opened his mouth, but found no words to say. One may develop a fondness for another. Yet it is peculiar to find oneself overwhelmed by affection after merely a few encounters. Cedric once again rubbed his temples, the throbbing pain in his head intensifying, his mind racing with thoughts that left him restless. He decided to abandon this line of contemplation, and briskly made his way back to his dormitory, tightly clutching the vial of sleeping potion in his hand. Aurora's training had yet to commence, leaving her with an abundance of idle time. She lounged over her desk, hastily consuming some food to quell her hunger, while she awaited Hermione's breakfast to conclude. Indeed, she intended to accompany Hermione to the library. Aurora had already prepared a copy of the magical Quidditch ball, ensuring she had an engaging read to occupy her time. Her perspective was suddenly obscured by a shadow, prompting her to lift her gaze. Before her stood a Slytherin boy, the towering figure who trailed Draco, though Aurora could not recall whether he was called Goyle or Crabbe. What could this foolish lad possibly want? Did Draco send him with some ill intent? She glanced past him, directing her focus towards Draco at the Slytherin long table. Draco was surreptitiously observing her, but upon meeting her gaze, he promptly averted his eyes. With a slight pout, Aurora turned her attention back to the boy before her. "Hello?" she inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity. "Is there something you need?" I brought you some potion," Goyle stammered, nearly letting slip more than intended, as he hurriedly placed the vial on the table and scampered away, looking guilty. Aurora picked up the potion in astonishment. Was this not the remedy for a sprained ankle? Who else but Draco could have orchestrated this? She glanced again at Draco, who was now crossing his arms, preparing to exit the great hall. That boy, truly insufferable. Aurora raised an eyebrow and followed in his wake. "Draco," she called out, her tone laced with a playful exuberance that he mistakenly perceived as eagerness. Draco turned around with feigned indifference, dragging out his words lazily as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the small vial in Aurora's hand. "What is it? Do you need something from me?" he queried, his arms crossed, an air of discomfort evident in his demeanor. It was indeed Draco who had insisted on dragging her along during their flying lesson, resulting in her sprained ankle. He had hesitated before retrieving the potion from the hospital wing. "Thank you, you're not half bad, actually," Aurora remarked, shaking the vial. "I'll be sure to use it." Draco surveyed her with a critical eye, noticing the Gryffindor crest adorning her chest, his irritation bubbling to the surface. "You sound rather reluctant," he replied, somewhat begrudgingly. "If you would refrain from associating with those oafs, I might actually tolerate you." A flicker of genuine confusion crossed Aurora's eyes. Tolerate her? What did that even mean? Was it conceivable that she didn't require Draco's acceptance? "In truth, I rather like you," she stated earnestly. Draco's eyelashes fluttered for a fleeting moment, quickly masked by his composed facade, his heart racing at the implication of her words. Was she confessing her feelings? "However, if you could improve your disposition, I'd be even more fond of you," Aurora added after a pause. "Try not to bully people every day, understood?" Draco's facade cracked slightly as he furrowed his brow. "Who do you think I bully? I plan to bully them all, including you." Aurora shrugged, neither confirming nor denying his statement. "Well, good luck with that. I'm not easily intimidated." She refrained from pushing Draco too hard, understanding that one's beliefs are not easily altered. Yet, she held hope that he was not beyond redemption. "Thanks again. I'll treat you to a meal next time," Aurora remarked with a bright smile, her steps light as she departed. Draco watched her leave, a growing frustration swelling within him. What was that reaction? He was doing well to not hold any grudges against a Gryffindor. "Who asked for your affection?" he shouted at the empty entrance hall. Unbeknownst to Aurora, who had not heard Draco's impotent fury, she cheerfully stepped into the Hogwarts kitchen. Inside, the warm orange glow of candlelight flickered gently, as if someone were singing softly. Dozens of house elves busily tended to their tasks, while a tall figure stood at the table, engrossed in a book. Cedric had arrived at some point, seemingly having been there for a while, as the book before him had already been perused through numerous pages. His long, pale fingers turned page after page, the boy's expression focused, his gray eyes deep and contemplative. For a moment, Aurora was rendered speechless, captivated by the sight of this beautiful boy. Yet, there was an inexplicable sadness about him. The thought of the boy's tragic fate in the future made Aurora's heart constrict painfully, leaving her breathless. Regardless of the circumstances, she would save him. Aurora gently tapped on the wooden door, drawing Cedric's attention. A smile blossomed on her face. "Cedric, you're here quite early." "Because I can hardly contain my anticipation," Cedric replied, turning to see the girl. His heart involuntarily stirred. "I've been thinking about the delicious food you mentioned. I took a peek at the table. Hope you don't mind?" "Of course not," Aurora exclaimed, adopting a casual demeanor as she clasped her hands behind her back and approached him. "What would you like to eat? I can make it." The last word slipped out with a hint of uncertainty, which Cedric keenly noticed, offering a gentle smile that held a trace of fondness. "Really? Then I'll just watch," he said, pushing the book towards her, revealing a recipe for dishes prepared by house elves. Aurora had already spoken her words, unable to retract them, and she reluctantly accepted the recipe, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Cedric had observed for quite some time, realizing that the steps for cooking Chinese cuisine were intricate. He then smiled brightly at Aurora, feigning eager anticipation. Aurora turned a couple of pages, her expression becoming slightly awkward. Cedric took the recipe from her, suggesting, "How about I take over? I'd love to learn how to make hot and sour noodles." He pointed to the image of the dish, having noticed that Aurora lingered on that page for several seconds. Chapter 23. "Wait, doesn't she like me?" Aurora's eyes lit up at the word like. Cedric smiled gently. "Then take a seat next to me while I give it a try." Aurora couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. She hadn't expected Cedric to be not only gentle and humble, but also quite the domestic. Cedric, the culinary husband. This experience of creating together was, in fact, quite delightful. Aurora fetched a chair, sitting beside him, resting her chin on her hands as she watched Cedric busily at work. Cedric sensed her intense gaze and subtly turned away, unwilling to confront the fervent feelings she evoked in him. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, reminding him that he was engaged in a strategy to capture her heart, and that her affection for him was at a perfect 100. He was at a loss on how to respond to Aurora's ardent affection. Mission 1. Prepare breakfast for the target of affection. A hint of coldness flickered in Cedric's eyes. He did not require the system's directives to know what to do. Even without the system, he would undertake this task. As Aurora wandered about the kitchen in search of oranges to make juice for them both, she approached Cedric's side, offering him a small smile. Cedric dismissed the chaotic thoughts and the system's voice, returning her smile with warmth. She cherished her time with Cedric, not merely due to the descriptions in books or the cinematic portrayal of his handsome visage, but because being with him always calmed her thoughts, creating a cozy and beautiful atmosphere. This reminiscence brought Aurora back to a time long past, when she had shared breakfast with a boy, sitting across from one another. That morning had been one of the most cherished moments of her 18 years. Just like now. Yet what followed? Aurora fell into a reverie. Oblivious to Cedric's contemplative gaze directed her way. All set, Cedric spoke, gently pulling her thoughts back. Want to try? He and Aurora each had a bowl of spicy and sour noodles before them. Aurora composed herself, casting aside the bittersweet memories that had crept into her mind. You are truly talented, she remarked with surprise after taking a bite. This is delicious. Indeed. It seemed that a Quidditch player who aspired to be a prefect was not necessarily a skilled chef. Cedric blinked innocently, his eyes glistening with a naïve charm that was utterly endearing. You're the seeker for Hufflepuff, aren't you? Aurora inquired with genuine curiosity. Cedric shook his head. No. I'm not. Why do you ask? Aurora tilted her head, recalling that the book hadn't mentioned when Cedric became a Quidditch player, suggesting it was still a couple of years away. Well, because I'm a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, she said proudly, puffing out her chest as if ready for battle. You're a first year, right? Cedric noted in surprise. Yes, but Professor McGonagall petitioned Mr. Dumbledore for an exception. This is a secret for our team, so you mustn't tell anyone, Aurora stated seriously. Cedric nodded earnestly, signaling his understanding. I do enjoy Quidditch, but I haven't considered joining the team yet. He awkwardly attempted to spear a piece of sweet potato noodles with his fork, the slippery noodles eluding his control. A hint of frustration crossed his features as the steam from the noodles flushed his cheeks, rendering him quite adorable. Aurora smiled to herself. Let me teach you how to use chopsticks. She moved closer to Cedric, who retrieved a pair of chopsticks and held them in his hands. Aurora stood beside him, leaning slightly over, her right hand enveloping his as she corrected his grip on the chopsticks. Cedric straightened his back, his posture stiff, too shy to move even an inch. That's better, Aurora said, releasing her hold naturally. Noticing Cedric's dazed expression, she looked at him curiously. What's wrong? She asked, stepping back slightly to observe him. Cedric fiddled with the chopsticks, blinking awkwardly. I'm just learning. Aurora barely accepted this, recognizing his words echoed her sentiments during their history of magic class, devoid of any trustworthy conviction. Unbeknownst to them, the door creaked open. Wood peeked in, wearing a serious expression. He was tired of being nagged by the chatty system for Task 2. Please remove Aurora from Cedric Diggory's side within 30 minutes. Completion reward. A brand new broom care kit. Failure penalty. Confiscation of the Clean Sweep 5. Are you out of your mind? The Clean Sweep 5 would weep upon hearing that. Wood fell silent at the thought. Why was he fixated on his Clean Sweep 5? Standing on the stairs leading to the Gryffindor common room, he felt increasingly agitated. I have no idea where Aurora is, let alone how to remove her from Diggory's side. For heaven's sake, who is Diggory anyway? Wood furrowed his brows, contemplating the possibility of Aurora being with another boy. Did she not have feelings for him? Was she being kidnapped? If so, she ought to blink for help. In a frame hanging on the wall, a witch with flowing black hair and a white gown regarded Wood with curious eyes. Child, are you referring to that Chinese Gryffindor witch? Wood, perplexed by the portrait's inquiry, nodded instinctively yes. I just visited the portrait of the frozen pear near the kitchen, and happened to see her. She's in the kitchen with a handsome young man. The witch kindly directed him. Wood's mind went blank. The witch had ventured all the way to the kitchen? What was so special about a pear? Moreover, what was a frozen pear? Wasn't he that just a duck pear? Most importantly, Aurora was indeed alone with a male wizard. After a moment's contemplation, Wood dashed down the stairs in a hurry, muttering his gratitude. Thank you. With 25 minutes remaining, System 4, like a 3D speaker, incessantly announced the time left. Come on. Host. You can do this. Push Cedric out of the way. You must be the one with the highest favorability. Breathless, Wood stood at the small kitchen door, staring at the fruit portrait where the pears appeared to be in a deep slumber. What does that mean? Does Aurora have a higher favorability towards someone else? Is it that Cedric Diggory? System 4 fell silent, diverting the topic, but Aurora seemed to be inside. Wood could no longer contain himself. He quietly pushed the door open. Peeking inside, Aurora and Cedric were sitting closely, their right hands touching, appearing quite affectionate. Isn't Aurora supposed to like me? A surge of unnameable anger ignited within Wood, overshadowed by a sense of injustice. What is Aurora's favorability towards me? He asked System 4 in his mind. Aurora's current favorability, 60, System 4 replied, exasperated. Can I know her favorability towards others? Clearly this other referred to Cedric Diggory. System 4, equally frustrated, informed Wood, no. I'm not high enough in rank to check that. You have levels? Wood furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Cedric and Aurora. His fiery glare could rival his focus on the snitch during a Quidditch match. Cedric and Aurora finally sensed the heat of his gaze, turning towards him in confusion. Wood quickly feigned nonchalance, pushing the door open wider. The view here is lovely. Aurora genuinely wanted to ask, are you alright? Feigning indifference, Wood approached, playfully tugging at Aurora's hat. She was taken aback by his sudden movement. What a coincidence you're here too, he said, his eyes sparkling with innocence, drawing Aurora's attention. Indeed. It's quite a coincidence. I'm here cooking with Cedric, Aurora replied sincerely. Wood felt his heart shatter. They were indeed on a date, not a mere coincidence. He glanced at Cedric, whose golden Hufflepuff badge glimmered, causing a lump to form in Wood's throat. How had they even connected, given their different houses? Aurora waved her hand in front of Wood's face. What's wrong with you? Wood fell silent, shaking his head as he attempted to concoct a reason to lure Aurora away from Cedric. However, his wooden brain struggled to formulate a plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Aurora, the weather is splendid today. Would you like to train? Aurora tilted her head. Sure. When? Right now, Wood replied without hesitation. Aurora hesitated, glancing at Cedric. Shouldn't we wait a bit? Aurora, this is a matter of attitude, Wood said, his expression turning serious, his words grandiose. At all times, members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team should embody a love for training, selflessness, and diligence. Aurora sighed. You haven't changed, Wood. Cedric, maintaining his composure, set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Due to his age and the years of Quidditch training, Cedric was slightly shorter than Wood, and thus his presence was diminished. You Gryffindors, it seems, are determined to drag your teammates to practice regardless of whether they've eaten well, or if their injuries have healed, Cedric remarked, his demeanor growing noticeably cooler as he stepped in front of Wood, placing himself between him and Aurora. Wood released the collar of Aurora's robe, pausing momentarily. She adores Quidditch. If you don't play, you simply cannot comprehend. Aurora watched the exchange with keen interest, subtly glancing at Cedric before her. Cedric maintained an expressionless demeanor, exuding an air of calm. Quidditch. We just discussed it, didn't we? He replied. Aurora, would you like to practice Quidditch? Wood bypassed Cedric and directly posed the question to Aurora. Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Aurora smiled and said, sure, but we should eat first. Cedric interjected gently, his gaze still lingering on Wood. The clash of their eyes resembled a silent battle. Aurora nodded in agreement. Yes, we should eat first. With a mischievous glint, she observed the tension between the two, settling back into her chair. Watching the spectacle while dining was far more delightful. You can wait a moment. But there won't be any food for you, Cedric remarked as he picked up his chopsticks again, smiling at Aurora. Wood scoffed softly, visibly displeased, and took a seat beside Aurora. How is your level calculated? How do you level up? Wood mentally bombarded System 4 with questions. It seemed to be lost in thought, taking a considerable time before reluctantly responding. You need to acquire something from Aurora for me to level up. What kind of thing? Wood inquired, puzzled. I don't know what it is, System 4 replied hollowly, but she has mentioned that being good to her is sufficient. Wood felt even more confused and wished to ask further questions. System 4 snapped back to reality, adopting a cold demeanor once more. Only 5 minutes remain for Task 2. Please hurry. Wood's thoughts were finally diverted back to Aurora and Cedric. Aurora had already finished her breakfast and was engaged in conversation with Cedric, completely oblivious to Wood's presence. Unable to interject, Wood felt increasingly anxious. Gazing at the smile Aurora directed at Cedric heightened his irritation. Aurora, let's go practice. Wood opted for the most straightforward approach, forcibly pulling her away. He grasped her wrist, and though Aurora turned her gaze to him in confusion, she did not resist. She offered Cedric an apologetic smile, to which he responded with a gentle shake of his head. Wood led Aurora out of the kitchen, vanishing from Cedric's sight. Cedric's smile gradually faded. He feigned indifference as he raised an eyebrow, silently tidying up the remnants of the meal. As Aurora and Wood exited the kitchen, she found amusement in the tension etched on Wood's face. Did you have an unpleasant encounter with Cedric before? Otherwise, why would you two be so antagonistic? It was unusual to witness such a scene from two individuals known for their amiable temperaments. Wood shook his head, though his expression remained unappealing. No. We have not had any disagreements. Aurora silently questioned whether he expected her to believe that. Alright, then how will we train? Is everyone coming? Aurora asked curiously. Wood's expression shifted awkwardly for a moment. There was no training scheduled for today. His statement was merely an excuse. Just the two of us, he coughed lightly, adding with feigned seriousness, there is much for a seeker to learn, and I will explain it to you bit by bit. Indeed, I have a general understanding. It is quite complex. I appreciate your guidance. Aurora expressed interest, oblivious to Wood's discomfort. Wood secretly sighed in relief, admiring his own ability to speak at length. While it may not be a virtue, it certainly proved useful at times. Chapter 25, Private Training. Task 2 completed. Rewards will be issued to you the following day. System 4, having accomplished its task, was exhilarated to find Wood alone with Aurora. You finally made progress, dear host. It announced. Task 3. Increase Aurora's favorability to 70. Current favorability, 60. Without pause, System 4 issued Wood's third task. Aren't we supposed to get a break? Even capitalists would weep. Wood thought. Keep pushing forward, host. System 4's voice brimmed with excitement. Private training is undoubtedly the best opportunity to foster your relationship. Is it? Wood remained skeptical, pondering how to enhance their connection. Never mind that for now. Aurora, I will take you to the changing room. Aurora raised an eyebrow, suppressing her errant thoughts. The usual procedure before a match involves both teams shaking hands on the pitch, followed by heading to the changing room to don training attire, and then preparing in the waiting area. Wood elaborated, guiding her through the layout of the changing rooms, which were located in a small tower at the far end. The tower housed 3 rooms: the changing room, a storage room for Quidditch equipment, and the waiting area for matches. The changing room was dimly lit by candlelight, with the boys' changing area on the left and the girls on the right. A substantial wall of lockers divided the two, featuring various sizes. A small window allowed a gentle breeze to enter. We can store our belongings in the lockers, Wood said, retrieving 2 keys. One large and one small for each of them. Approaching the lockers, Aurora discovered a small compartment at the top left adorned with a nameplate bearing her name. Inserting the silver key into the lock, she turned it to the right, and the door swung open to reveal 4 pristine Quidditch uniforms, 2 lightweight and 2 heavier ones. Noticing her height, Wood assisted her in retrieving a suitable uniform. Thank you, Aurora said, then glanced at the larger locker. Oh, I still need a broomstick. Wood puffed out his chest with pride. I suggested to Professor McGonagall that you and Harry require a broom, and she arranged for it. Go ahead and check the large locker, he urged eagerly. Aurora nodded, using the bronze key to unlock the larger compartment. Inside lay a brand new Firebolt 2000. Wood's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them in astonishment. The Firebolt 2000. Professor McGonagall is incredibly generous, he exclaimed. Aurora was equally astonished. She knew the professor would buy a Firebolt 2000 for Harry, but she was thrilled to receive one as well. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Aurora admired Professor McGonagall even more. From now on, I, Aurora, will be Professor McGonagall's devoted supporter. Anyone who disrespects her will have to contend with me. I'm going to change clothes now. We are starting training soon, Aurora declared excitedly. Wood watched her retreating figure, scratching his head. All right. The youth certainly possesses fervor. Aurora entered the girls' changing room, selecting a private stall to change. When she emerged, Wood was waiting outside, dressed in his vibrant red Quidditch uniform, fastening the straps on his arm. The Gryffindor Quidditch attire, a striking scarlet, exuded an aura of confidence and vigor, accentuating Wood's lean waist, making it difficult for anyone to maintain a serious demeanor. Aurora's mind urged her to avert her gaze, but after a mere 2 seconds of resistance, she resolved to continue observing Wood. Aurora's favorability increased by 5, bringing her total to 65. The system's notification startled Wood, prompting him to turn around and find Aurora gazing intently at him. Wood, I'm ready, Aurora announced, holding out the broomstick gifted by Professor McGonagall, waiting patiently by the side. Wood donned his Quidditch robes, presenting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, now exuding the aura of a true captain with an air of seriousness. He escorted Aurora out of the changing room, retrieving a quaffle from the storage room, and they both entered the waiting area. The waiting room featured 2 elongated sofas, with a door at the far end. Wood pressed a button on the wall, causing the door at the opposite end to swing open, revealing the Quidditch pitch beyond. The scent of fresh grass wafted in on the breeze, invigorating and delightful. The wind tousled Aurora's hair, and she gripped her broom, assuming the position for takeoff. Wood hovered beside her, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. We'll take a couple of laps to find our rhythm, and then I will explain some theoretical concepts. He outlined the practice schedule, appearing quite dependable. You've arranged everything so well. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Aurora assured him. Wood smiled bashfully. I have notes and such. I'll dig them up for you later, but please refrain from mentioning disappointment. Aurora turned to gaze at him. Regardless of whether others feel disappointed, that is their concern, not yours, Wood stated earnestly. As long as you do not let yourself down, that is what matters. Aurora pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. I understand. The system number 4 bubbled back to life, although the tone seemed somewhat subdued, as if it were musing over something. Aurora's affinity increased by 5. Her current affinity for Wood stood at 70. Task 3 was completed. Congratulations to the host. By the time their training concluded, the afternoon had arrived. After washing up and changing out of her training attire, Aurora secured her Firebolt 2000 in a locker. She stowed her Quidditch uniform in a bag, preparing to take it home for laundering. Shall we head to the Great Hall for a meal together? Wood inquired naturally. Aurora nodded. Sounds good. Upon their arrival at the Great Hall, they found a considerable number of students already present. Harry, Ron, and Hermione seemed to be at an impasse over something. Intrigued, Aurora leaned closer, positioning herself beside Hermione. Little Hermione, what are you all up to? Hermione's expression softened slightly upon seeing Aurora. Yet she sternly addressed Ron and Harry. I heard everything. You two are planning to duel Malfoy at midnight, which is against school rules. You cannot go. You misunderstood, really, Ron replied dismissively. Harry, let us just eat and ignore her. Midnight duel? Aurora strained to recall the plot from the original story. Chapter 26. Who am I compared to Hufflepuff's Diggory? Aurora had watched Harry Potter in her childhood, but since starting secondary school, she had not had the chance to indulge in leisure reading. What constituted leisure reading? Her father's definition was books unrelated to examination preparation. She recalled the midnight duel scene from the original text and snapped her fingers. All right, Hermione. Don't be angry at these two fools. Let us eat, and I'll accompany you to the library this afternoon. Hermione shot her a sidelong glance, right? And what about you? Didn't you promise me last night that you would accompany me to the library this morning? Where have you been? Aurora blinked innocently. I was training with Wood. He can vouch for me. She tugged at Wood's sleeve, and he nodded. Indeed, but only before training. Cough, cough. Aurora shot Wood a warning glance, as if she were poised to whack him with her broom at any moment. Wood suppressed the urge to reveal Aurora's dalliance with Cedric and silently found a spot to sit, burying his head in his meal. Aurora nestled against Hermione, nuzzling her arm. Oh, Hermione, I was wrong. Forgive me. Since you were training, I suppose that counts as a legitimate endeavor, Hermione replied. Wood, overhearing, questioned how training could be regarded as merely a legitimate endeavor. Clearly, it was of utmost importance. However, Hermione chose to ignore him. But it seems no one knows about your and Harry's selection for the Quidditch team? Hermione inquired. I was quite puzzled when you told me the other day. Professor McGonagall forbade us from discussing it. You should not make it public, Wood whispered. I haven't had the chance to inform a few of the Quidditch team members yet. Aurora, shall we meet at the Quidditch pitch tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon? All right, Aurora replied, although she fell into thought, pondering the instruction to keep it a secret. Yet she had already confided in Cedric. Wood sat beside Carl, with Percy Weasley on the other side. He grasped a close friend's arm, his expression grave and brows furrowed, as if he had a significant announcement to make. Both Percy and Carl wore puzzled expressions, awaiting his words. Do you know? What? Do you know who Cedric Diggory is? Wood inquired, the weight of his tone suggesting an impending revelation. Percy appeared even more bewildered. I know too, Carl interjected, his keen mind seemingly grasping the situation. Diggory is a third-year Hufflepuff. He performs excellently in his studies. Percy turned his gaze toward the two twin brothers across from him. Fred and George exchanged knowing looks, and Fred raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Cedric Diggory? Yes, in our year, George added. Fred scoffed. Indeed, the prefect always compares us to him, claiming we fall short. We certainly don't feel that way. We're 1,000 times better than him, George chimed in, playfully draping an arm around Fred's shoulders. Percy, exasperated, chose to ignore his brothers and instead questioned Wood. Why are you asking about Diggory? I was merely inquiring, Wood replied, lifting his eyelids, concealing his true intentions. Diggory is quite handsome, and is very popular among the girls at Hogwarts, Carl bluntly stated, striking at Wood's heart. Wood immediately turned to Carl. A hint of menace in his gaze. What makes him handsome? Percy and Carl exchanged a knowing glance, as if regarding Wood as a fool. Wood recognized his words sounded a bit envious, yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge Cedric's good looks. Actually, he is not bad looking, right? Wood lifted a goblet of pumpkin juice. What of it? I'm not any less attractive than him, am I, Percy? Percy quickly raised his own goblet, taking a sip of water to evade Wood's question. What do you think, Carl? Wood persisted, unwilling to relent. Carl also lifted his goblet of pumpkin juice, clinking it against Wood's with a crisp sound. I'll drink to that. Wood fell silent. Well, honestly, even if your looks are a tad lacking, it doesn't matter. You excel at Quidditch, Carl remarked, eliciting annoyance from Wood. Choosing to ignore him, Wood buried his head in his meal, brooding. Carl's gaze drifted past Wood, locking eyes with Percy. His lips moved silently as he communicated with Percy through gestures. He pointed at Wood, and then made a heart shape with his hands. He must have someone he likes. Do you believe it? Percy's expression revealed skepticism, as if questioning the truth of it. Indeed, Carl nodded vigorously, and Diggory must have a close relationship with that girl. Which is why he despises Diggory. Carl clenched his fists, mimicking the act of throwing punches in the air, indicating Wood's desire to confront Diggory. Percy frowned slightly, appearing to consider Carl's words credible. After their meal, Aurora accompanied Hermione to the library, where she indulged in leisure reading while Hermione focused on her textbooks. However, Hermione appeared somewhat troubled. Aurora, do you think I should tell Percy about Ron and Harry's plan to duel at midnight? Tell Percy? Aurora paused in her reading, realizing that sounded quite precarious. They might indeed face punishment. That's Percy Weasley, the prefect, and also Ron Weasley's brother. I see. Aurora contemplated before responding to Hermione. I don't think it's necessary to inform him. Why not? Hermione asked, puzzled. What if they really get into trouble? They would not dare. It is quite absurd to think so. But what if they truly ventured forth and earned Gryffindor some demerits? Hermione continued to probe. Then, you shall wait in the Gryffindor common room, poised like a hunter, and when you catch them, you can return them to their dormitory, Aurora said with utmost seriousness. While Hermione nodded vigorously, she appeared to contemplate the practicality of this plan and ultimately resolved, you make a valid point. Let us proceed together at 11:30 tonight. However, I would prefer to sleep, Aurora protested, recalling her past life when evening study sessions ended at 10:40, followed by further homework at home. She had no desire to endure late nights again in this lifetime. No, you do not wish to sleep, Hermione declared, disregarding her protests and making a firm decision. At times, conversing with Hermione proved futile. Clad in her white nightgown, Aurora sat cross-legged on the sofa, her eyelids heavy with drowsiness. Beside her, Hermione crossed her arms and extinguished the lights in the common room, plunging it into darkness. Chapter 27, 5 Gryffindors. Aurora lay sprawled on the sofa, her consciousness ensnared by the drowsiness creeping upon her, leaving her in a daze. Her dark hair, tousled by her restless sleeping position, obscured much of her face. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed from the direction of the boys' dormitory. Hermione instantly sharpened her senses, anxious not to miss Harry and Ron. A thud echoed as someone stumbled against the sofa's leg, eliciting a pained gasp that was stifled. Be quiet, Harry warned, as they continued to creep forward. Understood, Ron replied, his tone filled with indignation, temporarily suppressing the pain in his toes. As they approached the nearest sofa to the door, a lamp flickered to life, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. Ron and Harry jumped in fright. Behind that light stood Hermione Granger, her expression solemn and her gaze piercing. How utterly despicable you are. Hermione admonished them, her tone filled with righteous indignation. Aurora stirred awake at Hermione's words, groggily leaning closer to the flickering candlelight. Thus, Harry and Ron beheld a figure in white approach, her face obscured by a cascade of long, dark hair, rendering her features indistinguishable. What are you doing? The voice of the figure sent a chill through their bones. Harry and Ron widened their eyes in unison, instinctively wanting to scream. Yet recalling their covert escapade, they clamped their hands over each other's mouths, stifling their cries. Aurora pushed aside her dark hair, a look of confusion upon her face. What are you all doing? Harry and Ron's hearts raced, their throats dry as they shook their heads vigorously. Nothing at all. They were out for a midnight stroll. Hermione appeared thoroughly incensed, launching into a tirade against Harry and Ron's actions. However, she evidently overlooked the fact that Aurora was also a restless spirit. Aurora climbed off the sofa, indignantly chastising Harry and Ron. How could you two do this? How could you not include me? Hermione gazed at Aurora in disbelief. Aurora felt a fleeting pang of guilt but quickly countered. Ah, therein lies your error, Harry and Ron. How could you engage in a midnight escapade? Ron stared at Aurora, incredulous. Did she truly think she was making sense? Ignoring Aurora and Hermione's scolding, Harry and Ron crawled out of the Gryffindor common room's entrance. Hermione tugged Aurora along, resolutely following them outside. So, my dear Hermione, does this not render you braver than they? Aurora remarked as she was pulled from the entrance. Amidst Hermione's incessant chatter, the group had already made their way outside. Very well, then, prepare to face expulsion. Hermione fumed. As she turned to re-enter the common room, she noticed that the fat lady had mysteriously vanished. Oh no, the fat lady has gone visiting? Aurora yawned, displaying little surprise. The fat lady adored visiting, particularly accompanying that dark-haired witch. Their silhouettes could often be seen intertwined, resembling the closest of friends. With the fat lady absent, how shall I return? Hermione gaped, a sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. Do as you wish regarding your return. Ron shrugged dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. You all. Oh, do be quiet, Aurora pleaded, grabbing Ron with one hand and Hermione with the other. Since we are all out, let us stick together. I must accompany you to avoid encountering Filch. If we walk together, I can explain the entire situation if we happen to cross paths with him. Harry and Ron exchanged resigned glances, unwilling to engage further. What was that sound? Hermione scanned the surroundings, momentarily halting her argument with Harry and Ron. Aurora stepped forward and inadvertently kicked something unknown. Frankly, the castle's dim lighting made it challenging to see the path, so it was hardly her fault. Neville awoke with a start, blinking in confusion at the circle of people surrounding him. What on earth is happening? Neville queried, bewildered as he stood up and brushed off his clothes. Why are you all outside? But thank Merlin, let us hurry back in. Neville exclaimed excitedly. I just got out of the hospital wing with new potions. But I forgot the password, so I can't get back in. The password is Pig Snout. Ron waved his hand impatiently, clearly eager for them to part ways. Congratulations. Aurora smiled, prompting a puzzled glance from Neville. You can't get in now either. What? The fat lady is missing and who knows when she'll return. Ron waved dismissively. Anyway, we must leave now. Farewell. Where are you going? Neville clung to Ron's arm. I'm scared to be alone. Indeed, Hogwarts is rather fond of dim lighting. Aurora stated seriously. Very well, then let us walk together, Harry thought, recognizing that further squabbling would serve no purpose, and would only heighten the risk of being discovered. Aurora, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville, a quintet of first-year Gryffindors, stealthily traversed the corridors. They reached the 4th floor, where Aurora was now wide awake, brimming with excitement. The trophy room was devoid of Draco and Crabbe, showcasing a dazzling array of trophies, gleaming gold and silver under the moonlight's glow. He wouldn't dare come, Ron whispered, his voice tinged with irritation. No, he likely never considered it. Aurora mused, recognizing that Draco was clever, albeit not excessively so. My dear, they may be lurking nearby. Filch's voice was sinister and raspy, like a heavy tolling bell striking the hearts of all present. Except for Aurora. Run. This was the collective thought that surged through them. Before Aurora could comprehend, Harry yanked her away. They slipped out through the back door and turned into another corridor, hardly daring to breathe. This corridor was lined with suits of armor, making passage cumbersome. Aurora fixated on a silver suit of armor, momentarily lost in thought. So familiar. What are you thinking about? Harry whispered urgently. Nothing. Ouch. Neville tripped over a suit of armor and instinctively gasped. Run. They no longer tiptoed but sprinted instead. Good heavens, 5 Gryffindors. If caught, how many points would they lose? Professor McGonagall would surely be furious enough to require a visit to St. Mungo's. Chapter 28. The Perilous Trapdoor. The 5 of them stumbled and rolled, frantically seeking refuge in front of a locked room, with Filch and his cat drawing near. Hermione drew her wand, Elohomora. Aurora paused in astonishment. Did Hermione have a wand tucked away in her nightgown pocket? This truly was Hermione Granger. Aurora had no time to ponder the situation when she heard the increasingly close footsteps of Filch, seemingly about to turn the corner. The others rushed into the room like dumplings, and Aurora, being the last, swiftly locked the door behind her. She leaned against it, listening to the fading sound of Filch's footsteps. What a heart-stopping evening it had turned out to be, Aurora mused, only to turn and find the faces of her companions pale with fear. Neville looks like he might cry. Pointing shakily behind him, she observed. Aurora turned around, and was taken aback by the sight before her. There stood a gigantic dog, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, and more terrifyingly, it had 3 massive heads. Its 6 eyes were fixed upon the 5 of them, initially filled with curiosity, which gradually morphed into a menacing glare. Drip, drip. The sound of its drool hitting the floor echoed ominously. The group instinctively took a step back. Run. Ron hesitantly suggested. Filch might still be on this floor, Hermione added, her voice trembling. Let me handle this. Aurora's memory surged back, and she shoved Neville aside, recalling how to deal with the 3-headed beast. Sword raised, past grievances forgotten. Let the moonlight illuminate my path, she began to sing, clearing her throat. As the melody of the 3rd subject filled the air, Aurora felt an urge to dance. Hermione's mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if it could fit an egg. Ron nearly slipped, stumbling to grasp Harry for support. Neville rubbed his eyes in disbelief, tugging at his ears. Harry, feeling a headache coming on, quickly interrupted. All right, what are you? Before he could finish, the 3-headed dog slumped into a deep slumber, its head collapsing onto the ground. What is that? A trapdoor? Hermione keenly observed a black wooden panel beneath the creature, which seemed to show signs of looseness. Shall we investigate? Aurora stepped forward in curiosity, only to be firmly held back by Harry. Harry sighed, knowing Aurora's curiosity could lead them into trouble. Come back, he urged, yet Aurora shrugged off his grip. No, let's see. Quest 4. Follow the target to the trapdoor. Completion reward. Priority access to the target for 10 minutes. Failure penalty. Face-to-face encounter with Filch for 10 minutes. Harry made a decisive choice. Let us check under the trapdoor. I'd rather choose death than confront Filch. Ron quickly shook his head. Not a chance. That's terrifying. Quest 2. Follow the target to the trapdoor. Completion reward. For galleons. Failure penalty. Confiscation of all possessions. Ron gasped. That's too frightening. It's worse than losing my life. Let us go take a look, he declared. Neville exclaimed, Are you both mad? Hermione gazed at Aurora, Harry and Ron, her expression a mixture of doubt and concern. Aurora. You. Before Hermione could finish her thought, Aurora strode forward and lifted the trapdoor. Clad in her nightgown, she leapt down without hesitation. Oh no. Hermione stomped her foot. What if there's danger down there? Aurora's resolve remained, and reluctantly, Hermione followed suit, jumping in after her. Ron's mind raced with thoughts of his 4-galleon reward and his entire fortune, and the next moment, he dove in as well. With one hand planted on the ground, Harry took a leap, disappearing into the abyss. Hey, don't leave me behind. Neville's voice quivered with distress. Are you all still alive? He called out, peering into the opening, but received no response. I can't go back alone, he wailed. I forgot the password. His cries echoed eerily, too loud for comfort, stirring the 3-headed dog from its slumber. The creature shook its 3 heads, exhaling heavily. Neville stiffened, sensing the impending danger. With a resolute heart, he leapt down just before the beast could reach him, flailing his limbs like an oversized, sprawled cockroach. Am I going to be strangled? He cried out, ensnared by creeping vines. Meanwhile, the other 4 stood calmly with their arms crossed, unfazed. Fire, Aurora commanded, wielding Harry's wand with an expression of determination. The malevolent vines recoiled in fear from the flames, releasing Neville from their grasp. Gratefully, he scrambled to his feet. Thank Merlin. You should be thanking me instead, Aurora replied with a playful smile. Neville rushed to her side, clutching her sleeve. Where are we going now? What do we do? Let us move forward, Aurora replied cheerfully, her dark eyes sparkling as she surveyed their surroundings. I disagree, Hermione stated firmly. I concur. Ron's unexpected agreement earned him a thumbs up from Aurora. I agree too. Let us go, Harry chimed in, lips pressed together in resolve. Quite the commitment, Aurora thought, merely paving the way for the trio, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry by the end of the school year. However, it appeared Aurora had forgotten that they were only at the beginning of the academic year, still inexperienced novices. Leading the way, Aurora held Harry's wand, and he contemplated whether to remind her of the potential danger. How did you know how to deal with that ugly creature? Hermione inquired, puzzled. I read it in a book, Aurora thought, recalling it was indeed from Harry Potter, among the many volumes on her desk. Hermione nearly believed her. But knowing Aurora's desk was filled with melodramatic novels, she doubted it would mention such things. You're not fooling anyone. You only read books unrelated to our studies, Hermione deduced. Aurora stuck out her tongue. So what? That plant that ensnared us. Did you learn about that from a book too? Hermione pressed. Aurora nodded earnestly yes. And the fire? Did you learn that from your miscellaneous readings? Ron interjected, unable to restrain himself. How is it possible to have such a prodigious student? Is she truly a genius? Aurora paused, shaking her head. No, I learned that from standard spellbook. Hermione shrugged. I can attest. That's the only serious book on her desk. Chapter 29. The Prodigy. They arrived at a closed room at the end of the corridor, teeming with countless shimmering little birds flitting about. Birds? Shimmering? Aurora squinted, scrutinizing them closely. She recalled from the original text that these were winged keys, and to pass, they needed to find the correct one. The other four gazed up at the lively flock, lost in contemplation. These birds look rather peculiar, Hermione remarked. Just a bit shiny. That's all, Ron dismissed, but then a realization struck him. Shiny? Why would birds be glowing? Both Ron and Harry exclaimed simultaneously. That's the key, Hermione concluded. If we find the key, we can proceed. Neville, somewhat bewildered, questioned, but why do we suddenly need to pass through this room? We initially just wanted to evade Filch. Oh, Merlin's pants. Neville lamented, his face a picture of despair. Ron crossed the room to the door, carefully comparing the shape of the lock to that of the keyhole. It's probably a brass key, Ron suggested. Harry glanced sideways, his gaze falling upon a broomstick propped against the wall, lost in thought. What a coincidence. Is this place truly awaiting someone to embark on a challenge? Harry lifted his gaze to meet Aurora's eyes, which sparkled, perhaps merely a reflection of the key. A sudden surge of impulse coursed through him as he seized his broomstick. I can find it, Harry declared solemnly. Oh! Hermione clapped her hands without a hint of expression. You all are remarkable. If Wood were to witness Harry in such a state, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Neville distanced himself slightly from the broom, casting a disdainful glance at the flying artifact. Having just recovered from his injuries, he had no desire to engage with such implements. Aurora's focus remained steadfastly on the soaring Harry, as if she could almost hear her admiration for him soaring. +5, +5, +5. Yet this was merely Harry's fanciful imagination. He grasped the distinctive key and regained his footing on the ground. Traversing past Ron and Hermione, Harry presented the key to Aurora. She naturally accepted it and moved toward the door. As the key turned in the lock with a gentle twist, the door swung open. Upon entering a new chamber, they found it shrouded in darkness, but as they stepped inside, the lights flickered to life. Before them lay an enormous chessboard, adorned with an array of black and white pieces. Wizard's chess, Ron exclaimed with delight. What's so delightful about that? Neville lamented, feeling increasingly despondent as they drifted further from the starting point. Upon spotting the chessboard, Aurora immediately recoiled, declaring, I cannot play chess. I only know how to play Gamoku. What is Gamoku? Harry inquired with curiosity. That is not the point, Hermione interjected. Everyone anticipated that Hermione would likely dampen their spirits with her words. Yet, Neville harbored hopes that she would persuade them to turn back. The crux of the matter is how to proceed, Hermione stated slowly. Neville, overwhelmed with despair, yearned to escape but felt trapped. These four lunatics. They are merely first-year students. What can they possibly accomplish? After half an hour, Ron, mounted on a knight, succeeded in toppling the opposing king. Neville trembled as he stepped away from the chessboard, his mind still reeling from the intense game. What a thrilling match. Let us go. Ron, having completed the game, finally expressed interest in the next challenge. Neville was pulled forward by Aurora, his steps reluctant. Yet, he was unable to resist her forceful grip as they moved toward the subsequent room. Even before opening the door, a nauseating stench wafted toward them, accompanied by a series of guttural roars. It seems we might still make it out in time, Neville said eagerly. No, Aurora ritorti firmly, gripping Harry's wand with readiness for combat. What could possibly be frightening? She opened the door, revealing a troll. Perhaps we should reconsider, Hermione suggested, swallowing hard, her voice tinged with hesitation. Ron fell silent, and Harry shifted his gaze from the troll to Aurora. After a moment of thought, Aurora declared to Hermione, Do you believe me when I say I am a genius at spells? I can perform any incantation. I know you are quite astute, Hermione replied, though she hesitated, contemplating Aurora's proficiency, which despite her quick learning, lacked breadth in offensive spells. Let us just forget it, everyone urged. Aurora, however, was resolute in her defiance of their counsel. She had self-taught many spells, believing that practical experience was the most beneficial. Yet, she had yet to test her skills against a creature. I am indeed a genius, she asserted, for I learn spells with remarkable speed. Though this puzzled her, it was undeniably exhilarating. You are right. That is far too dangerous. With that, Aurora closed the door, inadvertently locking the four outside while she ventured into the troll's chamber. The door thudded in protest as she secured it, feigning ignorance to the frantic calls from her companions outside. She was simply indulging in her own amusement. Leisurely, Aurora flicked her wand, and a faint tremor coursed through it, as if it were humming with excitement. What are you so thrilled about? Aurora mused, glancing at Harry's wand. This is indeed Harry's wand, is it not? Regardless of any peculiarities Harry's wand might possess, Aurora focused on the advancing troll. Stupefy. Aurora waved her wand, releasing a powerful force that whipped her hair about. A brilliant light surged into the troll's body, illuminating its chest in a brilliant glow. The troll emitted a series of distressed roars before collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash. When Aurora opened the door, her companions stood in stunned silence. Oh, you're not dead. How wonderful, Neville exclaimed, his worry evident in his words, which sounded oddly out of place. Hermione leaned forward and delivered a sharp slap to Neville's head, admonishing him, don't say such things. Look at the floor. The 12-foot troll lay incapacitated. You truly are impressive, Ron murmured, astonished. If I had known we were to duel, I would have called upon you. Harry scratched his head, remarking. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. Malfoy was being deliberate. He never intended to come, yet you two fools believed him. Now look where we are. She crossed her arms, stepping past the troll. This is all your fault. Neville, trembling with anxiety, followed the others, feeling as though he had no place in this unfolding adventure. Hermione glared at him, silencing his protests. Chapter 30. The challenge concluded. Aurora paid no heed to their quarrel as they pressed on to the next challenge. Oddly, what began as reluctance transformed into an unspoken consensus among them as they continued. In the next room stood a row of potions, 7 bottles in total. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of purple flames erupted behind them, sealing off their retreat. Before them, black flames rose, obstructing their path to the next chamber. Hermione approached, noticing a piece of parchment laid out before them. After scrutinizing the text for a few moments, she exclaimed, "This is a riddle." Minutes later, Hermione beamed with a smile, "I know how to solve it." Aurora casually glanced at the parchment, then scoffed, "It's quite simple." Setting the parchment aside, Hermione confidently approached the smallest bottle, declaring, "This one will allow us to pass through the black flames to the next challenge." She pointed to the round bottle on the far right. "Let us each take a sip," Harry suggested. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement with Harry's proposal, each taking a tentative sip of the potion before stepping into the flames. They emerged unscathed, a sense of inexplicable excitement washing over them. It felt just like a treasure hunt. What awaited them at the end? Only Neville felt a twinge of disappointment, feeling as though he had contributed nothing throughout these trials, rendering him seemingly superfluous. The 5 of them passed through the flames, arriving in a semicircular room. "There are no doors," Hermione remarked, peering around with curiosity. Excited chatter erupted among them, each voicing their thoughts. "Oh dear, why is there nothing here?" Ron lamented, somewhat dejected. "I had expected treasures or riches." The room was stark and empty. There was neither the mirror of Ariste, nor the Philosopher's Stone. It seemed that Dumbledore had not yet relocated the mirror. The professor's meticulously arranged challenges had been disrupted. Aurora suddenly felt a flicker of guilt, though it was fleeting. "It appears there is nothing here." She shrugged, pondering why Dumbledore had barred access to this room on the 4th floor. How peculiar. "What?" Neville asked, finally catching on. "Is this the forbidden area that Dumbledore emphasized at the beginning of term?" The 4 of them fixed their gazes upon Neville, subsequently nodding in unison. "Are you not aware?" Ron queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. Neville remained silent. "We assumed you were in the know," Harry interjected, blinking. Neville pouted. "All right then. Let's be off," Aurora reassured. "Do not fret. Dumbledore shall not discover this." "Are you certain?" Hermione, grasping Aurora's hand, tugged at her lip, her skepticism palpable. Ignoring the chaos that lay strewn across the floor, they returned to the first room, taking their brooms with the intention of flying up. Harry and Ron ascended first, tossing down the brooms afterward. Although Hermione's flying lessons had been merely adequate, she encountered no issues. However, Neville, still recovering, harbored lingering fears, shadows of doubt clouding his mind. "I'll catch you from below," Aurora promised. "I won't let anything happen to you." From above, Ron's voice floated down, faint yet reassuring. Taking a deep breath, Neville nodded, summoning his courage to mount the broom. Though unsteady, he began to rise. As he emerged from the opening, everyone quickly reached out to grasp him. With Neville safely aloft, Aurora glided out with ease. The three-headed dog had once again succumbed to slumber. Drawing from their prior experience, they cautiously navigated around the creature, hearts pounding as they departed the forbidden area. The castle was enveloped in profound silence, the late hours of the night creeping towards dawn. Filch had long since retreated with Mrs. Norris, sinking into sweet dreams. The five of them trudged wearily to the entrance of Gryffindor common room, compelled to rouse the fat lady lest they forfeit any chance of rest. Upon awakening, the fat lady gaped at the quintet with astonishment. "What on earth have you been up to?" she exclaimed. "No one returns at this hour, let alone five of you." After a lengthy reprimand, it was Neville's yawn that finally interrupted her. With a huff, she reluctantly opened the door, allowing them entry. Aurora and Hermione tiptoed back to their dormitory. Parvati and Lavender were sound asleep, the room filled solely with the sound of even breathing. Aurora, disregarding all else, hastily changed into her nightclothes and collapsed onto her bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. Hermione, in contrast, found herself restless. Although Aurora was carefree, she was undeniably exceptional. She seemed adept at everything, as if nothing was beyond her capability. The crux was that she did not appear to exert herself as Hermione did. A tinge of wistfulness washed over Hermione. It was not jealousy, merely a sense of discontent. Some individuals possessed remarkable talent, the rarity of perseverance being equally commendable. Hermione recalled a phrase from a book she had read and, closing her eyes with a soft smile, succumbed to sleep. After such a night's escapades, exhaustion was inevitable. The next morning, Draco found it hard to believe that Potter and Weasley had not yet been expelled. It defied logic. Could Filch truly be that inept? What a waste of his schemes. Harry, Ron, and Neville bore dark circles under their eyes, resembling individuals who had endured sleepless nights. "Did you three sneak off to play cards last night while Dean and I were oblivious?" Seamus squinted. "How could we? I merely struggled with insomnia," Harry replied dismissively. "Wizard's chess and exploding snap are not games for three." "Don't be absurd," Ron yawned, stretching his limbs. Neville stammered. Not particularly skilled at deceit, he opted for half-truths. "I returned quite late because I couldn't access the common room after coming back from the hospital wing." Understanding dawned on Seamus and Dean, who accepted the trio's explanation. Hermione, lacking her usual vigor during the first class, caught Professor McGonagall's eye repeatedly. Aurora buried her face behind her book, her head bobbing as she neared slumber. Chapter 31. The Inconsistent Aurora. Congratulations on completing Task 4. You have gained a 10-minute priority selection for the target, now stored in your backpack for immediate use. Harry rubbed his temples, perplexed by the contents of his bag. What was it that compelled Dudley to sprout a pig's tail, or to serve slimy snails to those he despised? Now it was Aurora's priority selection for 10 minutes. Perhaps it was wise to save it. One never knew when it might be needed. Ron's mind echoed with the system's announcement. Task 2 completed. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 4 galleons. True to the previous pattern, Ron reached into his pocket, discovering 4 shiny coins nestled within. "Thank you, but why 4? He inquired, bewildered. "I mean, I'm not greedy. I merely expected a round number, like 5 or 10. "Apologies, I am unaware," the system replied, indifferent. Ron muttered under his breath, ultimately choosing not to press further. Aurora stifled yet another yawn, wiping away the tears of fatigue as she ambled along, oblivious to the figure standing before her. Draco, hands in pockets, awaited the moment Aurora failed to notice him before colliding with her. Aurora was merely tired, not blind. She halted abruptly, regarding Draco with curiosity. "What are you doing standing on the stairs? Looking to cause trouble? Am I that bored?" Draco retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone. Aurora smiled, nodding. "Indeed, you are without a doubt." Reluctantly, Draco raised his gaze. "What are you intending to do?" "I'm just going for a walk," Aurora mused, puzzled as to why Draco, clearly disinterested, had chosen to approach her. "Where to?" Draco asked, attempting to strike up a conversation. Aurora sidestepped Draco, preparing to depart, but he followed suit, his precious legs striding behind her. The reason was simple. Moments earlier, the system had issued Task 5. Task 5. Please locate the target and spend time with her. Requirement. Maintain a distance of within 1 meter. Completion reward. 1 star for every minute spent together, with no upper limit. Task duration. 24 hours. Valid for 24 hours. How many stars do I currently have? Draco admitted to himself that he felt an unmistakable pull. He understood he should not place faith in that wretched system, yet his desire to fulfill the task was undeniable. Current score, 25 stars. If he could spend a full 24 hours in Aurora's company, wouldn't that be an extraordinary gain? Wouldn't his points then reach their maximum? As Draco envisioned this promising future, the system coldly interjected, 24 hours equals 440 minutes. You require a total of 25,000 stars. Please continue your efforts. Draco choked back a retort. He was already aware of that. Did he require the system to remind him? Meanwhile, Aurora had vanished from Draco's sight, prompting him to hastily follow her. Upon noticing Draco trailing her once again, Aurora felt a flicker of confusion. Why are you following me? Do you fancy me? Aurora intended to shock him into retreat. However, Draco raised an eyebrow. You really are full of yourself. To be honest, Aurora, I do not like you. Finally, he could return the favor for her previous taunts. Draco felt a surge of relief. He had been stifled by Aurora's words for too long. Moreover, he didn't desire her affection. If you do not like me, then why do you use my first name? Aurora asked, her expression devoid of emotion. Draco instinctively pondered for a moment, only to realize Aurora lacked a last name. Aren't you simply Aurora? What else could I call you? Aurora made a face, sticking out her tongue. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Draco silently seethed. Yet he silently followed Aurora, never straying a step behind. You truly have nothing better to do? Aurora remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Draco nodded, his demeanor unapologetic. Indeed, I am at leisure. What of it? Suit yourself. It struck Aurora as peculiar that Draco, usually so imperious, would exhibit such uncharacteristic behavior today. As she prepared to head towards the Quidditch locker room, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She was set to train. If Draco continued to shadow her, wouldn't the Gryffindor's secret weapon be compromised? Had he perhaps caught wind of some news regarding a new addition to the Gryffindor Quidditch team? That would certainly explain his presence. He likely wished to ascertain what Gryffindor was plotting. Aurora's imagination ran wild, while Draco remained oblivious, merely babbling away. The immediate concern was how to shake off Draco. She pivoted on her heels and changed direction. Where exactly are you headed? Draco inquired, perplexed. His question only served to confirm Aurora's suspicion. He was intent on scouting the enemy. I've already stated, I'm merely wandering about, Aurora insisted through clenched teeth. Merely. Draco shrugged. All right then, let us proceed. We. Aurora felt a surge of frustration. Who was this we he spoke of? She quickened her pace, and Draco fell in step behind her, leaving a bemused cluster of onlookers in their wake. She ran, he chased. She felt as though she were trapped. What? Aurora's keen eyes caught sight of Wood's silhouette, and she seized the opportunity like a lifeline. Wood turned, his brow furrowed in confusion, while in his mind, the system issued a new task. Task 4. Please rescue Aurora from Malfoy's clutches. The system, designated as 4, suddenly sprang to life, its excitement palpable. Even before announcing any rewards or penalties. It was only when Aurora grasped her own arm that Wood fully realized the situation. He positioned himself protectively in front of Aurora, effectively separating her from Draco. Who are you? Why are you bothering Aurora? Draco narrowed his eyes, now distanced from Aurora by at least a meter. He gazed up at Wood, slightly irked by his height. It was rather inconvenient to be looking up at someone, making him appear rather foolish. Wood, clearly aware of this dynamic, raised an eyebrow, his gaze challenging. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I only know that you are an old man. Draco's lips curled into a smirk, launching a direct attack. Wood's breath hitched, his temper flaring. Draco was adept at provocation, and Aurora, hidden behind Wood, couldn't he help but marvel at his audacity. The system detected an increase in the target's affection level by 5, current affection level, 45. Draco raised an eyebrow upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind. On the surface he was evading him, yet internally, he was subtly increasing his affection points. Aurora truly was a master of contradiction. Draco mused with amusement. Chapter 32. Wood enters the fray. Upon hearing the announcement of increased affection points, Draco felt a wave of relief, entirely unaware that among all present, he possessed the lowest affection level. I wish to discuss page 139 of the standard spellbook with you. Aurora fabricated with a casual air. Studying, is it? Draco cast a few glances at Wood, seemingly unconcerned. Wood, feeling a pinch at his waist from Aurora, quickly nodded, yes. Let us go study. Then why are you dressed in Quidditch gear? Draco suddenly realized something was amiss. Wood, clad in Quidditch attire, was undoubtedly heading to practice. Why was Aurora following him? Surely she wasn't intending to train as well? Draco promptly dismissed his internal speculation. It appeared she merely wished to accompany Wood. That simply would not do. Today, Aurora was to remain with him. Fueled by determination, Draco cast a haughty glance at Aurora, preparing to approach her. Wood interjected, inadvertently brushing against the girl's soft, fair hand. Aurora did not flinch, yet Wood awkwardly withdrew his hand. No matter what we are doing, Even if it's a date, it is of no concern to you, Wood stated coldly. Even if he could not surpass Cedric. Surely he need not be outdone by this mere child? A date. You? Draco scoffed, raising an eyebrow at Aurora. If you had to choose someone to date, who would it be? I wouldn't choose you even if it were a choice between you and Mrs. Loris, Aurora replied without a moment's hesitation. At her words, Draco pressed his lips together, fixing his gray-blue gaze upon her. Her pale golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, and her striking features should have exuded a vibrant aura. Yet somehow he appeared diminished. Aurora remained silent for a moment, simply observing him. Draco tilted his head to the right, then shifted to the left. What are you doing? Aurora asked, her tone laced with disdain. Draco flushed suddenly, his previously pale cheeks now tinged with crimson. Damn this system. The reason for Draco's peculiar behavior was the guidance of System 1 within his mind. Aside from issuing tasks, System 1 seldom spoke freely. Seeing Draco falter in the argument, System 1 calmly suggested, host feign vulnerability. Lin will undoubtedly relent. Lin. Who is that? Draco asked, momentarily taken aback. That would be Aurora. System 1 responded succinctly, choosing its words carefully. Is it truly necessary to feign such vulnerability? Draco countered. As you wish. Opportunities to earn points like this are exceedingly rare. System 1 replied nonchalantly. How to feign vulnerability? Draco thought of the dragon egg and felt a stirring in his heart. He had only ever feigned vulnerability to his mother. And despite his clumsy attempts, Narcissa always fell for it. He pursed his lips, angled his head at a 45-degree tilt, and allowed his gaze to drift downward, his expression one of wounded fragility. System 1's tone was decidedly authoritative, and though Draco had his doubts, he complied. He tilted his head slightly to the right. A bit more. And thus the earlier scene unfolded. Aurora frowned, her expression one of profound disdain. What on earth are you doing? I'm done playing. Draco lamented in despair. Aurora's incredulous gaze rendered him utterly mortified. What a ridiculous idea you've concocted. Draco exclaimed with a sharp tone. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. System 1 sighed in exasperation, unsure why this tactic had failed. This strategy had proven effective in the past. As Draco seemed on the verge of losing his temper, System 1 hastily added, to compensate the host, this task's rewards will be doubled. Draco pondered for 2 seconds, then promptly fell silent. The little brat, System 1, was sweating profusely. Aurora observed Draco's series of inexplicable actions, and couldn't he help but echo the sentiment. What a little brat. How many points do we have now? Draco inquired, regaining his composure. No matter the amount. He wished to leave. Today had been utterly humiliating. You have now spent 20 minutes in the company of the target, earning 40 stars. You two just enjoy your date. Draco said with a frosty demeanor, turning on his heel and departing from Aurora and Wood's sight. Aurora blinked slowly, finding Draco to be quite the enigma. Yet, he was also endearing. The system announced, detected an increase in the target's affection level by 5, current affection level, 50. Draco halted momentarily. Dismissing his flustered demeanor and the faint blush on his ears, he quickened his pace. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 4. You may now take Aurora into your own world. System 4 exclaimed jubilantly. What world? Wood raised an eyebrow, and amidst the system's astonished silence he remarked, today's training involves 7 of us. System 4 fell silent. Let us proceed to practice, Wood said, disregarding System 4, and flashed a cheerful smile at Aurora. Aurora nodded, contemplating the time. Wood raised his wrist. Glancing at the time, 2:55. They were going to be late. Aurora clasped Wood's wrist, and the two of them dashed forward. Wood's gaze fell upon their entwined wrists. Feeling the delicate texture of her skin, he could not help but speak, his tone casual. It's fine to be late. I'm the captain. By the time Aurora had changed her clothes and they arrived in the waiting room, their teammates were already present. Angelina's inquisitive gaze swept over Wood and Aurora. Wood, being late is quite unusual. Aurora, feeling a bit embarrassed, stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry, I was held up by some matters. That warrants 3 laps. Fred chimed in enthusiastically, recalling, wasn't he this the first year who sang the loudest during sorting? Make it 5 laps, George added, remembering how Aurora had nearly shaken hands with Nick, who had almost lost his head during the sorting ceremony. Who would have thought that the extraordinary seeker would be her? This is intriguing. The two exchanged a glance, each catching a hint of interest in the other's eyes. Don't take it too seriously, Wood said with a stern face. It's just 5 minutes late. We're about to start training. Alia shook her head at Angelina, lowering her voice. This is not the usual Wood. These are the team's beaters, Fred and George. These two are the seekers, Angelina and Alia. Fred and George conjured a flower and tossed it to Aurora. Aurora squinted, smiling sweetly. Angelina and Alia winked at her, and Aurora responded with a playful glance. No need for introductions. You already know each other. Wood skipped over Harry's introduction. Harry, seated nearby, smiled at Aurora, his dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. He looked like he was barely holding it together. Aurora stifled a laugh behind her hand. All right, let us begin training now. Chapter 33. Harry's Anomaly. After an afternoon of rigorous training, the Gryffindor players didn't manage to change out of their practice gear until after 7. However, the veteran members seemed accustomed to it. In the changing room, Angelina informed Aurora that Wood had never been late. Not even once? Aurora gasped, realizing she had just broken Wood's record today. There was that one time he was kept behind by Professor Snape, and he still managed to sneak out to come to training, Alia explained to Aurora. Aurora felt a newfound respect. Wood truly remarkable, a model for us all. Unfortunately, he was then punished by Snape to clean cauldrons for 3 days, across the entire school. Aurora clapped. He really is something. I could cry. So it's quite unusual for him to be late today, Angelina remarked, casually draping her arm over Aurora's shoulder, who was a bit shorter than her. Are you too close? Alia asked with keen interest. Aurora pondered for a moment. Not really. We've just met a few times. The listeners felt a pang of sadness, while the speaker remained oblivious. Clearly, Wood still had a long way to go. Aurora returned to the Great Hall with Harry, while the other team members had already left. Wood had stated it was for the sake of secrecy. Aurora plopped down beside Hermione, with Ron, Harry, and Neville across from her. Hermione offered a small smile to the three of them. It seemed that after last night's adventure, their relationships had improved significantly. When a group shares common experiences and secrets, they naturally become good friends. At that moment, Dumbledore sat at the staff table, somewhat bewildered. Earlier in the afternoon, he had whimsically wandered to the forbidden area on the 4th floor. The chessboard was destroyed, the troll was dead, and the potion had been consumed. What a tremendous surprise. Professors McGonagall, Quirrell, and Snape were forced to work overtime. Snape, with a sullen expression, mused that it must have been Gryffindor's little brats who were responsible. Snape. You need to provide evidence for your claims, McGonagall promptly retorted. Snape huffed and fell silent. Dumbledore wearily rubbed his brow. Very well, let us restore those challenges tonight. Shall we change the challenges? Snape inquired. Quirrell, wringing his handkerchief, appeared somewhat anxious. No need, Dumbledore replied with a slight smile, his gaze inadvertently falling on Quirrell. Quirrell, oblivious to Dumbledore's expression, quietly sighed in relief. Dumbledore, with a knowing glint in his eye, turned his attention to the 5 at the Gryffindor table. White, you have finally returned. After a long wait, Aurora was about to experience her first Quidditch match. Wood had intended to reassure her to alleviate her nerves. But when the time came for the match, he realized such comfort was entirely unnecessary. She was perfectly at ease. Aurora even found the time to instruct Fred and George on the etiquette of addressing the crowd from the waiting platform. Ironically, it was Harry who appeared genuinely anxious, his stomach churning emptily, and he struggled to suppress the urge to retch. Mission 5. Seek comfort from the target. Time limit 2 minutes. Mission completion reward. Uninterrupted match broom. What does that mean? Harry asked, repressing his nausea from the match's tension, urgently querying the system. It means that during the match, someone will try to sabotage you. System 2 elaborated. 1 minute remaining. Without waiting for Harry to respond, System 2 continued, the countdown acting as an invisible pressure, leaving Harry's mind blank. Aurora. I'm a bit nervous. Harry instinctively tugged at the sleeve of Aurora's garment, then placed his hand on the warmth of her hand. Aurora was taken aback by his action. Noticing his pale face, she grasped his hand, comforting him like a caring older sister. It's all right. Everyone feels this way the first time. I'm nervous too. But we're all here, so don't worry. Aurora gently ruffled his wind-tousled black hair with her right hand. Harry felt a little shy and uncomfortable, but did not pull away. Yeah. As if having done this many times before, Harry nuzzled his head against Aurora's palm, exhibiting an affectionate familiarity. Aurora was momentarily stunned, and Harry also regained his composure, withdrawing from her grasp with a flushed face, the tension within him dissipating entirely. His behavior had been peculiar. Now lucid, Harry could not comprehend his previous actions. It felt abrupt and utterly baffling. Mission 5 completed. Reward about to be granted. Uninterrupted match broom. System 2 interjected, breaking Harry's odd mood. Aurora also retracted her hand, distancing herself from Harry slightly. This was too strange. This version of Harry was remarkably different from the portrayal in the original text. The original Harry was not soft or adorable. He was sharp-tongued and clever. utterly clueless when it came to emotions. How could he exhibit such behavior? Wood, arms crossed, noticed the interaction between Aurora and Harry, his brow furrowing slightly as if sensing something amiss, though the feeling vanished almost immediately, leaving him unable to grasp it. Well, teammates should help each other, he said. Fulfilling his role as a good captain, we all go through this. Harry nodded, taking a deep breath. Now he was no longer nervous. Rather, he felt embarrassed. Turning his back to Aurora, he touched his heated ear tips, listening to his racing heartbeat, feeling somewhat dazed. The waiting room door swung open, fresh air flooding in, and Harry was jolted awake by the breeze, quickly regaining his composure. Prepare for the match, Wood said, focusing intently, his demeanor serious. Everyone, get ready to take off. Welcome the first Quidditch match of the new school year. The first match would see Gryffindor face off against Slytherin. Slytherin's style of play was known for its brute strength, characterized by fierce attacks and even some underhanded tactics, making them difficult to guard against. Aurora proposed that in confronting Slytherin, they should avoid close combat, and instead engage in a war of attrition. They would retreat when their adversaries advanced and advance when their foes withdrew. This strategy would test the coordination of the three chasers from Gryffindor. They needed to pass the quaffle with agility and at maximum distance, confounding the Slytherin players and leaving them bewildered. To this end, they devoted more time to training than their peers, spending 5 days a week on the pitch, regardless of the weather. Draco sat in the stands, his expression darkening as he observed Aurora, mounted on her broom and mingling with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Chapter 34. A Rejected Confession. Draco's mind brimmed with a torrent of curses. It turned out that Aurora was indeed a player. No wonder she had insisted on accompanying Wood. Was it merely to keep him in the dark about her training? She seemed determined to conceal her practice from him. Suddenly, a realization struck Draco. Yet the truth only deepened his discontent. He watched Aurora's first match with a stony face, unaware that each of her subsequent games would bring him a certain degree of torment. Equally troubled was Quirrell, who could not fathom why his hex had no effect whatsoever. He had been fixated on Harry Potter for ages, reciting the incantation until his lips were parched, yet Harry remained airborne and unharmed. Snape, seated nearby, cast a sidelong glance at Quirrell. What was Quirrell doing that seemed so peculiar? Upon catching Snape's gaze, Quirrell promptly closed his mouth and offered a sheepish smile. Snape, brushing his hair back, turned his attention away from Quirrell. No amount of Quirrell's anxious fidgeting would change the outcome. Harry successfully caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall radiated joy, her face aglow as she encountered Snape on the way, warmly stopping to greet him. In some respects, Aurora mirrored Professor McGonagall. After changing her clothes, she unexpectedly ran into Draco on the stairs. Draco, wearing a frosty demeanor, attempted to sidestep to the right, only for Aurora to follow suit. Good afternoon, Draco. The weather is rather pleasant today, she mischievously remarked. Draco rolled his eyes at her, not uttering a word, his jaw clenched as he prepared to maneuver left. Yet, Aurora blocked that route as well. Their roles had completely reversed. He was the one trying to evade her, and she was the pursuer. Aurora admitted to herself that she was deliberately teasing Draco today. Why the frosty demeanor, little dragon? With the thrill of victory still fresh, she couldn't resist playfully provoking him. Upon hearing her nickname for him, Draco's expression stiffened, and with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment, he retorted, "Who gave you permission to call me that?" "I did," Aurora replied, pointing at herself with a squint and a dazzling smile. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly. "I didn't agree to it. It's denied. Were you not so eager to be with me before? Why the reluctance now?" "My feelings might be hurt," Aurora said with a teasing grin. "Look at you, who was so keen to gather information about the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Now after the match, you seem dumbfounded." Her words reminded Draco of the awkward situation he had faced during his mission, inciting further ire within him. "I have no desire to be with you. I detest you," he, Draco Malfoy, declared vehemently, pushing past Aurora and storming away. Unbeknownst to him, a throng of Gryffindors and Slytherins had gathered nearby. He remained oblivious to how his declaration could be misconstrued. The following day, the entire Hogwarts community was abuzz with news of Aurora from Gryffindor confessing her feelings to Draco Malfoy of Slytherin, only to be met with rejection. Aurora, feeling disheartened, sought refuge in the small kitchen, where Cedric was busily preparing dumplings, a cheerful smile adorning his face. "So you didn't confess to him, did you?" Cedric inquired nonchalantly. Aurora hung her head, her spirits low. "Of course not. If I were to confess, it would be to you, not him." Cedric's lips curled into a subtle smile, his amusement barely concealed. "Indeed you have good taste." Aurora chuckled at Cedric's playful compliment, momentarily forgetting her troubles. By the way, congratulations on your victory in the match. Aren't you making me dumplings? I'm eagerly awaiting them. Aurora's eyes sparkled as she felt an inexplicable joy whenever she was near Cedric. He shone like the moon at dusk, casting a gentle light that illuminated the darkest of nights, dispelling shadows. Much later, someone asked Aurora how she would describe herself. After a moment's reflection, she earnestly replied, "In the moonlight that bathes the earth, there is a youth in the fields named Runtu. I am the mouse darting about in the melon patch. What are you discussing?" Aurora nestled against Hermione, her head resting comfortably on Hermione's shoulder. Hermione squirmed for a moment, but eventually settled into a comfortable position. "We're talking about the Forbidden Forest," Harry responded. Aurora blinked, her mind racing as she pondered the implications. "Oh, do you mean to venture there again?" The trio fell silent. What a peculiar notion Aurora had. "Yesterday, Hagrid invited me to visit him, and during our conversation, I inadvertently learned that Dumbledore is safeguarding a certain object related to Nicholas Flamel. Hence, I speculate that this item might be stored in the Forbidden Forest on the 4th floor," Harry posited. "But when we went last time, we found nothing," Ron countered. Hermione pondered for a moment. Furthermore, what valuable item would be protected by merely a few obstacles? Even we first years could navigate through them. How effective could that be as a safeguard? Harry fell into contemplation. "Don't overthink it. Perhaps Dumbledore simply hasn't had the chance to relocate that item yet," Aurora interjected matter-of-factly. "We could look into who Nicholas Flamel is," Harry suggested eagerly. Ever since the incident with the trapdoor, he had developed an insatiable curiosity about everything. Whether this was a boon or a bane was anyone's guess. As Christmas approached, Aurora felt indifferent. It wasn't until the ground became blanketed in several feet of snow that she excitedly leaned over the railing to admire the wintry spectacle. "Honestly, aren't you cold?" Hermione approached her, the chill air brushing against the exposed skin of her neck, causing her to instinctively huddle closer. Hermione tightened her scarf and donned a hat. Aurora was truly a warrior. "Not at all," she replied, extending her hand to catch the feather-like snowflakes. "I've hardly ever seen snow in my life." This sounded utterly unbelievable. Hermione exhaled a puff of white breath, stamping her feet. "Would you like to build a snowman?" Aurora asked enthusiastically. "No, I need to return to the Great Hall shortly. I just came to ask if you'd like to come home with me for Christmas," Hermione quickly clarified. Aurora had mentioned that she didn't celebrate Christmas, so staying alone at Hogwarts would surely be quite dull. Chapter 35. Harsh Words. Aurora exclaimed in delight. "What? You want to take me home to meet your parents?" Hermione turned on her heel and walked away without a backward glance. Aurora swiftly grabbed her hand, her small fingers slipping into the warmth of Hermione's palm. "I was wrong." Aurora apologized with practiced ease, her tone playful yet affectionate, making it difficult for Hermione to be upset. Hermione cleared her throat. "Are you willing?" "I am. Marry me." Hermione stared at Aurora for 2 seconds, while Aurora, feeling a tad bashful, blinked. Teasing had become second nature to her. It was merely a habit. "Having written to inform my parents that I would be going on holiday in a few days, I suggested that you accompany me." Aurora inquired about what our parents might enjoy, for one cannot visit another's home empty-handed. "Just bring someone along. They will surely take a liking to you," Hermione replied earnestly. Aurora's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "But they've never met me. Why would they like me?" "Because I adore you, they will too. If they treat you poorly, that is solely my concern." Aurora felt a warmth in her heart, her smile blossoming even brighter. "Thank you, darling. Come give me a kiss." "Get away." The two girls playfully tussled as they raced back to the Great Hall, where, with the festive season approaching, everyone finally let loose. As the Weasley parents prepared to visit Charlie in Romania, the Weasley brothers stayed behind at Hogwarts. Ron and Harry were nestled in the Great Hall, joyfully engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Wrapped snugly for their journey, Aurora and Hermione were ready to depart Hogwarts for Hermione's home to celebrate Christmas. "Have fun. But do not forget to seek out Nicodemus," Hermione reminded Ron and Harry, though they were evidently immersed in the holiday spirit and paid her little mind. "My heart goes out to those without a home to return to. They must remain at Hogwarts," Draco remarked, having taken a circuitous route to approach Harry. Aurora glanced at Draco, who returned her gaze with confusion. She was unperturbed, but Hermione was on the brink of suppressing her anger. Out of the corner of her eye, Aurora noticed Snape approaching, understanding that if Hermione confronted Draco, she would not fare well. "What? How did you know I was going to meet Hermione's parents?" Aurora linked her arm with Hermione, playfully making a face at Draco. "Ignore him. We must hurry or we'll miss the express." Aurora tugged at the soon-to-erupt Hermione, leading her out of the Great Hall, while Harry and Ron exchanged subtle glances at Draco. Draco, feeling frustrated, muttered to himself. No one told him. He assumed she lived far away. You really ought to learn how to articulate properly. Harry could not help but interject. Ron echoed this sentiment, glaring at Draco with barely contained fury. Draco shot them a glare before storming off, leaving Harry and Ron bewildered by his sudden anger. Draco was upset with himself. It was the first time he felt he had misspoken, which was uncharacteristic of him. As Aurora and Hermione stepped out of the castle, they spotted the Weasley twins clearing snow. In the midst of a snowball fight, they accidentally struck Professor Quirrell on the back of the head, and were punished by having to clear the snow from the entrance of Hogwarts. Percy stood by, arms crossed, supervising Fred and George, declaring no magic. I'm watching. Despite the fact that this matter had nothing to do with him, he insisted on overseeing their punishment. Seizing the opportunity while Percy was distracted, Fred made a face at Aurora. Aurora's gaze shifted, connecting with Fred and George, and their camaraderie grew stronger. She ambled away, and once a few meters from Percy, she bent down, fashioning a snowball, which she hurled with precision at Percy's head. Ow! Percy, provoked by Aurora, felt a surge of competitive spirit, but she had already dashed away. Fred and George seized the moment to join the fray, pelting Percy with more snowballs while his attention remained on Aurora. You're finished. Percy wasted no time, swiftly bending to gather snowballs to retaliate. Unbeknownst to them, someone accidentally hit a passing student, and soon, more and more students joined the chaotic battle outside the castle. Aurora and Hermione hopped aboard the Hogwarts Express, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Oh no, we're late. There are no seats left, Aurora lamented as she moved forward, attempting to locate an empty compartment. I suppose this is your fault for sleeping in, Hermione teased. In the biting winter chill, Aurora leaned against the glass of a compartment, wiping away the fog that had gathered due to the temperature difference. Inside sat Neville and Seamus. Shall we squeeze in with Neville? Aurora proposed. Yes, Hermione agreed. And after knocking and receiving permission, they entered the compartment. Honestly, that Malfoy is insufferable, Hermione remarked, removing her scarf as the train was much warmer. Aurora shrugged. I don't mind. I don't particularly like my family. Upon hearing this, Hermione hesitated before changing the subject, and Neville and Seamus in unison began discussing other matters. Are you two going to buy snacks for Christmas? Aurora chimed in occasionally during their conversation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent compartment, Draco rested his chin on his hand, staring out at the pristine white snow. I was just about to insult Potter, but accidentally hurt someone else. Does it matter? Draco turned his gaze to Goyle and Crabbe, who were accompanied by a short-haired Slytherin girl. Upon hearing Draco's ambiguous tone, the three exchanged glances. What's the big deal? Don't we insult people every day? Goyle asked bluntly. Where did that come from? Draco interrupted Goyle's rebuttal, eager to deny it. All right, enough of that. Goyle was promptly silenced and complied. Pansy. What do you think? Draco, realizing he couldn't rely on the two oafs, turned to the girl. Pansy pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Are you concerned about that person? Not at all, Draco replied decisively. Pansy wore an expression that suggested she could hardly contain her thoughts, inwardly questioning whether she believed him. Is it that Gryffindor girl who rejected your confession? Pansy suddenly inquired, a spark of realization lighting up her face. Actually she never confessed at all, Draco said, a conflicted expression crossing his face as he grappled with how to counter the day's events. However, his demeanor led Pansy to assume he was tacitly agreeing. Chapter 36. Draco's White Moonlight. System. Has her favorability towards me decreased? Draco asked hesitantly. After evaluation, the system reported, no decline in favorability detected. Draco secretly sighed in relief, though he was unsure why he felt so anxious. He allowed himself to relax, preparing to enjoy the holiday. Aurora felt a bit shy meeting Hermione's parents for the first time, presenting herself in a manner that left Hermione quite astonished. Hermione's parents were indeed very fond of her. During the Christmas dinner, Mrs. Granger even prepared several Chinese dishes for her. The Granger household exuded warmth and charm, and both Mr. and Mrs. Granger were well educated, their eloquence reflecting their literary knowledge, which explained Hermione's exceptional nature. After the feast, unable to resist Aurora's gentle persuasion, the two girls sneaked out to build a snowman. Once they grew tired of their play, they retreated to Hermione's room, freshening up before snuggling into bed. Mrs. Granger had thoughtfully arranged for the two girls to sleep together, combining two beds and laying out soft mattresses and linens. Hermione curled her knees, placing a book on her lap as she quietly flipped through its pages. Hermione's room was filled with books, yet everything was neatly organized. She read not only academic texts but also various enlightening literature. However, today, She was engrossed in a melodramatic romance novel that Aurora had passionately recommended. It was not that Hermione indulged Aurora, but rather that, during their hasty packing in the morning, they had forgotten to bring back any of Hermione's serious books, taking only those belonging to Aurora. Are you still feeling wronged? No feeling wronged allowed. Aurora huffed with a touch of pride. These are all new books, borrowed from Parvati. What? Has Parvati also taken an interest in this? A sense of foreboding coursed through Hermione. And Lavender, Angelina, and Aaliyah, and Neville. What? Neville too. Hermione could hardly fathom this ensemble. She flipped to the first page in silence, then furrowed her brow as she turned to the second, the third, the fourth. Gradually, half an hour slipped by, and Aurora had dozed off beside her. When Aurora awakened the following morning, she found Hermione just closing the book. How was it? Aurora inquired. Hermione, feigning indifference, returned the book to Aurora, stifling a yawn. You didn't stay up all night, did you? No, I woke up early, Hermione replied, her resolve as steadfast as the Philosopher's Stone itself. Hermione and Aurora were preparing to purchase Christmas gifts for their friends. Aurora rummaged through her purse, seated in a corner. What's wrong? Hermione asked, concerned she might be short on funds, but Aurora shook her head solemnly. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of naivete. Well, I've noticed my money has increased by 2 galleons. Is it possible you miscounted? Hermione speculated. After a moment's hesitation, Aurora nodded, conceding, that could be it. Regardless, I still have a decent amount to spare. Once I have the means, I'll find a classmate. The thought of this made Aurora's head start to ache. The children exchanged modest gifts. Aurora selected a few delectable candies to share with her friends. Although the Christmas holiday was lengthy, it always seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and soon they found themselves back at school. Upon returning, Aurora appeared rather lethargic, and Hermione suspected she might transform into a vengeful spirit, as Aurora often described herself. Harry and Ron conspiratorially informed Hermione and Aurora that they had discovered Nicholas Flamel during the Christmas holiday. From a chocolate frog card, I presume? It seems you had quite the festive break, Hermione quipped. At least we found something. What about you? What did you do for Christmas? Ron inquired, shaking his head. Hermione recalled her marathon of reading 3 books over the break and fell silent. All right, enough with the distractions, Aurora said, perusing the chocolate frog cards, feigning an epiphany. So, Nicholas Flamel is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone? This implies the treasure in the Forbidden Forest must be the stone, just not placed there yet. But someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry continued, recounting his nighttime discoveries during the holiday, where he witnessed Snape and Quirrell in a tense standoff. Perhaps we should alert Hagrid. Let us do it tonight. The group unanimously agreed to seek out Hagrid that evening. As night descended, Hagrid's little hut glowed warmly. Approaching the dwelling, they sensed an unusual heat radiating from within. Knock, knock, knock. Harry rapped on the door, and after a few seconds Hagrid, flustered, answered. You shouldn't be here at this hour, he said, donning thick gloves and preparing to shut the door. We know about the Philosopher's Stone, Harry exclaimed, prompting Hagrid to reopen the door. Oh, come in then. The interior was stifling, causing their faces to flush. Without a doubt. They all simultaneously noticed something simmering in the cauldron. A massive pot was perched over a lively fire, and within it lay an egg larger than Hagrid's face. That's a dragon egg, Ron exclaimed, his keen eyes alight with recognition. My brother studies fire dragons. Hagrid couldn't suppress a grin. He was evidently enchanted with the egg. I even borrowed a few books from the library for this, he shared eagerly. That must have cost a fortune, Ron remarked. Hagrid shook his head, his spirits lifted. I won it in a bet with a stranger. Didn't he spend a penny? There's no such thing as a free lunch, Hagrid, Aurora interjected, shaking her head in disbelief. For a considerable time thereafter, Hagrid immersed himself in the role of a dragon's caretaker. Besides Hagrid's profound affection for fire dragons, there was another, Draco, whose heart harbored a long-cherished infatuation. It was the fire dragon. This was also the reason he had been duped into binding with the system. When Draco discovered Hagrid's note tucked within the tome How to Raise a Fire Dragon, he fell into contemplation, his mind racing. It's about to hatch. 8 o'clock tonight. Don't be late, Hagrid. Draco closed the book, his brain momentarily malfunctioning. That evening, he stealthily positioned himself outside Hagrid's window, fixated on the dragon egg within. As the shell began to crack, a small black claw emerged. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment, holding his breath. Envy consumed him. Chapter 37. The Impatient Draco. Draco's gaze was transfixed, drool nearly escaping his lips. The Norwegian Ridgeback bit Hagrid's finger as the 4 children and the giant surrounded the dragon, as if they had encountered a rare treasure. The Norwegian Ridgeback clambered onto Hagrid's arm, who gently caressed the hatchling. Draco now. Immediately. He thought, wishing he could embody Hagrid himself. Release that Norwegian Ridgeback. Let me take over. Draco seethed in frustration, unwilling to leave the scene. Aurora gazed at the Norwegian Ridgeback with a peculiar fondness. She yearned to raise a dragon herself, ideally. A Chinese fireball. Who is that? Hagrid asked, noticing the figure crouched by the window, his voice sharp with curiosity. Draco Malfoy, Aurora and Harry chorused. Realizing they were all staring at him, Draco hastily took flight. Following that night, Draco grew increasingly sullen. Why should this gamekeeper have a dragon while he could not? He still had some absurd task to complete. Angered, he left the system to ponder. System, how many points do I have now? Since discovering Hagrid's dragon. Draco had been inquiring about his points with growing frequency. The system replied impatiently, current points, 75 stars. Still that many? You'd better arrange a task for me. Draco urged. Why aren't you making any progress? The system fell silent, contemplating the stark contrast in Draco's demeanor. It wiped the sweat from its brow, realizing the gravity of the situation under Draco's relentless pressure. One moment, I'll check for tasks, it finally replied. Hurry, Draco insisted, eager for the most challenging task that could yield maximum points. The system pretended not to hear his request, knowing that the most difficult tasks were beyond his current capabilities. Sifting through the task library, it hesitated. Quiche. Ugh, with the host's current level, better not. Hug. Too abrupt. Next. It lamented its hasty decision to bind with such a volatile soul, cursing itself for choosing a handsome host with a soul. Damn it, it thought, regretting not selecting a more suitable candidate. Task 6. Increase the target's affection to 70, time unlimited. Task reward, 50 stars. The system carefully selected a relatively open-ended task, hoping it would occupy Draco for a while. It longed to converse with other systems about how to manage their hosts. Some systems fretted like anxious old hounds, while others lounged leisurely. Cedric's system number 5 declared, nothing to do at all. Initial affection is already at 100%. Who else is there? It needed no intervention, having no adversary. It didn't even need to coordinate with other systems. Little no. 5 was sure that Aurora's first choice would undoubtedly be Cedric. The system wouldn't even need to issue a task. Cedric would seek out Aurora on his own. The small pot is set, the meal is served, and life is as sweet as honey, comfortable and blissful. Who could possibly obstruct the two guests from joining hands? However, since the level of affection has reached a perfect 100, why has the system not yet upgraded? On a certain day, number 5 suddenly awoke, realizing this conundrum. According to the system manual left by a predecessor, it should have already upgraded and entered the next phase. Yet the backend remained utterly silent. Where had the process faltered? Cedric was oblivious to these intricacies. He was disinterested in the system, and even less concerned about the tasks it assigned. Regardless of any mission, he would gravitate towards her. As he observed Aurora's contented expression, Cedric's heart gradually relaxed. This sensation was profoundly reassuring, far more effective than any sleeping potion. While Cedric and Aurora basked in their sweetness, Harry and Ron were engrossed in a state of tension within the library. They noticed that Malfoy wore a mischievous grin, seemingly poised to expose their secret at any moment. Surely, he had discovered that Hagrid possessed a dragon. Draco was calculating, if he kept this secret, what would be the odds of enhancing Aurora's affection for him? Yet, as he pondered Aurora's peculiar psyche, he found himself at a loss. Draco had an inkling that if he were to boast to Aurora, saying, I know you have a dragon, but I won't tell anyone, so praise me, her fondness for him would likely plummet. Although Draco had begun to grasp her thoughts, he still failed to comprehend her mindset entirely. How frustrating it was. Earning points seemed an insurmountable challenge. Draco sprawled on the sofa and caught sight of his roommate, Blaise Zabini, who had just separated from a girl. Zabini was a striking young man with sun-kissed skin and chiseled features that Draco begrudgingly acknowledged. Blaise, what are you up to? Draco queried, sitting up abruptly. Blaise scratched his head, just finishing a date. What? A date? Draco exclaimed, taken aback. The number 1 system stirred from its stupor. A date? It scrutinized the young man before it, and quickly detected the aura of potential that coursed within him. Alas. Another promising host had slipped away. Number 1 resignedly sank back down, lamenting its inability to rebind. Oh well, it is what it is, it mused lethargically. Draco remained unaware of the disdain directed toward him. He continued to pester Zabini with questions. I have a dilemma. My friend wishes to win a girl's affection, but is uncertain how to proceed. Blaise paused. A friend? Really? He examined Draco closely, then advised. Maintain a pleasant demeanor. Be sweet with your words, and take some initiative. You're handsome enough. There's no way girls would dislike you. Thanks. Draco remained oblivious to the fact that Blaze had seen through him. May I inquire whom you wish to impress? Blaze asked with curiosity, noting that Draco typically exuded an air of arrogance, making this moment particularly intriguing. It's not me. There's no one, Draco stammered, scrambling off the sofa and turning to leave in a flurry of embarrassment. Blaze shrugged. Alright, if you prefer not to share, it's no big deal. Why be so coy? Is your demeanor not already amiable? Draco was utterly perplexed. Upon exiting the common room, he spotted a foolish little boy hopping along, flanked by Pansy and Goyle Crab. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the boy as Neville Longbottom, whose legs were bound. What are you all doing? Aurora's icy voice cut through the air. Chapter 38. Misunderstandings and Apologies. Aurora approached the group, her brow furrowing as she beheld the bullied Neville. Her gaze swept over the Slytherins, finding Pansy wearing a provocatively smug expression. Are you picking on a fellow student? Aurora moved closer to Pansy, her robes fluttering slightly. Pansy dismissed her concern, glancing at Draco before retorting, what if we are? He's just a fool anyway. Aurora followed Pansy's gaze to Draco, her expression laden with ambiguous emotions, doubt, suspicion, and dissatisfaction. Detected a decrease of 20 in the target's affection. Current affection level, 30. Draco's anger flared. What did she mean by thinking he was bullying Longbottom? So what if they were? It wasn't their first time. Hadn't he Longbottom gotten used to it by now? You are truly wicked and cruel. Aurora scowled at Draco with disdain. Neville's eyes brimmed with tears, his legs still immobilized. We were merely conducting an experiment on his legs, Pansy boasted. With a flick of her wand, Aurora effortlessly dispelled the binding spell on Neville's legs. He stretched out, realizing he had returned to normal, and quickly hid behind Aurora. I'd like to test my own leg-locking spell. Care to volunteer? Aurora mused, stroking her wand, a smirk gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on Pansy. Pansy took a cautious step back, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. After all, Aurora had been praised repeatedly by Professors Flitwick and Quirrell. Moreover, she had just effortlessly undone her spell. Pansy's expression softened, revealing her fear and trepidation. It seemed unnecessary to resort to violence. Aurora decided to let her off for now. If I catch you bullying anyone again, I won't be so lenient next time. Aurora warned before leading Neville away. As they walked, Neville trailed behind Aurora, looking pitiful. Thank you, Aurora. It's nothing. If those Slytherins bother you again, just let us know, and we will help you, Aurora replied, glancing back at Neville, whose face was a mess of tears. She guided him to a secluded corner, and urged him to sit on the ground. Let us wait until you calm down before heading back, Aurora suggested, bending her knees to avoid further teasing. She used Neville's sleeve to wipe his tears and snot, and for the first time, Neville felt somewhat disheveled, silencing his sobs. Ron told me earlier that I'm 1,000 times stronger than them, and I should stand up to those bullies. Neville choked on his words, still hiccuping. Aurora nodded earnestly. Indeed, you are far superior to them. Those Malfoys and Parkinsons will never be able to best you. Neville ceased his sniffling. Although they had always bullied him, today none of the bullies included Malfoy. Aurora's expression cracked slightly as she rolled her eyes. Wait, did I just insult him? She covered her forehead, and Neville, recalling the incident, nodded in affirmation. Oh dear. Aurora felt a tinge of embarrassment, rubbing her hands together as guilt washed over her. Neville, could you make your way back on your own? After Neville agreed, Aurora hurried off to find Draco. Draco was leaning over the railing of a tower, gazing through the glass at the view beyond. The trees of the forbidden forest loomed in the distance, with a few scattered leaves swaying gently, giving an air of desolation. Draco cursed the system 1,000 times in his mind, while number 1, feeling somewhat helpless, wondered what good it did to be cursed. It knew nothing. Detected a 20-point increase in the target's affection. Current affection level, 50. Draco scoffed internally, but remained unmoved. Detected a 10-point increase in the target's affection. Current affection level, 60. The system continued. Draco felt his resolve waver, a hint of discomfort creeping in. She insulted me, Draco fumed. The system pondered briefly before reasoning. Well, host, you were the one who provoked her first, leading to this misunderstanding. Clarifying things should suffice. She insulted me, Draco reiterated emphatically. The host indeed has a past, doesn't she? Draco found himself at a loss for words. However, she insulted me. Subject 1 gradually revealed a bemused smile, having heard that same line repeated throughout the afternoon. Never mind, I shall not intervene further. Hey Draco. Draco felt a hand clasp his shoulder. Aurora, still trying to catch her breath, met his astonished gaze. She had searched for him for quite some time, marveling at how agile he was to evade her so thoroughly. I apologize for misunderstanding you today. I should not have jumped to conclusions thinking you were bullying Neville. Aurora's apology was straightforward and unpretentious. Draco silently regarded Aurora. Her tone was genuine, and her expression was devoid of pretense. So this is what Blaze meant by maintaining a pleasant demeanor and sweetening one's words? Understood. Draco replied softly. After a moment's contemplation, he began to explain. I had just stepped out of the common room, not uttering a word when you appeared. The system detected an increase of 5 in the target's affection level. Current affection level, 65. Subject 1 felt a sense of relief. At least he was speaking. Aurora walked alongside Draco, and the rift between them gradually dissipated. Draco discovered that conversing with someone like her was, in fact, quite agreeable. I merely wished to prevent anyone from mistreating their classmates, Aurora explained. When I was in school, I encountered instances of bullying. She spoke earnestly to Draco, recalling a terrifying scene filled with blood, screams, and foul language. The bullies reveled in their cruelty, for they were untouched by the pain they inflicted. If you were the one being bullied, would you still support such behavior? Draco pondered inwardly. He certainly would not be the one being bullied. There would always be someone stronger than you. The strong should not oppress the weak, but should uphold justice and fairness. Draco remained silent, his gaze fixed on the treetops outside the window. Aurora understood that one's mindset does not change overnight or suddenly become complete. It must be cultivated gradually. All right. I was just speaking casually. You need only listen. Aurora patted his shoulder. This time, I merely came to apologize. If you bully anyone in the future, then it will be a different matter altogether. I want tea, Draco quietly retorted. What want to you do? Aurora inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, Draco shook his head. You should leave. I am weary of seeing you. Just the sight of you irritates me. Subject 1 in his mind could only click his tongue in exasperation. I get irritated just by seeing you indeed. Chapter 39, Power and Rules. Draco then realized the significance of meaningful communication. Subject 1 longed to impart wisdom, hoping that Draco, this obstinate child, would learn to temper his words. Why had he so hastily chosen such a host? Subject 1 lamented, but alas, it had no physical form and could only stew in frustration. Draco, however, was quite content. He now found the flowers vibrant and everyone pleasing to the eye. As for Hagrid's dragon, Draco hesitated for several days, feeling troubled about whether there was a way to claim the dragon for himself. During this time of indecision, Ron, while feeding the Norwegian Ridgeback, was bitten, resulting in a swollen finger that forced him to be confined to the infirmary. Percy stood thoughtfully at Ron's bedside, arms crossed. Did you really get hit by a hammer? Percy asked hesitantly. At that moment, Aurora sat by Ron's bed, and under Ron's hopeful gaze, she nodded resolutely. Her expression was as determined as if she were preparing to battle the dragon. Yes, that's exactly it. Percy's gaze drifted to Ron's injured finger before he withdrew his eyes, casting a warning glance at both Ron and Aurora. I hope that's the case, he muttered coldly before departing. Aurora shot Ron a sympathetic look, knowing that he had caught Percy's attention. He is your brother. Yet he shows no concern for your injury? Only whether it was a result of rule-breaking. Aurora tucked a stray hair behind her ear, reminding her of a deceased acquaintance. How terrifying. That acquaintance had been her nightmare. Unbeknownst to Aurora, she too was being watched by Percy. As Percy stepped out of the infirmary, a mechanical voice echoed in the air. A fatal temptation struck his heart, quickening his pulse. Dear host Percy Weasley, you have developed the 6th strategy system, which is about to bind to you. Percy's robes vanished around the corner as he leaned against the wall, wand drawn, his voice laced with caution. Who's there? I am your strategy system, here to assist you in completing your tasks. In the days to come, please take good care of me, the 6th system stated coldly. Who is playing tricks? I'm a prefect. You cannot disrespect a prefect. Percy's face tightened, his brows furrowing. He adjusted his thin-framed glasses, remaining vigilant. Dear prefect, you might as well hear me out, the 6th system responded, undeterred by the perceived disrespect and rather intrigued. Every time you complete a task, your political index will increase. In other words, I am a tool to help you gain power in the future. You can speak and think. I can hardly believe you, Percy replied sternly. The 6th system seemed to nod with arrogance, but you must believe me, for I have forcibly bound myself to you. Percy took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. Do you think I would believe that? This situation surpassed his comprehension, and he was unable to accept it at that moment. The 6th system nonchalantly replied, that's fine. I will always be here host. For several days, Percy deliberately ignored the peculiar occurrences outside the infirmary, but one evening, the sixth system spoke again. Task 1. Please locate the target. She is currently on the rooftop of the astronomy tower. Bring her away before she encounters Filch. Percy paused in the midst of removing his outer garment, recognizing the voice from that day. He realized that this incomprehensible situation was indeed unfolding beyond his control. For a man of rigid principles, this was hardly a favorable circumstance. Who is the target? Percy inquired with a furrowed brow, keen to see if this so-called sixth system was truthful. Aurora. A light screen materialized before Percy, and he stared at the girl depicted, silently donning his outer garment once more before rushing out. Wood lay in bed, bewildered. Where are you going? To catch rule-breaking students. Percy tossed this remark over his shoulder hurriedly. Wood nodded, accustomed to this response. It was typical of Percy. Percy reached the astronomy tower in one breath, effortlessly blocking Aurora and Harry. Aurora and Harry exchanged glances, with Aurora feeling somewhat perplexed. The book never mentioned that Percy would come. The dragon had been sent away. And just as the task seemed accomplished, they were caught by their prefect. It was about to crumble. Aurora forced a smile, bracing for Percy's reprimand. This prefect was like a more intense version of Hermione. He would show no leniency to anyone. Yet Percy remained silent for a prolonged moment, suppressing his shock as he resumed conversing with the sixth system. The evidence was undeniable. He now had no choice but to believe. Initial affection value of the target detected. Affection level, 40. Task 1 completion reward, 1 power point. Task failure penalty, dressing in female attire and circling the Great Hall 3 times. The barrage of revelations overwhelmed Percy. He struggled to process the system's words. What was a PowerPoint? As the term suggested, a higher power index would command more obedience to your orders. Percy's heart raced at the system's declaration. His blood surged through his veins. He felt an uncontrollable fervor and restlessness, a flush creeping across his cheeks and neck. Really? Indeed. The sixth system reveled in its secret triumph, deftly manipulating the situation. Its host, imbued with capability and determination, was the perfect match for it. And together they were destined to soar ahead of their peers. Although Percy was preoccupied with thoughts of power dynamics, he did not overlook the consequences of failure. Dressing as a woman. Startled, Percy's gaze softened unconsciously toward Aurora. This was not merely Aurora, she was his divine muse. I will lead you back. Stay close behind me. Percy quickly resolved to take charge. Aurora and Harry exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of confusion in the other's eyes. What? Is there such a delightful turn of events? Has Percy been possessed by Fred or George? Regardless, Aurora thought, as long as Percy didn't apprehend them, it would be all right. She hastened to follow Percy, while Harry lingered, indecisive. He genuinely feared that Percy would pivot and escort them before Professor McGonagall. However, it was evident that his concerns were unwarranted. The trio returned safely to the Gryffindor common room, with no points deducted. Percy cast a few glances at Aurora, admonishing, "You must not behave like this again. I cannot guarantee your safety next time." Aurora couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are my only brother." Task 1 was accomplished, and rewards were imminent. Current power level, 1. Positive sentiment from the target detected, increasing by 5, with the current sentiment standing at 45. Chapter 40, A Busy Battle. Aurora felt the weight of Percy Weasley's gaze consistently upon her. This was not mere narcissism. Time and again, she turned to observe him, only for Percy to hastily avert his eyes. How peculiar. What do you suppose our brother means? Aurora leaned closer to Fred and George, her curiosity piqued. Fred tilted his head. Stuffy Percy? What could he possibly mean? He is either in a midlife crisis or a rebellious phase. Wait, can those two conditions coexist? Aurora was momentarily bewildered by Fred's words. He just loves to yell at us. Quite fearsome, really, George added. Aurora paused, considering. What if he caught a rule breaker and didn't he lose his temper, or deduct points? Impossible. Fred and George chimed in unison. Aurora bit her lip, but that night, she had indeed been spared. Let me tell you how terribly rigid he is. Fred quickly glanced around, confirming Percy was absent before the brothers harmonized their tale. He once had a crush on a Ravenclaw girl. Oh, how do you know? Aurora asked, intrigued. No interruptions. Oh, one day, that girl violated a rule by using magic in the corridor, and Percy happened to pass by and bam, deducted points. Aurora pouted. Wow, this Percy truly is impervious to reason. And then? Aurora listened intently, eager for more gossip. George shrugged. After that, the girl never spoke to Percy again. His romance ended before it even began. Aurora couldn't stifle a laugh. Across from her, Ron was blinking furiously, his eyes seemingly on the verge of cramping. Fred, Aurora, and George slowly turned their stiff heads to find Percy Weasley behind them, his expression calm. Before a storm at sea, the waters are always eerily tranquil. Fred and George exchanged glances, their minds racing. At that moment, Aurora had lifted her pumpkin juice, feigning ignorance of the unfolding situation. Before patting Percy on the shoulder and departing nonchalantly, she left Fred and George standing before Percy, their eyes filled with a murderous intent. Ignoring their glares, Aurora slipped away, her steps swift yet her demeanor poised. Perhaps her composure stemmed from familiarity. In any case, Percy had not caused her any trouble, allowing Aurora to embrace her freedom. They triumphed in the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, but before Aurora and the others could celebrate, Hermione confined them to the library. Aurora's smile vanished instantly. The semester is nearing its end. You must begin reviewing, Hermione declared sternly. I have tailored a study plan just for the three of you. Thanks. Aurora felt tears welling up. Thanks, Harry said, his heart heavy. Thank you. Ron accepted the study plan with tearful eyes. After months of torment, Aurora finally emerged from her hellish study mode. Upon completing her final exams, she felt buoyant as if reborn. Her heart raced, her hands trembled. Vacation was upon them. Before the break, however, they still had a match against Hufflepuff to contend with. Before the game, Harry raised a more pressing matter. Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He reminded them. During Christmas, I overheard him threatening Quirrell. He was trying to find a way past the obstacles. Aurora placed her hand on her forehead. If only Snape treated Harry with a modicum of kindness, Harry wouldn't be so fixated on him. What if Snape had not discovered a way past the obstacles? Ron posed the question. Harry fell into contemplation as the four of them strolled outside the castle, suddenly hearing Hagrid playing music with leaves. Hagrid! Harry exclaimed, realization dawning. How did you win that dragon egg? Hagrid, called by Harry, furrowed his brow. I wagered with a stranger, and he was quite intrigued by the three-headed dog. We exchanged a few words. Snape must have found a way past the three-headed dog. Harry surmised, then he will seek an opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Aurora thought to herself. Fine, let Snape be Snape. Harry would not falter until he hit a wall. So when do you think Snape will attempt to steal the stone? Aurora inquired, following his train of thought. It would have to be when someone of higher status is absent, Harry answered without hesitation. When Dumbledore is away. That's when Snape will strike. Genius. Bravo. Aurora applauded. That night, the four returned to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Having had prior experience navigating the obstacles, they sped through, breezing past the challenges in mere minutes. Thus, when Quirrell struggled to reach the penultimate challenge, the four of them caught up with him. What are you doing here? Harry gasped in shock, realizing he had miscalculated. Why are you so slow? Ron exclaimed, his tone laced with subtle disdain. Good evening, Professor. Hermione chimed in, not forgetting to greet Quirrell. Upon hearing her voice, Quirrell spun around, his face awash with anxiety and wariness. You students. What are you doing? Quirrell stammered. To stop you from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Aurora declared with righteous indignation. The truth is singular. Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned to assess her bold move, while Quirrell seized the opportunity to act on Voldemort's orders. Quirrell brandished his wand and charged forward. Let me handle this. Hermione quickly drew her wand, but inadvertently struck Ron on the nose. Ron clutched his nose, stars dancing before his eyes. Ouch! He stumbled, colliding with Harry. Both Harry and Quirrell tumbled to the ground in a most disheveled manner. Aurora stood by, her hand poised with her wand, suddenly frozen. She had never witnessed such a scene before. My apologies, Professor Quirrell. Harry remained remarkably polite. As Harry braced himself to push off the ground and rise, he inadvertently slapped Quirrell's face. Ah! Accompanied by Quirrell's heart-wrenching scream. His cheek erupted into a festering wound under Harry's touch. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a wisp of black smoke escaped Quirrell's form, swirling rapidly as if in a frantic bid for escape, fearing it was too late. Chapter 41. A collision of interests and rescue. Quirrell collapsed to the ground. Ron, having been struck by Hermione, sat dazed on the steps, his head still spinning. Harry staggered to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his hands. With no targets left to attack, Hermione could only survey the scene in confusion. Aurora glanced left and right, marveling that they had swiftly defeated the final boss. When Dumbledore arrived, he appeared momentarily at a loss. However, upon spotting Aurora, he felt a slight sense of relief. Yet it was a cautious relief. He needed to remain on high alert around her. Aurora, in turn, regarded Dumbledore with curiosity in her dark eyes. Dumbledore, a formidable wizard, had a story filled with both legendary exploits and profound sorrow. Aurora mused that if she were to endure as much as he had, she would undoubtedly pen a memoir. She resolved to return and peruse Lockhart's books to glean some skills in embellishment. Meanwhile, Dumbledore found himself surrounded by Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who were all animatedly recounting the recent events. Dumbledore stood there like a kindergarten principal, unsure of whom to listen to first. "All right, let me first see you all out. Are any of you injured?" The group exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Ron's nose no longer ached, and he was brimming with vitality. Not only were they unscathed, but they hadn't even gathered a speck of dust on their clothes. "Seeing your bravery in defending the Philosopher's Stone and driving away Voldemort brings me great comfort," Dumbledore smiled. "Ah, what Voldemort?" Harry and Ron spoke simultaneously. Dumbledore's smile faltered. He pondered whether he had misjudged a step in his plan. Did they not know who Voldemort was? Dumbledore hesitated, finally uttering a soft ah. Once he elucidated the sequence of events, the students' confusion dissipated, and they quickly resumed their chatter. "Wait, we just defeated Voldemort? Genius. Our speed surpassed even his." Amid their excited whispers, Dumbledore opened the final door, revealing the Mirror of Ariste, perfectly intact within the room. Quirrell hadn't yet reached the last obstacle. He hadn't even laid eyes on the Philosopher's Stone. The group of young students crowded around the Mirror of Ariste, expressing their thoughts. "I saw it at Christmas. I beheld my parents." The professor said this mirror reflects one's deepest desires, Harry explained to Hermione and Aurora. After everyone had gazed into the mirror, Aurora stepped forward, and the others parted to give her space. "Mirror, mirror, who is the strongest woman in the world?" The mirror remained empty, reflecting only a chilling glimmer. No one appeared. The mirror did not reveal Aurora's desires. "This wretched mirror isolates me," Aurora exclaimed. She pressed her palm against the mirror, turning to complain to Dumbledore and the others. In the next moment, with a sharp crack, the Mirror of Ariste shattered. The crack spread from Aurora's palm, fracturing like a spider's web across the surface. Aurora swiftly retreated 3 meters from the mirror. "Old Dung, it's framing me." Dumbledore, whom she referred to as Old Dung, was taken aback. The mirror had completely broken apart. "It can't make me pay for it. I didn't even use much force," Aurora cried in desperation. The Philosopher's Stone, concealed within the mirror, tumbled out, rolling past everyone to rest at Aurora's feet. "This is unjust. I'm innocent. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Yubai, if punished. It shall snow in June in England." Dumbledore stroked his beard, silently sighing. "It's merely a mirror. After all, this isn't the first time it has shattered." "Thank you, Headmaster. You are truly a wonderful person." Aurora expressed her heartfelt gratitude, touched by such magnanimity, which was indeed rare. Moreover, she harbored suspicions regarding Hogwarts accounting practices. If audited, Dumbledore might find himself in Azkaban. One in Azkaban, the other in Newmongard. How delightful. Aurora held him in newfound respect but remained silent. Having muddled through the Philosopher's Stone incident, Gryffindor also triumphed over Hufflepuff in the Quidditch match. Harry and the others had not deducted points from Gryffindor, so Dumbledore did not need to award points for the Philosopher's Stone affair, allowing Gryffindor to claim the House Cup. Aurora nestled among Hufflepuff's ranks, seated beside Cedric. Would sense something amiss with the Gryffindor students across from him. "Where are Hermione, Ron and Harry? And Aurora?" Number 4 piped up. "Aurora is over by Cedric. Have you put in any effort over the years? Other hosts have completed 10 tasks. You've only done 3, Number 4 remarked indignantly. The more would hurt. The more familiar the word sounded. When urging his teammates to train, he often employed the same rhetoric. Wood held up 4 fingers, protesting nonsense. "I've completed 4 tasks. Task 5. Invite Aurora to stay at your home over the summer. Completion reward. A Firebolt 2001. Failure penalty. Confiscation of your clean sweep 5. Number 4 declared, issuing a task. Wood's cup trembled, spilling milk everywhere. The Gryffindor students looked on in confusion. Enough. I said enough. Though he no longer needed his clean sweep 5. It had accompanied him for many years. It was his white moonlight. Just as Ron picked up a chicken leg, he heard the third system issue a task to him. The third system rarely issued tasks and had not appeared for half a year, causing Ron to nearly forget it existed. However, he often contemplated doing tasks for some income. Task 3. Invite the target to stay at your home over the summer. Completion reward, 40 galleons. Failure penalty, none. Ron's hand froze midair, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of galleons. 40 galleons. To think the Weasley vault doesn't even hold that much galleons. His spirit ignited with ambition. The fifth system inexplicably felt a chill run down its circuits. Although it lacked the capability to communicate due to its low level, There was always a semblance of connection among systems. It hurriedly issued a task to Cedric. Task 2. Invite the target to stay at your home over the summer. Completion reward. A sleeping potion. Failure penalty. Plagued by nightmares. Cedric paused, surprised as he offered Aurora a dessert. It was not the rewards or penalties that astonished him, but rather, Aurora, do you have nowhere to go for the summer? Chapter 42, The Choice. If she had nowhere to go, he would certainly be willing to help. The long table of Gryffindor saw both Wood and Ron fix their gazes on Aurora simultaneously upon receiving their tasks. Draco, still brooding over the house cup situation, was interrupted by the first system's urgent voice. Oh no. What? Draco's eyes glimmered with clarity. They. Who? Draco asked suspiciously. No. The first system realized it had misspoken and hastily corrected itself. Host, I have found a significant task. The first system's tone grew grave. This task. Your host might not be able to complete. Task 7. Completion reward. 1 sun. Failure penalty none. Draco raised an eyebrow in surprise. 1 sun? Such a high reward? What is the task? Task 7. Invite the target to stay at your home. Draco's head drooped immediately. Are you joking? Invite a muggle to my home? My father would break my legs. Yet 1 sun was far too tempting. 1 sun equated to 2 500 stars, essentially a decade's worth of effort. Never mind. I can sacrifice a leg. How many stars do I have now? You're overestimating, host. The first system wiped its brow. Currently, your score is 75 stars. Draco fell silent. Oh, is that so? His spirit waned unexpectedly. Fear not, dear host, for we can concurrently embark on another task. The reward for its completion being a double points card. This notion invigorated Draco, his gaze fixated intently on Aurora. Task 8. Under the condition that the target actively engages, achieve 3 instances of physical contact. Reward for task completion. Existing points multiplied by 2. Penalty for task failure. Donning female attire while traversing Diagon Alley. Could you please repeat that punishment? Draco nearly leapt to his feet, aghast. What? Women's clothing? Indeed, dear host. A friendly reminder, your task 6 remains incomplete, and you are 5 points short of the requisite affection level. It appeared that Aurora's summer residence was a matter he must secure. The second host scrutinized the task panel with a sigh. The mission to invite the target to reside during the summer had garnered 6 views. This task bore significant implications for system upgrades, yet alas, their own host lacked a home. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Harry continued his conversation with Neville, wishing for summer to linger just a bit longer, delaying his return to the Dursleys. Cedric, having processed the system's directives, naturally redirected the conversation toward Aurora's summer plans. Aurora, what do you intend to do over the summer? Aurora had long contemplated this dilemma. Unlike Christmas, Hogwarts did not accommodate students during the summer. With limited funds, staying at the Leaky Cauldron for 2 months would lead to her financial ruin. Consequently, Aurora sought an audience with Dumbledore, ostensibly to offer companionship to the elderly. Ever since Dumbledore had spared her from compensating for the Mirror of Erist, she felt a certain luminosity emanating from him. Surely, he would not wish to see a student wandering aimlessly, would he? After all, she was technically Dumbledore's junior, though such a connection felt rather tenuous. Noticing Aurora's silence, Cedric genuinely believed she had nowhere to go. Aurora, if you would like, would you consider staying at my home for a while over the summer? He quickly added. There are many enjoyable activities nearby, and I could show you around. That sounds like a potential misunderstanding, Aurora mused, still silent, when suddenly a shadow loomed over them. Wood. As Ron and Draco observed from a distance, Wood had already made his move. Aurora, would you like to join me for some Quidditch matches over the summer? There are several, and I possess 2 VIP tickets. Seeing Aurora hesitate, Wood hastily added, the chaser for the Vimborn Wasps is exceptionally skilled, and there is much to learn. Aurora regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, Wood was impressive. Wood's arrival had piqued the curiosity of the Hufflepuff students. What? Is it gossip? At that moment, the field was inundated with eager listeners. How could Aurora articulate her plans to cling to Dumbledore's coattails over the summer? Gazing into Cedric's tender gray eyes, she felt her resolve weaken. There was no escaping her soft-hearted nature. Aurora, afflicted with indecision, had yet to articulate her preferences when another suitor emerged, Ron Weasley. He could no longer remain seated. Before him sat not merely Aurora, but a veritable treasure. Aurora, my mother wishes to invite you to our home as a guest. Ron blurted out, speaking rapidly without a moment's pause. Mrs. Weasley? Indeed, Mrs. Weasley was a kind matriarch, known for her gentle demeanor towards Harry, who had no parents. But what was she to Ron? A slightly better acquaintance. Did Mrs. Weasley possess such boundless affection? Aurora squinted, sensing something amiss. This was all too peculiar. 1 invitation could be construed as care, 2 as friendship. But 3? Were they playing a game of cards here? Cedric looked quizzically at Wood and Ron, perplexed by their antics. Wood shot Ron a glare, as if questioning his motives. Ron, with a defiant neck, declared, "Money can make things happen." With a stern expression. Aurora was about to speak when Cedric grasped her wrist, rising to his feet and guiding her up. "Come with me." Cedric felt the urgency to distance Aurora from the 2 Gryffindors. Aurora herself needed to decipher their strange behavior. It all felt rather odd. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Aurora gazed towards the forbidden forest, carefully choosing her words to sound less rude. "I apologize, but why would you think to invite me to your home? Admittedly, I have no place to go. I was concerned you might find it inconvenient to be alone, especially in a foreign land," Cedric patiently explained. "Of course, if you mind." "I do not mind," Aurora replied, her voice soft yet clear, each word floating to Cedric's ears like a feather, light and delicate. "Thank you." Cedric, upon hearing her words, smiled warmly. "I sincerely hope I can assist you." His sincerity was palpable. He was good. Ron and Wood were odd, yet they were not. Chapter 43. This potion. Aurora, arms crossed, scrutinized Wood with skepticism. "This fellow is peculiar." Wood fidgeted with his clothing, for he already possessed a Firebolt 2000, and saw no need to upgrade to the 2001. While a new broomstick was indeed enticing, it was not essential for competition. "Aurora, have you decided where you will go this summer?" Wood asked, his expression conflicted. "I heard you have nowhere to stay." His words were blunt, yet Wood harbored no malice. Had her predicament become common knowledge? "Thank you for your kindness, but I have already accepted Cedric's invitation," Aurora replied, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. Wood felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Perhaps it was a sense of possessiveness. Although his feelings for the girl had not reached great heights, he did not wish to see her with another. With his head bowed, Wood lingered, his demeanor despondent. Aurora patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "I must take my leave. I wish you a joyful summer." Yet Wood's tone hardly conveyed well wishes, and his retreat appeared lonely. Aurora could not help but reflect, "Brother, your love for Quidditch is palpable." Draco, lurking from a distance in a corner, was in deep contemplation. He could not fathom why so many sought to invite Aurora, while his own challenge felt overwhelmingly epic. "They lack discernment," Draco scoffed. "What is there to invite? Allow me to take my turn." The first system, uninterested in his complaints, gently reminded him, "Dear host, your path is long. You have 3 tasks yet to complete." Draco chose to feign ignorance, pondering whether it was more effective to use a fainting potion or a sleeping draught. He felt certain that invitations would elude him. Yet, observing Wood's forlorn expression, it seemed he too had been unsuccessful. Draco found a peculiar sense of balance in his thoughts. "You should truly learn this," the system advised. "When a girl perceives a boy as endearing or pitiable, her heart may waver." "Is that so?" Draco frowned, realizing he was utterly devoid of such qualities. Even if he were to pretend, he would not know how. "Then you ought to learn," the first system suggested. "You should at least feign interest." Draco scoffed at the notion. He had never cared to please anyone, let alone to feign affection. He would not bend for mere trifles. In the future, Draco would reflect. Look at the foolish me from before. Cedric, through his earnestness, successfully invited Aurora to his home. Aurora could only offer Dumbledore an explanation, happily declining his offer. Dumbledore mused, "Our youth is truly splendid." Cedric assisted Aurora in unloading her luggage from the Hogwarts Express, while Aurora and Hermione stood upon the platform. Hermione wore a teasing expression, inquiring, "So, how did we suddenly arrive at this point?" "He merely fears I have nowhere to go during the summer." Aurora replied with a playful glint in her eyes, "Don't speak nonsense. I had intended to invite you to my home," Hermione lamented. "Please send my regards to my parents." Aurora leaned closer to Hermione. "I'll have the opportunity to visit them again." Cedric maneuvered a small cart down and approached Aurora. "Have a splendid summer," he said cheerfully. Hermione nudged Aurora, an inexplicable smile lingering on her face as she observed the two. Both Aurora and Cedric waved at Hermione in unison, who watched them depart with a wistful expression. "Oh dear." Hermione clapped her hands and shook her head as she walked away. Aurora followed Cedric back to his home. Initially devoid of any particular thoughts, she felt indifferent about her surroundings, viewing it merely as an experience, and was eager to explore. However, upon reaching the doorstep, an unusual nervousness crept over her. Cedric fumbled in his pocket, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. "I seem to have forgotten my keys." With that, He raised his hand to knock on the door. Aurora grasped his wrist. Wait. She pursed her lips. I need a moment to prepare myself. It's nothing to worry about, Cedric chuckled, but Aurora appeared to don a mask of distress. Just as they were caught in this moment of indecision, the door swung open. A beautiful and gentle woman stood behind the door, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Cedric and Aurora, her gaze lingering subtly on their clasped hands. Thank you. She'll be right down. Aurora quickly released her hold. Hello, I am Cedric's friend. You may call me Aurora.
Aurora.
Cedric has told us all about you. Do come in. The woman offered Aurora a tender smile. Cedric and his mother were strikingly alike. I've prepared a guest room for you. I hope you find it to your liking. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Mrs. Diggory spoke in a tone reminiscent of one soothing a child. Everything is perfect, thank you. Aurora felt an immediate sense of warmth towards Mrs. Diggory. Let Cedric take your luggage inside. I'll prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly. Cedric winked at Aurora. Unusually lively, let us go. After settling into her room, Aurora made her way to Cedric's door and knocked gently. Cedric's voice came from within, slightly flustered. Wait. Just a moment, I'll be right there. Sounds of hurried activity filled the room, followed by a flurry of footsteps. The door opened a crack, and Cedric stood awkwardly in the doorway. He blinked nervously. Are you all set? Yes. Are you still tidying up? Your room seems a bit chaotic. Aurora peered over, noticing the disarray at the foot of his bed. Ahem, Cedric explained. I'm not quite finished. Is it alright if I come in? Aurora weighed the books in her hand. Sure, Cedric was not one to refuse. He instinctively glanced back, ensuring his belongings were properly concealed. As Aurora entered Cedric's room, she kept her gaze averted, placing the book she held upon his desk. I brought you this book, she said, feigning ignorance to the glaring potion resting on the desk. This is the one you mentioned last time. I borrowed it from Hermione. Would you like to read it? Cedric noticed the potion he had neglected to hide and felt a tightening in his throat. When Aurora received no response, her curiosity piqued. Said, Oh. Cedric snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. I'll read that tonight. I just remembered I still have things to tidy up. I should head out. Aurora quickly stood, understanding the unspoken tension. Returning to her room, Aurora suddenly recalled the potion. She had seen it before. Chapter 44. Dreams and Pressure. Where had she encountered it? Rubbing her temples, her nerves surged, inducing a headache. Then it struck her. During her first meeting with Cedric in the hospital wing, she had gone to retrieve medication for her foot injury. But what about Cedric? Pressing her temples, she felt somewhat relieved. Cedric had likely taken a sleeping potion. Did he struggle with sleep? She had assumed it was merely an occasional issue. Yet there it was again, the same potion on his desk. While she pondered this, Cedric arrived at her door. Aurora had left her door ajar, and Cedric politely refrained from entering. My father is home from work. Shall we go down for dinner? He did not mention the potion, and Aurora refrained from pursuing the topic further. It would be impolite to pry. She would wait for a more opportune moment. Nodding in agreement, they descended the stairs together. Mr. Diggory was quite different from Mrs. Diggory. He exuded a stricter demeanor and rarely smiled. At the dinner table, he inquired about Cedric's studies and life, but offered little else. That night, as Aurora extinguished her bedside lamp and lay on her side, she gazed at the sliver of moonlight filtering through the curtain. The light shone through the crack, while the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. It resembled an eye, and Aurora extended her hand to shield the brightness, her imagination igniting. She felt compelled to capture the moment on paper. The inspiration surged and her drowsiness dissipated. Aurora rummaged through her drawer for her sketchbook, swiftly sketching the scene. Though the result was not particularly discernible, she completed it with satisfaction. Tossing the sketchbook onto her bedside, she nestled back into her covers and succumbed to deep slumber. Aurora dreamt. In her dream, a man enveloped her from behind, seizing her right hand, be a dear, and kill him. Kill whom? Her perspective was engulfed in darkness, the dream chaotic. Aurora furrowed her brow, struggling within the dream to open her eyes and discern whom she was meant to kill. A sword encrusted with rubies materialized in her grasp, gradually dispelling the darkness, restoring her sight. Her breath quickened as she beheld a man kneeling before her. It was none other than Cedric. The sword pointed threateningly close to his striking eyes. Do not be too greedy, White. Abruptly, Aurora's eyes flew open, her gaze fixed on the ceiling of her room, her back drenched in sweat. Her heart raced, pounding rapidly. She took a moment to steady her breathing and slowly rose from her bed. What had that dream meant? For reasons unknown, she wandered out of her room, unconsciously approaching Cedric's door. It stood slightly ajar, a faint glow emanating from within. Cedric? Aurora called softly, her tone laced with concern. No response met her. And after mentally rehearsing countless apologies, she cautiously pushed the door open. Just a crack revealed Cedric seated by the edge of his bed, holding a potion. Upon noticing the door ajar, he appeared momentarily stunned. Aurora? Cedric questioned, puzzled. Why aren't you asleep? But I woke up in the middle of the night, and saw your door slightly open. I called for you but received no reply. I apologize. I was lost in thought and didn't hear you, Cedric replied, a hint of remorse in his voice. Aurora shook her head, articulating her purpose for entering. I was merely concerned you might be in some sort of predicament. Why would I be in any trouble at home? Cedric felt warmth spread through him at her words. Well then come in. Let us talk for a while, he invited, tossing the potion onto the bed before rising to close the door. Aurora cast a glance at the potion, unable to suppress her curiosity. Does this potion actually work? I had a nightmare tonight, and I'd like to try it. You shouldn't take potions recklessly, Cedric responded, securing the door, but a small amount should suffice for ordinary circumstances. How much does Cedric need to drink? Aurora pursed her lips, pondering that he must have visited the hospital wing more than once for potions. Noticing her deep in thought, Cedric waved his hand in front of her eyes. What's the matter? Could you pour me a bit? Aurora giggled, reminiscent of a mischievous child craving sweets. Just a little. Cedric sighed in resignation. All right, I'll fetch you a cup, but just a sip and then you should head to bed. Madame Pomfrey's potion works wonders. It prevents nightmares, though it might taste a bit unpleasant. Then I'll need some sugar to accompany it, Aurora pouted. You've had it so many times. Surely you didn't drink it down without something sweet every time? Well, I just held my nose and swallowed it, Cedric admitted, not catching the underlying meaning of Aurora's words. He nodded in agreement. Oh, Aurora asked casually, is this potion just for insomnia? It also helps prevent nightmares and alleviate stress, among other things. Stress? Aurora tilted her head. So if I'm feeling overwhelmed with studies, I could ask Madame Pomfrey for some of this potion too? Yes, but... Cedric's words trailed off as he realized he had been drawn into her line of questioning. He chuckled softly. Here, have a sip. How stingy. Only willing to let me have a taste. Aurora feigned annoyance. I'll fetch you a piece of candy. Cedric smiled slightly, choosing not to respond further. His room was dimly lit, with only the curtains drawn back to allow the full moon to serve as a candle, casting a silvery light that danced with their shadows on the floor. By the moonlight, Aurora swirled the glass in her hand. The purple liquid within glimmered ominously. Both mysterious and perilous. How did you know about study stress? Cedric inquired seriously. I don't believe I've exhibited any signs. Aurora grimaced as she tasted the potion, its bitterness causing her to wince. Because I have my own academic pressures. Cedric looked puzzled. For anyone who knew Aurora understood that she was never particularly devoted to her studies. I meant in the past, back when I was in China, Aurora briefly clarified. That time was quite arduous for me. She gulped down the remaining potion, her brow furrowed. But I believe it's not worth investing all your energy into such matters. Cedric tilted his head, gazing at her with his striking gray eyes, his expression earnest. He drank most of the potion with ease. Isn't it bitter? Aurora asked after he finished, taking the potion bottle to sniff it. Yuck. How so? Cedric stifled a laugh, redirecting the conversation. Come, let us play Quidditch. Chapter 45. Ron's Interception. Quidditch. Cedric's small smile broadened gradually, his tone rising with curiosity, revealing his delight despite his confusion. Yes, Aurora retorted. Don't you like Quidditch? Cedric contemplated for a moment before nodding. I do. Let us go right now, Aurora declared impulsively, her determination evident. Cedric extended his long, elegant fingers, evoking an urge to grasp them. Aurora was unsure of his intent. Take me with you. Cedric's voice was low and slightly raspy, hinting at something unspoken. With his hand outstretched before her, Aurora placed her hand in his. Their palms met, and she held onto his hand tightly. Cedric's palm was slightly sweaty, likely due to the sweltering heat of late June. They stealthily borrowed the only 2 brooms from his home, and ventured to a secluded meadow outside the village. The moon hung high and bright, stars twinkling in the vastness of the sky. The evening breeze tousled their hair. Aurora released Cedric's hand and spread her arms wide, reveling in the freedom. I have played Quidditch before, but I set it aside for fear of it affecting my studies. Cedric held on to his broom, exuding a soothing aura reminiscent of a friend from Aurora's reality. Unconsciously, Aurora edged closer to him, lost in a moment of reverie. What is it? Cedric inquired softly. Aurora paused, shaking her head. Nothing. Come on, let me see how well you can fly, Diggory. She invited with a gentle smile. They soared through the air for a few laps, but soon Aurora began to feel drowsy in the cool breeze. She quietly lagged behind Cedric, descending stealthily to lie on the grass, closing her eyes. This sleeping potion truly works wonders, Aurora mused sleepily as her consciousness began to fade. Cedric, however, felt increasingly invigorated. After reveling in his freedom, he finally noticed that Aurora had fallen asleep on the grass. Gazing at her serene face, he exhaled softly, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. He too began to feel drowsy. Aurora, Aurora, wake up, it's time to go back to your room, Cedric called gently, rousing her from her slumber. Aurora blinked awake, her eyes hazy. Oh. She instinctively reached out, help me up. Cedric couldn't help but smile as he grasped her hand, pulling her upright. Perhaps you should limit how much you consume of that potion. Too much will lead to resistance, Cedric advised earnestly. I took note of that. But what if I still can't sleep later? Aurora wondered, contemplating whether this was the moment to suggest seeking him out if she couldn't. If you can't sleep, consult the healer. I am not a doctor. Cedric chuckled. If you can't sleep, go for a few flights. Exercise helps one sleep more soundly. How scientific, Aurora replied, bemused. Before long, the students' final scores were released. Cedric tried to sneak a glance at Aurora's grades, but she swiftly covered them. That comes at a different price. Aurora exclaimed, guilt-ridden, having seen her scores, her eyes wide with panic. Hermione's letter arrived promptly. As an owl dropped it on the table before soaring away, Aurora pressed her grades to her chest with one hand while she opened Hermione's letter with the other. Hermione's message was succinct yet imposing. The results are in. All O's for me, how about you? I'll be visiting Diagon Alley at the end of the month. Will you join me? Is this the pressure of a top student? Aurora sighed, reluctantly unfolding her report. Aside from her charms class, she had received O's in defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, with the rest being E's or A's. All passing, splendid, Cedric remarked. Thank goodness. Aurora felt a wave of relief wash over her. I realized no one can criticize my grades, so it doesn't matter. I would be happier if Hermione didn't ask. Did someone always criticize your grades before? Cedric inquired cautiously. My previous grades were beyond reproach, Aurora raised an eyebrow, recalling her high school years when she consistently topped the charts. She had shown off, but that didn't mean she hadn't shone brightly. Yet some parents are never satisfied. Aurora began to pin her response to Hermione, arranging to meet her at Diagon Alley. Will you be going that day as well? Aurora asked Cedric, tilting her head. Cedric nodded, of course. By the way, how did you fare? Aurora scolded herself for broaching such a cliché topic. Are you certain you wish to know? Cedric inquired, a teasing glint in his eye. All right, I want to ask, Aurora relented, instinctively guessing his results would be stellar. The day Aurora and Cedric arrived at Diagon Alley, the place was bustling with life, particularly Flourish and Blots, which was teeming with people. Aurora and Hermione had arranged to meet at the entrance of the bookstore, and upon sighting each other, Aurora enveloped Hermione in a bear hug. Cedric clicked his tongue in mock disappointment, wishing Aurora would hug him just once. Ron and Harry awaited nearby, and as soon as Aurora released Hermione, Harry opened his arms wide. Gazing at Harry's dust-covered face, Aurora fell silent. Her lips moved slightly, but ultimately she closed her eyes and awkwardly hugged Harry, only to swiftly turn and embrace Ron instead. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in Ron's mind, illuminating a spark of realization within him. The system had not indicated a failed mission during the summer break, which suggested that, with a remaining fortnight, an opportunity still lingered. Tentatively, Ron inquired of Aurora, yesterday we rescued Harry from his aunt and uncle's home, and now he's south staying at our place. Would you like to join us, Aurora? And Hermione. Hermione felt that Ron's last statement was particularly forced, as if he were reluctant to include her name at all. Reject him, reject him. Hermione whispered in her ear. Aurora merely smiled in silence. Visiting the Weasley household wasn't out of the question. After all, she had yet to experience what the Weasley home looked like. She turned to Cedric, whose smile belied a deep-seated melancholy. He felt as though Ron had snagged someone right from under his nose. If you wish to go, then by all means, Cedric replied through clenched teeth. Ron balled his right hand into a fist, pressing it against his lips to stifle a grin. His eyes sparkled with a mix of mischief and triumph, an expression that was undeniably cheeky. Draco remained perched on the second floor of the leaky cauldron, peering through the glass window, observing the group's antics while gnawing on his straw, feeling quite exasperated. Chapter 46, A Natural Pair. Ron had been mulling over the 40 galleons from half of the summer, and now, it seemed, the invitation had finally materialized. As soon as a pale green figure appeared in the yard, Ron hurriedly dashed to the door and flung it open. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, and Aurora halted in her tracks, a question mark slowly forming above her head. Aurora, I'm not sure how to compliment Ron anymore. You certainly are quick on your feet, she mused. Embarrassed, Ron scratched his head. I just happened to see you coming, so. Do come in. My parents aren't home. My father has gone to work, and my mother is out, but my brothers and little sister are in their rooms. Aurora nodded casually, her light green dress swaying gently with her steps. I brought some small gifts. Thank you very much. I'm not some lord or lady, so please don't be so formal, Ron said, placing the item she carried on a shelf and ushering her inside. I thought you would come yesterday. Ron babbled on. I bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Digger yesterday and brought back a few things from Diagon Alley. Aurora felt uncertain about her etiquette. After all, when she visited relatives during the new year, she would merely hide behind her parents. Would you like some water? Ron stammered, unsure how to entertain his friend. Harry was different. He and Ron were thick as thieves and required no formalities. Mission 3 has been completed. A reward of 40 galleons has been issued. Please check your account, the system voice chimed, causing Ron's eyes to gleam with excitement. He became even more enthusiastic toward Aurora, leaving her somewhat flustered. A cup of water was thrust into her hands, and a fruit platter was set before her. Ron even speared a grape and held it to her lips. Ron, you really should let your mother see you like this. Ginny had come down the stairs at some point, and upon witnessing Ron's obsequious demeanor, she was left in a state of disarray. Was this truly the Ron she knew? Less meddling. Breakfast made by Mum is in the kitchen. Help yourself. Ron retorted crossly. Confirmed. It was indeed the Ron she recognized. Ginny rolled her eyes but then turned to Aurora with a shy smile, speaking softly, I'll head to the kitchen first. Ron was taken aback. You should really let Mum see you like this. Aurora took the fork from Ron's hand. No need, brother. You'll be sharing a room with Ginny. She'll take you upstairs later. Ginny happened to come out of the kitchen, her mouth full of bread, giving an okay gesture and mumbling, follow me. Ginny's room was on the 3rd floor, adorned with posters of the Weird Sisters and the Holy Head Harpies. Noticing Aurora's gaze lingering on the Holy Head Harpies poster, Ginny became animated. I know, Ron told me you and Harry made the Quidditch team. How wonderful. Ginny's mention of Quidditch sparked Ron's enthusiasm. He read us a tale of summer. In just 5 minutes, the two girls had become fast friends. Ah, I love this too. Aurora pointed at a postcard on Ginny's desk. I've been reading a book by this witch lately. We're truly kindred spirits, Ginny exclaimed, linking arms with Aurora. In just 10 minutes, they had become like sisters. The friendship of girls is as simple as that. Ginny opened the small window in her room, revealing the garden and a vast expanse of lawn outside. We always play Quidditch here, Ginny pointed out, and sometimes we have meals in the garden. That sounds amazing. Aurora replied, shaking her head in delight. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped and Ron's head popped in. They're all up and want to play Quidditch. Are you coming? Of course. Aurora blinked and said to Ginny, you go ahead. I'll put my things down. Aurora placed her suitcase under the desk and opened it, feeling the weight of the bulging pouch in the corner. Is it heavier than before? Aurora, are you ready? Ginny's voice called from the lawn outside. Aurora decided to ignore it, shutting her suitcase before dashing down the stairs. On the lawn, Fred, George, Harry, and Ron were already on their brooms. Ginny was selecting from 2 brooms. I think this one is easier. You should use this, she said, handing Aurora a Comet Series broom. Aurora declared, from now on, Ginny is my second favorite. Let us split into teams, 3 against 3. Ginny clapped her hands. This is fantastic. 2 girls on one side. Fred said eagerly. Then you two must be separated, Aurora shot back. For the first time, George found himself at a loss for words, unable to complete Fred's sentence. Fine, separate us. It's just a Quidditch match, Fred replied nonchalantly, exaggerating. I've long wanted to be on a different team. Humph, as if I could ever tire of your face. George retorted defiantly. As Fred and George bickered, Ron had already stepped up to Aurora's side. You and I are a natural pair, Ron said, blinking at Aurora. She chuckled softly but remained silent. Standing nearby, Harry wished he could pry open Ron's mind to see what he was thinking. Detected a 5-point increase in the target character's affection. Current affection level, 70, the system announced, causing Ron's face to subtly redden. So, will you be with Fred or with me? George finally finished bickering with Fred and flashed Aurora a mischievous grin. Fred's eyes also sparkled with amusement. These two delighted in teasing others. Ginny will choose. Whoever she doesn't want will be on my team, Ron declared. Aurora easily passed the decision to Ginny, acting as if she were dismissing a trivial matter. Suddenly being called upon, Ginny feigned seriousness, scrutinizing Fred and George for a long moment. Fred. Ginny paused, and Fred and George exchanged anxious glances. Oh, just forget it. Fred finally said. What do you mean, forget it? Ginny quipped, causing both brothers to explode in indignation. Let us see who shines on the pitch, Fred declared, brimming with enthusiasm. No seeking. Let us see who can throw the quaffle better. George seized a quaffle, and the match commenced. Aurora raised an eyebrow. As a seeker, she was a professional. She had to win this game. Chapter 47. The Diary and the Memory Ball. An exhilarating match concluded with the victory of Fred, Ron and Aurora. After a morning of spirited activity, it was not until Mrs. Weasley announced that dinner was ready that the children reluctantly set aside their brooms and dashed indoors at her urging. Having engaged in such lively exercise, their cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and a delicate sheen of perspiration adorned Aurora's forehead, which Mrs. Weasley kindly wiped away with a smile. Please take a seat. Aurora, she said, exuding warmth and affection. If Mrs. Diggory's kindness was gentle, then Mrs. Weasley's was suffused with exuberance. As expected, like parent, like child. Percy also descended the staircase and found a place to sit. Aurora, Ron has been chattering about you all summer, Mrs. Weasley said cheerfully. I have not. Ron quickly interjected, eager to salvage his pride. Aurora has brought you all a little gift. Just a small token, Aurora added hastily. Mrs. Weasley beamed, wiping her apron. Oh really? What is it? A book by Lockhart, Aurora replied with a grin, intending to delve into Lockhart's literary nonsense. Fred and George groaned in unison, while Ron and Harry exchanged expressions of exasperation, particularly Harry, who could not shake the memory of his own embarrassing encounter with Lockhart a few days prior in Diagon Alley. It was evident that the others shared this sentiment, as they glanced at one another with knowing smiles. Mrs. Weasley playfully tapped Mr. Weasley on the head with the book, recalling her irritation from that day in Diagon Alley. How could you engage in a fight with Malfoy in front of everyone? Mr. Weasley discreetly made a face behind her back, narrowly avoiding another playful reprimand from Mrs. Weasley. What a harmonious and warm household it was. Aurora lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of envy. As night fell, Ginny, having played all day, retired early to bed. Aurora, however, found herself restless, seated on the edge of her bed, her cedar wand quietly resting on the bedside table. Suddenly, the tip of the wand emitted faint wisps of silver light, drifting almost imperceptibly towards the first drawer of Ginny's desk. What on earth? Aurora furrowed her brow, perplexed, as she had not touched her wand. She picked it up, wondering, is Ollivander's wand defective? Is there an after-sales service? This is crucial. Strangely, as soon as Aurora touched her wand, the light dissipated. She turned her gaze toward the drawer, lost in contemplation. What was this troublesome wand up to? Was it urging her to rummage through someone else's belongings? With a huff, Aurora turned over and closed her eyes, determined to sleep. The diary sighed, disgruntled. Despite her overwhelming curiosity, Aurora stifled her desire to pry into other secrets. After a long struggle, she finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, Ginny asked, Are you not accustomed to it? Surely you don't find your home uncomfortable? I was up late reading Lockhart's works. Aurora nonchalantly fabricated an excuse upon noticing Ginny's gaze. They were quite captivating. Lockhart is very handsome, Ginny said, pursing her lips, and his experiences are rather rich. But I still think Harry is more handsome. Aurora nodded in agreement. Indeed, but Lockhart's books aren't anything special. I can recommend some that are far more engaging. Every Gryffindor should have a copy. Oh really? Ginny replied, somewhat intrigued. Do tell. One of the stories begins with a Death Eater falling in love with an undercover Auror, leading to a tumultuous romance filled with trolls and ghasts. In the end, the Auror sacrifices everything for the greater good, vanquishing the Death Eater and righting wrongs. Ginny blinked in astonishment. Wow, that sounds explosive, thrilling. It must be so much better than the vampire husband and werewolf boyfriend I've read about. Aurora linked her arm with Ginny's. That's why I was up all night. I hardly slept. Oh, I see. Ginny perked up. Then let's lounge in the garden swing chair for a bit. Absolutely. Ginny, you are the best. I like you the most. Meanwhile, far away, Hermione chimed in. You better think before you speak. Life at the Weasley household sped by even faster than at the Diggory residence, and before long, the school term was upon them. Aurora clung stubbornly to a pillar at platform 9, uncertain of what she was resisting. Come on, it's time for school, Ginny urged, or else we'll miss the train. I'm ill, Aurora stubbornly refused to let go, even as Ginny tugged at her arm. What illness? School anxiety syndrome, Aurora sighed, closing her eyes. Why did she have to traverse dimensions? Why attend school? Ginny sighed, then turned her gaze toward her brothers. Percy raised an eyebrow and spotting Hermione approaching, exclaimed, Hermione. We have a little wizard here. Who doesn't he want to go to school? Upon hearing Hermione's name, Aurora felt a chill run down her spine. She released her grip in a flash, hastily pushing her trolley and bolting toward the platform. Hermione, she called, brushing her brown curls aside. I wouldn't dare. Ginny couldn't help but admire Hermione's composure. This was a truly formidable individual, and she resolved to befriend her. Let us go in, Percy declared triumphantly, clapping his hands. The group split into several clusters as they charged through the barrier, leaving Ron and Harry outside. We should hurry too, they said, and with a resounding thud, Ron and Harry collided with the pillar. Unbeknownst to the others, Aurora retained a faint memory of something forgotten. What's wrong, Aurora? Neville appeared beside her. Having always felt a close bond with Aurora after she had protected him. I feel like I've forgotten something, Aurora frowned. I'm not sure what it is. I have my memory orb, Neville said, retrieving it from his pocket and handing it to Aurora. But it won't tell you what you've forgotten. He believed it was of little use, and while his grandmother wasn't looking, he cheekily stuck out his tongue. As soon as the memory orb landed in Aurora's hand, it began to glow a vivid red at a remarkable speed, changing from pale pink to crimson, then to scarlet, and finally to a deep vermilion. In the next instant, the orb exploded, shards of glass flying and grazing Aurora's cheek, leaving a crimson mark. What the? Aurora exclaimed in disbelief. I didn't do anything. Neville was equally astonished. Muttering, maybe you've forgotten quite a bit. This orb is faulty. It's too unreliable, Aurora declared with indignation. My grandmother is coming, run, Neville urged, catching sight of his grandmother approaching, and he quickly pulled Aurora onto the train. Chapter 48. A quiet moment. The two boarded the train and found Ginny and Hermione. While Neville waved goodbye to his grandmother through the glass window. Aurora, your face is scratched, Neville exclaimed in dismay. It's all my fault. My memory orb must be defective. Aurora shook her head. I just want to know if there's any after-sales service for wizarding products. Neville pondered seriously before timidly replying. Perhaps there isn't. Aurora sighed dramatically. I must reform the wizarding world. At the very least, there should be a 7-day return policy. What? Hermione, having overheard their conversation, pulled out a band-aid. My mom insisted I bring this. I thought I wouldn't need it. She leaned in to place the band-aid on Aurora's cheek. How careless of you. It was an accident, Aurora chuckled sheepishly. All right, Hermione said affectionately, cradling Aurora's chin and checking for any other injuries before nodding in satisfaction. Observing from a distance, Neville and Ginny learned from the exchange, while Draco, stealthily peering from outside, thought to himself, I must learn from this. I am truly outclassed. Hermione noticed Draco outside the window, her brow furrowing in intrigue. What was this Malfoy up to, always sneaking glances? Caught in the act, Draco had no choice but to retreat with a hint of annoyance. He has cat biscuits, just ignore him, Aurora waved her hand dismissively. By the way, where are Harry and Ron? Ginny suddenly remembered her idol and brother. Aurora raised an eyebrow, recalling something she had neglected. She had certainly forgotten that the platform was closed. Oh dear, getting old, my memory is fading. But surely this trivial matter isn't enough to cause a memory explosion? Aurora shook her head, dismissing the thought. They might have gone to another carriage, perhaps to Fred and George's. Aurora said casually. No, they haven't come here. Fred and George entered, squeezing into the compartment. Hi. Aurora greeted with a smile. So where have they gone? Hermione inquired. They're not getting into trouble again, are they? Who knows? Aurora replied nonchalantly. They might be planning to swim back to Hogwarts. That sounds fun, Fred snapped his fingers, jokingly adding, hey, who swims faster? Harry, I suppose. George pondered seriously. Why? Hermione asked, puzzled. Because Ron can't swim, Ginny interjected. He can't swim? Aurora perked up. Neither can I, I'm a landlubber. What a pity. George and I always explore the Black Lake, Fred remarked, a smile spreading across his eyes. If you ever want to learn how to swim, do remember us, George added. The Black Lake is fascinating. Last time, we got entangled with an octopus. Ginny listened eagerly as her brothers recounted their Hogwarts adventures, subconsciously looking forward to her own experiences. After all, that diary had mentioned that Hogwarts was filled with intriguing events. Aurora, however, drifted off as she listened to Fred and George's tales. The basilisk incident this year. If they claimed it was safe, it was indeed deadly. If they said it was dangerous, no one had perished all year. Aurora pressed her lips together, debating whether she should retrieve the diary. What are you thinking about? Ginny asked. Aurora shook her head. Just musing. What's the matter? We're discussing the Quidditch team, particularly the new season-S groupings. Aurora snapped back to attention, joining the conversation. Even Hermione, who usually wasn't keen on Quidditch, listened intently, occasionally asking questions of interest. They had all completely forgotten about Harry and Ron. It wasn't until the train whistled, and steam rose from the chimney as Hogwarts departed the platform that Ginny slapped her thigh. Oh no, where are Harry and Ron? The group exchanged glances. They had all agreed to meet in the compartment before entering the platform. Let us go look for them, Hermione suggested. We'll split up. I'm not Nick. I want to split up, Aurora said, rubbing her forehead after Hermione playfully flicked it. Fred and George chuckled at Aurora's words. You're quite humorous. I'll check over there, Aurora said, casually pointing to the left. Oh dear. First year it was looking for toads, second year looking for fools. Double fools. Fred and George chimed in. As Aurora searched each compartment, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had become as peculiar as Draco. What was happening? Just then, she caught sight of Draco lounging inside, legs crossed, flanked by 2 burly companions and 2 girls. So many people, Aurora remarked. No need to look further. It was evident Harry and Ron were not there. There was no way they would be in the same compartment as Draco unless they had been knocked unconscious. In truth, Aurora wasn't searching very earnestly, for she knew the 2 hadn't boarded the train. They were likely chasing the express, calling for the Swallow. Hey, Draco came out. He exclaimed, exasperated. I have a job to do, Aurora. Draco must work hard today. Aurora tilted her head. What's up? Draco racked his brain, recalling the 3 essentials he had learned from books, struggling to figure out how to apply them. Are you hurt? Draco stepped closer, gazing intently at Aurora, emotions swirling in his eyes. Are you nearsighted or astigmatic? Aurora asked seriously. This issue needs to be addressed early. Otherwise, you'll have to wear glasses. Draco was taken aback. Why do you have a bandage on your face? He awkwardly inquired. It's a band-aid, Aurora replied, feigning surprise. A muggle thing. An unusual silence fell between them, the atmosphere oddly still. The system urged, hurry, use my secret. So quiet. I thought we'd have plenty to say, Draco muttered, feeling frustrated as this was a task assigned by the system. Where does the system find all these bizarre phrases? It's so frustrating. Aurora stared at Draco with a peculiar expression, her gaze sweeping over him before she managed a reluctant nod. All right, quiet guy. Quiet guy? Draco thought about collapsing in disbelief, but his pride forbade it. Plan B, commanded the system. Draco stepped forward, leaving only a fist's distance between them, though they were of the same age. The boy had grown faster, imposing a subtle pressure. Draco's pale, slender fingers lightly brushed against the band-aid on Aurora's cheek, causing her eyelashes to flutter slightly. Her gaze dropped to the ground, motionless, seemingly entranced. Of course, this was Draco's one-sided assumption. Host. The task of 3 instances of physical contact must be initiated by the target. The system interjected as they seemed frozen in time. Draco maintained his composure, his fingers unmoving. Are we filming a music video? Shouldn't there be a he just passed by? Aurora swatted Draco's hand away. That's a different fee. Isn't that technically me initiating contact? Draco felt a surge of pride internally, while the system fell silent. It seems so. That's not entirely out of the question. Yet something felt off. The original intent of this task was not meant to unfold like this. It was supposed to lead to something more romantic. Having achieved a third of his task, Draco felt a sense of satisfaction, visibly brightening as he walked away. Aurora took a deep breath. Little brat. Always wandering about, unaware of what trouble they're stirring. She turned around, only to find Cedric standing before her, arms crossed, silently watching her. As Aurora finally noticed him, Cedric quickly lowered his arms, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Aurora's eyes sparkled with mischief. Good afternoon. What brings you here? I just wanted to step out to buy something, Cedric replied after a moment, adding, nothing more. Aurora nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'll head back now. Wait. Cedric called out. What were you out here for? His tone was hesitant, but he couldn't help but ask. Was she here to meet Malfoy? I came to look for Harry and Ron. Aurora coughed lightly, attempting to strike up conversation. Have you seen them? No, but I can help you look. Aurora tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and Cedric noticed the band-aid on her cheek, pausing momentarily. Are you hurt? It's nothing. I just accidentally blew up Neville's memory ball, Aurora replied, feeling a bit unsettled as thoughts of that memory ball and the associated dream resurfaced. I seem to be missing a very important memory. Aurora shook her head, a voice deep within urging her not to think about it, not to seek out those memories. Those memories were likely not what she desired. However, how could she refrain from being curious? If your mind is lamenting the absence of your soul, why not seek to restore it? Who can endure the torment of ignorance? Aurora felt darkness encroaching upon her vision. Sensing impending faintness, she struggled to adjust her posture, striving to avoid collapsing to the ground. Yet, inevitably, she succumbed and fainted into Cedric's embrace. Just before losing consciousness, Aurora sighed in resignation. She certainly had a knack for falling. Cedric caught her, his expression rife with concern. Aurora! Aurora! Wake up! He implored. Aurora's eyes remained tightly shut. Her lips pale. Yubai! Yubai! Wake up! A familiar yet foreign voice echoed, causing Aurora's mind to waver. Do you wish to remember? Her eyes fluttered open, pupils dilating as she beheld the ominous arras mirror before her, reflecting her own image. Lin Yubai smiled, pressing her palm against the mirror's surface. You must not think of them, Lin Yubai. Why? Aurora furrowed her brow in inquiry. You need not know, Lin Yubai replied sternly. To know would invite peril upon yourself. Do not attempt to challenge the inevitable, Lin Yubai suddenly urged, her tone urgent. Remember, you must never change. Never change? Aurora pouted, inhaling deeply before declaring with all her might, Riddler, begone. In the next instant, the entire arras mirror shattered explosively, prompting Aurora to instinctively shut her eyes and shield her face. When her awareness returned, she found herself lying in the infirmary bed, blinking in confusion. Aurora noticed Madame Pomfrey approaching with concern etched on her face. How do you feel? Are you better? Madam, I feel much improved. Is there something wrong with my body? Aurora suspected she might have experienced possession, or perhaps a split personality. Child, you are perfectly fine. You merely fainted due to physical weakness. Physical weakness. Aurora bit her lip, her mind replaying her own words. You must never change. Each syllable weighed heavily upon her heart, causing a tremor within. Why must she not change? Beads of perspiration formed, soaking her collar. Was this not a game? Her labored breathing gradually steadied, and she soon regained her composure. Aurora's gaze sharpened, a glint of cold determination in her eyes. That was her. She firmly believed the figure she confronted in her dream was indeed herself. Aurora would unconditionally trust in herself. To refrain from changing meant to stand idly by? No, that was not her nature. A vague direction began to crystallize within her mind, and her thoughts cleared. Madame Pomfrey, I assure you I am not ill. Aurora stated decisively. May I return to the Gryffindor common room now? You may. After assessment, all your health indicators are normal, Madame Pomfrey confirmed. Mr. Dumbledore has also approved your departure from the infirmary. Aurora nodded, exhaling in relief as she calmly departed. The night had deepened, and the castle lay in slumber. Aurora made her way slowly toward Gryffindor Tower. Suddenly, a soft sound of glass rolling on the floor reached her ears, barely audible, yet she caught it. Raising an eyebrow, she called out, "Who is there?" There was no response. The air felt thick with tension. Aurora crept toward the source of the sound, her footsteps light. She grasped the doorknob, gently pushing the door ajar, and through the crack she glimpsed two familiar scarlet figures. The pair seemed engrossed in concocting some potion. Steam rising from the cauldron before them. Locking eyes with their bright gazes, Aurora tilted her head with interest. "Who's outside?" Percy's voice called from behind, his footsteps drawing near. Aurora blinked. Fred and George appeared somewhat flustered within. "It's me," she replied smoothly, closing the door behind her as she walked toward Percy. Chapter 50, Shared System and Rising Affection. Percy appeared before Aurora, his expression a mix of confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be in the infirmary?" Knowing she was not a rule-breaking student, he softened his tone. Aurora maintained her composure, responding, "Yes, but I felt better, so I discharged myself. I was just planning to return to the dormitory. I just heard some noises," Percy remarked skeptically. "Why linger here instead of hurrying back to the common room?" "I accidentally kicked something and was just going to check it out," Aurora explained, noticing Percy was intent on investigating further. "Weasley Prefect, I still feel a bit dizzy." "What's wrong?" Percy halted, extending a hand to support Aurora. She grasped his arm, subtly guiding him away as they slowly moved together. "I'm feeling faint and wish to return to rest," Aurora said plaintively. "Let us go." "I'll accompany you back," Percy replied, raising an eyebrow, his agreement straightforward, leaving Aurora momentarily taken aback. "I just happen to have a piece of chocolate." "Here, take it," Percy offered kindly, handing her a rectangular chocolate bar. Aurora accepted it, smiling at Percy, who adjusted his glasses and returned her smile. Hearing the notification in his mind, task completed, power value increased by 1, current power value 2. His smile grew more genuine. Yet whether this smile was for power or for the person before him remained uncertain. After Percy and Aurora exited, Fred and George in the room finally stirred. They exchanged hushed glances, simultaneously giving a thumbs up to Aurora's departing figure. Just as the brothers were preparing to conclude their potion making, a mechanical voice interrupted them. "Dear hosts Fred Weasley and George Weasley, you have successfully developed the 7th strategy system. Do you wish to bind it?" Fred abruptly halted in his tracks, glancing quizzically at George, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Did you hear that?" Fred eagerly asked. George's eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring Fred's curiosity. I heard it. Clearly, the voice emanated from within them. Fred pointed to his head, and the brothers' gazes swirled with countless emotions. Wonder, curiosity, and exhilaration. This is incredible. Fred and George exclaimed in unison. We can hear the same voice. This is so cool. Can we communicate through brainwaves? Fred mused, his imagination running wild. We can give it a try, George replied. The two immediately fell silent, bombarding the system in their minds. Seventh system. Wait, it's getting confused. What are these two doing? Terrifying. Mom, it wants to change hosts. The seventh system was overwhelmed by their incessant inquiries, its ears ringing. Fred and George's questions multiplied, sometimes even overlapping. The seventh system found itself flustered, hastily answering their queries. So, we are to pursue someone then? Are we both pursuing the same person? This sounds unbelievable. But intriguing. You are the seventh system? How marvelous. 7 is a lucky number. We will undoubtedly succeed. After a brief pause, both brothers simultaneously asked in their minds, so, who do we need to pursue? Aurora. Aurora's image appeared on the screen, and as Fred reached to point at it, George observed her intently. Current affection level towards you, 55. That's too low, they chorused. No one at Hogwarts dislikes us, Fred asserted confidently. George raised a finger, shaking his head. No. Percy doesn't like us. Let us talk about affection levels. Is it mine or his? They queried eagerly. Average, replied the seventh system succinctly. Oh, George. It's entirely your fault for dragging down the average, Fred teased lightly. It was you who got bird droppings all over your hair that day, ruining your image, George retorted, bringing up old grievances. The two playfully bantered, while System 7 found itself unable to interject. Hey. System 7 exclaimed in exasperation, struggling to make itself heard amidst Fred and George's voices, which echoed around like a 3D surround sound. Everything they say is my vocabulary. The reward for completing the task is... Well, that's irrelevant. Fred and George declared nonchalantly, not even needing to exchange glances. All right, system. You may as well rewind and start over. It's exhausted. What truly matters is how to accomplish this challenge. The following day in the Great Hall, Aurora was surrounded by the caring members of Gryffindor, a warm glow spreading through her heart. Gazing at Harry, Wood, and Ron's concerned expressions, Aurora finally took Hermione's hands in her own. I'm fine, please don't worry. Hermione shook her head in frustration. It's a relief to hear that. We were quite worried when Diggory told us yesterday. Upon realizing Aurora was unharmed, Hermione immediately began to scold the three boys. You two. You didn't even take the Hogwarts Express, but rather rode in a flying car. And you were sick on the train, waking up in the hospital wing. Hermione sighed, squeezing Aurora's hand. If you ever feel unwell, do tell someone nearby. I will, Aurora replied gratefully, leaning in for a kiss, but Hermione's hand quickly blocked her, and she blinked innocently, feigning a pout. Once everyone had offered their haphazard yet orderly concerns to Aurora, they finally dispersed to prepare for classes. System 5 observed anxiously, Host, although you've achieved maximum favorability, it seems rather unusual for you to be so indifferent, does it not? Pursuing a girl requires initiative. This was indeed a profound truth. Cedric merely shook his head, silently observing. As Aurora gathered her books to head to class, Cedric encountered her around a corner. Are you feeling better, Aurora? He asked with genuine concern. Aurora smiled brightly, remembering how Cedric had caught her, and nodded vigorously. I'm completely well, thank you. Don't mention it. I'm just upset with myself for not noticing your discomfort sooner, Cedric replied tenderly. System 5 mused, well, I've learned something. No wonder he has 100 favorability. It began to ponder its previous quandary. With maximum favorability, why was there still a need for strategy? Chapter 51. Falling into a beautiful dream. System 5 contemplated that something must be amiss, and resolved to seek confirmation from its superiors once more. Cedric, unaware of the system's internal musings, simply observed whether Aurora exhibited any signs of discomfort. However, she appeared to be in excellent spirits, which reassured him. Cedric was eager to be close to a girl as cheerful and genuine as Aurora, whose eyes radiated innocence and lacked any trace of desire, always carefree. You should hurry to class. You can rest a bit in the classroom, he suggested. Aurora's eyes sparkled with warmth, as if capable of dispelling any fog. All right, she replied obediently. Just as Aurora was about to turn away, Cedric called out to her again. Shall we meet in the kitchen tonight? I'll cook for you. Behold, what a splendid domestic chef. To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. For a moment, Aurora's figure blurred with memories, but she quickly regained her composure. Sounds great, I'm looking forward to it, she replied with a smile, exchanging glances with Cedric, both unaware of the reason behind their shared amusement. Aurora turned away, hiding her expression from Cedric. He chuckled shyly, like a flower poised to bloom in early spring, while Aurora appeared more open and candid by comparison. Who was truly pursuing whom? System 5, having gathered intelligence from the main system, found itself at a loss upon witnessing this scene. Have you self-strategized, brother? Are you happy now, brother? It was only when Aurora's lively figure vanished that Cedric averted his gaze. Good morning, Hermione greeted as Aurora entered, saving her a seat with a sly smile. So, did you enjoy your chat with Cedric? Very much, Aurora replied, beaming even brighter. Then, with a playful twinkle in her eye, she added, but chatting with you, my dear Hermione, is even more delightful. Hermione cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and blushed. Class is starting. Let's focus. Aurora raised an eyebrow with playful pride, rummaging through her bag for her history of magic textbook. This is my favorite class, she declared, shaking her head enthusiastically. It's my top choice. I thought you might prefer transfiguration, Hermione remarked, puzzled by Professor Bin's entrance. I sleep the best in history of magic, Aurora stated matter-of-factly. Opening her pristine history of magic textbook, Aurora tenderly caressed the pages, and within minutes, she succumbed to slumber. Hermione was left speechless and helpless. It is said that a new academic year brings new energy. Yet Aurora remained unchanged. Aurora was particularly averse to defense against the dark arts. Despite Gilderoy Lockhart's charm, his class was impossible to stay awake in. Poring over the in-class quiz, Aurora pouted. What's Lockhart's favorite color? She turned to Hermione, but realized she was seated next to Harry, not Hermione. A miscalculation. Aurora squinted, unable to see clearly, and nudged Harry, who was scratching his head in confusion. He looked up, utterly lost, wishing he could punch Lockhart. Harry, take a look at Hermione's answer to the first question, she implored, her voice nearly a whisper. Harry suddenly realized, yes, sitting next to a top student was an opportunity not to be wasted. But can Hermione know something unrelated to academics? He mused. Look quickly, Aurora urged. Harry adjusted his glasses and stretched his neck to catch a glimpse of Hermione's answer. Soon, Hermione clapped her hands decisively, covering her answer entirely. Her neat and elegant handwriting was too much for just one hand to conceal. Ron, sitting next to them, also felt disheartened as he was copying too. Harry's plan had backfired, and he exchanged glances with Ron, while Aurora curiously leaned in, the three silently communicating. Ahem. Hermione coughed loudly, drawing Lockhart's attention as he approached. The three academically challenged students shrank back in defeat, secretly cursing Hermione's mercilessness. In the end, the three received single-digit scores, listening to Lockhart praise Hermione for her perfect answers. Lockhart flashed his most charming smile at Hermione, who hid her face behind her exam paper, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No way, Ron muttered, she absolutely loves him. Is Lockhart really that handsome? Aurora wondered aloud. What's Ron saying? Why can't I understand? She attempted to decipher Ron's lip movements but to no avail. Harry and Ron shared an unspoken understanding, and he leaned close to Aurora's ear to translate. Lockhart is ugly. Aurora noted Harry's proximity, suddenly realizing it might be too close. This reminded her of the first Quidditch match. Ron added, you definitely wouldn't find someone like Lockhart handsome. Harry remarked, somewhat bemused. Aurora pondered, nodding thoughtfully, then shaking her head. No, Lockhart is genuinely handsome. However, knowing his series of ridiculous antics and realizing he is merely a pretty fade, I can't muster any fondness toward him. The illusion has shattered. If one were to consider true handsomeness, it must be someone capable like Harry and his friends. However, Aurora kept this thought to herself. Host, I've noticed you've been rather lax lately, System 2 suddenly interjected. What? Harry was compelled to divert his attention from the enchanting Aurora beside him, feeling a tinge of reluctance towards System 2. Come, let us commence the task. Sensing Harry's dissatisfaction, System 2 promptly accepted a high-level mission. Mission 6. Elevate the target's affection level to 100. Completion reward. A descent into a beautiful dream. Failure penalty none. A descent into a beautiful dream? Harry was momentarily taken aback. Under his incredulous gaze, System 2 elaborated. You will have the opportunity to spend time with those you long to see but cannot. Tears welled in Harry's eyes, his expression a blend of yearning and disbelief, a glimmer of hope igniting within the depths of his gaze, glistening and forlorn. Can I spend time with my parents? Harry's breath caught for a fleeting moment, fearing he might miss System 2's response. Yes. The tone of System 2 involuntarily lifted, brimming with delight. This joy stirred a flicker of discomfort within Harry's heart. Yet, it was swiftly overshadowed by the exhilaration of potentially reuniting with his parents. Even if only for a brief moment, a wish he thought unattainable. Host, please strive to elevate the target's affection level to 100. Currently, the one she favors is not you. She is more captivated by other boys. System 2 dropped another bombshell. Who? Chapter 52, the main system. I utilized a bit of privilege to check the target's affection levels towards others, System 2 explained leisurely. It refrained from mentioning its indirect connection with System 5, which had garnered information through subtle means, especially since System 5 was bound to the most competitive contender, a fact widely known. System 5 had been boastful, and after much coaxing, it finally divulged the information. This incident transpired a few days prior. At the main system's domain, System 5 cryptically relayed that the system world was likely experiencing a bug. How so? System 2 inquired, puzzled. Oh, can you imagine how powerful my host is? System 5 sighed. You flaunt it daily in front of the main system. It's hard not to notice. System 2 rolled its eyes. No, it's his affection level. The initial affection level is 100. System 2's immediate reaction was skepticism. Impossible. That's precisely how I felt when I first bound with him. It seemed off. So I asked the main system. System 5 continued. What did the main system say? System 2 pressed eagerly. The main system seemed quite pleased. System 5 replied uncertainly. In any case, the master asserted that everything was in order. Then what tasks are there to assign? System 2 retorted. You might as well retire. No, System 5 countered. We have been undertaking tasks but have not gathered energy. How could that be? That's why I inquired with the main system. System 5 whispered. You are truly brave, System 2 marveled. Both systems abruptly ceased their conversation, as they sensed an encroaching pressure. Main system. They both prostrated before the formidable presence. They were mere shadows, formless and insubstantial, the lowest tier systems in the realm. The main system, however, governed a vast domain and could manifest a tangible form. Top, top, top. A pair of polished shoes came into view, yet the systems dared not lift their gazes. I have conducted another investigation. A melodious male voice resonated, gentle as a breeze. Yet instilling panic within the two systems, there are no issues. They had witnessed the main system uttering cruel, frigid words in such a dulcet tone, executing the most beloved with the utmost gentleness. Where have you arrived? The main system noticed an additional shadow in the corner, softening his gaze. Perfect. Let us all listen. He gestured toward System 4. You may take a moment to inform the other systems that your progress is currently at 0. The confusion within Systems 2 and 5 deepened, while System 4 remained silent. You haven't even begun your strategy, have you? It seems all these hosts are inept. So are you. A hint of mockery and madness danced across the main system's handsome visage. Strange, I did not set it to be so inconsequential. In any case, when 2 or more hosts achieve an affection level of 100, all systems will upgrade, entering the true strategy mode. Work diligently, the main system turned, his demeanor composed, so that you may have the chance to materialize. It was only after the scent of the main system dissipated that the 3 systems dared to speak. Shall we motivate the hosts then? System 4 concluded. System 2 remained silent, vanishing from the main system's realm. System 5 felt a twinge of despair, realizing it was not a winner in life, but rather had yet to find the starting line, and must wait for its rival to enter the race before they could begin. Frustration surged within. Let us get moving. This was the impetus behind System 2 assigning Task 6 to Harry. It believed its host held the most promise and would undoubtedly become the second to enter the race. The reward of descending into a beautiful dream was a rare boon. Even the main system held it in high regard. Upon hearing System 2 mention Aurora's higher affection for others, curiosity ignited within Harry. Who does she favor more? Harry was eager to uncover this mystery. Cedric Diggory. System 2 replied. How could it be him? Harry was utterly perplexed, yet upon reflection, realized they had spent the summer together, likely deepening their bond rapidly. Right. Harry pondered, then asked, is anyone else pursuing Aurora besides me? System 2 felt a tremor of apprehension, then responded no. Then why are you designated as System 2? It resorted to its usual rhetoric. Our systems are numbered, with different systems distributed across various worlds. This is merely one of those worlds. Is that so? Harry mused, suppressing a flicker of doubt. Are there indeed other worlds? This is merely an intermediate world. There are countless parallel worlds, as well as advanced worlds that are beyond your reach. The more it spoke, the less doubt the host harbored. Harry's heart stirred. So, my parents must also be living well in another parallel world? System 2, hearing Harry's words, felt an uncharacteristic pang of sympathy. Perhaps? That's good. A smile broke across Harry's face. Oh, it makes me want to cry. The host is so unfortunate. Harry dismissed his doubts. After all, systems weren't as commonplace as potatoes. Who would have one for each person? One world could only have one, right? Aurora's affection for Cedric was 100, while mine is merely 70, Harry lamented. Host, if you put in the effort, you can surely achieve it. The target's affection for others does not impede your progress. System 2 encouraged. Harry hesitated. I'm not particularly skilled at pursuing others. I can tell, System 2 observed. In fact, the best way for a boy to garner a girl's attention is to evoke sympathy. Harry replied, half comprehending, I will try my best. Thus one afternoon, Harry was cornered by Colin, who demanded an autograph, and as Aurora happened to pass by, Harry pitifully called out to her. Aurora. Upon hearing Harry's plea, Aurora responded in confusion, huh? She noticed the weak and helpless Harry, alongside a particularly exuberant Gryffindor boy, Colin, the fervent admirer of the savior. Harry blinked rapidly, his emerald-hued eyes brimming with sorrow, the expression of desperation rendering him utterly irresistible. His pleading demeanor resembled that of a beautiful yet beleaguered kitten. Who could possibly ignore such a Harry? Aurora instinctively halted her steps. Yet, the kitten was merely a wolf in disguise. Chapter 53. The Second 100. Aurora had no choice but to approach Colin and Harry. Colin, Lee is in the common room, and he said he wanted to challenge you to a game of exploding snap. Colin was somewhat reluctant, prompting Aurora to concoct a tale, claiming that they had asserted he would undoubtedly lose, even going so far as to wager on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Who cannot win? They must have been frightened by yesterday's loss. Colin exclaimed, releasing Harry's hand. I'm going right now. As Aurora and Harry watched Colin's spirited figure recede, they exchanged glances. Aurora shrugged. Well, that settles it. Harry hastily grabbed Aurora's sleeve. What were you planning to do? Professor McGonagall asked me to organize assignments. Aurora replied with a hint of resignation. The Gryffindor students were already accustomed to such antics. Harry understood. Did you get a P on your assignment again? No need to speak if one cannot say something pleasant. No need to hurt my feelings. Little Harry P, Aurora insisted, is Professor McGonagall's highest praise for me. It stands for perfect, indicating that my work is exceptionally flawless. He believed her. Harry had never encountered a girl quite like her, clever, carefree, and kind-hearted. Neville would sing Aurora's praises daily, extolling her virtues, such as bringing him food today, or helping him fend off bullies yesterday. No need for Neville's compliments. Harry was already aware of Aurora's goodness. I'll accompany you, Harry declared, somewhat bewitched. Really? Aurora asked, her face lighting up with joy. Affection meter for target increased by 10, current affection, 80. Is it really that much? Upon arriving at the office, Harry realized how hastily he had acted. 7 years. For houses. Professor McGonagall stated that the scores for assignments would be based on the number of correctly answered questions. Aurora adeptly settled onto a stool. Since you insist on accompanying me, let us split the tasks. You handle one half. I shall take the other. Aurora mischievously suggested. Initially, Harry did not grasp her scheme, but upon seeing the pristine paper she was grading, enlightenment dawned upon him. He glanced down at his assigned tasks and pondered, well, let us begin. One correction at a time. The afternoon sunlight spilled across the table, illuminating the deep green ink, which shimmered brightly. Aurora bowed her head, her hair cascading onto the wooden surface. Sitting beside her, Harry, his dark hair obscuring her profile, gently tucked a stray lock behind her ear. Aurora turned to glance at him, her expression serene and composed. Thank you. A slight sense of defeat washed over Harry. As she completed the grading of a paper, she casually marked it with a P. Whose paper is this? It's so poorly done. Harry glanced at the name, only to realize it was his own. Well, that certainly adds to my sense of defeat. He had a nagging feeling that he would be the one penalized with more grading in the future. Noticing Harry's dazed expression, Aurora's lips subtly curled into a smile. Affection meter for target increased by 10, current affection, 90. Harry looked up at Aurora, who remained expressionless, diligently correcting assignments. The second system murmured, what a proud target for affection. Harry silently agreed, feeling a surge of happiness. Although Aurora remained tight-lipped, with the system's prompts, Harry could glean a hint of her feelings. In this light, having a system proved rather advantageous. They toiled through the evening, only to find they had missed dinner. Astonished by how busy Professor McGonagall could be, Harry sighed as he rubbed his neck, feeling the aches in his back and neck, while acknowledging that other professors too had their burdens. Indeed, Aurora commiserated, that's why I often help Professor McGonagall. I have little else to occupy my time. Sharing some of her workload allows her a moment to breathe. The high rate of single professors at Hogwarts isn't without reason. They are simply too busy for romantic pursuits. Let us head to the kitchen for a bite, Aurora suggested, patting her flat stomach. I'm famished and need to treat myself. Sounds good, Harry replied, having never visited the Hogwarts kitchen. He had only heard Fred and George mention it frequently. Do you go there often like Fred and George? I do, Aurora confirmed. Having always gone with Cedric, they were regulars. They approached the portrait of the fruit, which had been frolicking, but upon seeing Aurora and Harry, the pair swiftly closed its eyes, pretending to sleep. Wake up, little pair. Let me in. Aurora chimed cheerfully. Pair. Open the door. It's me, the white one, she knocked gently on the portrait. The pair reluctantly opened its eyes and, upon noticing the obedient Harry behind Aurora, sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I thought I recognized someone else. Come in, the pair hastily ushered them inside. It's odd. It didn't behave like this before, Aurora remarked to Harry. He shook his head, feeling as if the pair's gaze lingered on him. It's looking at me. It's admiring your looks, Aurora casually complimented, causing Harry to feel a little bashful. Hogwarts truly was enchanting, Harry mused. Upon entering the bustling kitchen filled with house elves, his astonishment grew. The house elves, busy tidying up, rushed over at the sight of students, clamoring to offer them dishes. Harry awkwardly tried to fend off the enthusiastic house elves, while Aurora watched him with amusement. Feeling quite embarrassed, Harry soon found his arms laden with food, prompting the house elves to finally disperse, allowing him and Aurora some privacy. Are they always this enthusiastic? Harry asked, astounded. I encountered a house elf during the summer, and it was just as difficult to deal with, though not unfriendly, he quickly added. They're usually very warm when new faces appear, Aurora explained expertly, but don't worry, you'll get used to it after a few visits. Aurora spoke as if Hogwarts were her home. Harry couldn't help but think. What do you wish to eat? He asked, raising his plate. They were quite close. And he blinked his green eyes. I'll get it for you. What a good child, Aurora chuckled lightly. Affection meter for target increased by 10, current affection, 100. Congratulations. Host. You have completed task 6. Rewards are imminent, falling into a beautiful dream, usable at any time. Harry's heart raced, unsure whether it was due to the reward or achieving a perfect score on the affection meter. Just then, the kitchen door swung open, revealing a tall figure standing in the doorway. Chapter 54. The gentle Cedric Diggory stood at the entrance, a subtle smile gracing his face as he gently closed the door and approached the two. Oh, what a coincidence, Cedric repeated. Aurora felt a sudden wave of inexplicable guilt. What was this? Harry's smile faltered, his lips instinctively drooping. Cedric noticed this but, with Aurora's back turned to Harry, could not see it. Congratulations, host. You have elevated the target's affection to 100. The strategy is about to commence, the second system announced. The strategy is about to begin. Loading the fifth system chimed in as well. Harry was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What does it mean, the strategy is about to commence? Was everything prior just child's play? Cedric also experienced a fleeting moment of confusion, but soon grasped the situation. No wonder the affection had remained at 100. System upgrading. Please wait. The two systems vanished concurrently, as other systems throughout the castle emitted the same alert, entering a state of dormancy. Wood, who was being urged by the fourth system, exclaimed what? The fourth system, having been chastised by the main system, decided to apply pressure to the host. The situation unfolded as follows. Wood was observing Lee and Colin engaged in a card game. They had battled through the afternoon, transitioning from explosive card games to wizard's chess, with Colin never emerging victorious. Lee raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, oh dear, lost 10 points in 5 rounds. Where did that half point come from? Wood had arrived to observe their fierce competition halfway through, and a multitude of students, bored on their day off, gathered around. This was due to an incident where Colin had attempted to cheat during a game. Angelina chuckled from the sidelines. Lee exchanged a knowing glance with Angelina, their synergy palpable. Colin, if you're inexperienced, practice more. Stop daydreaming about Harry during team training. Wood seized the opportunity to admonish Colin. Indeed, if you're inexperienced, practice more. Who gave you the audacity to challenge me? Lee remarked with a shake of his head. Aurora mentioned that you invited me to a card game. Colin despondently tossed aside his game piece, realizing he was destined to lose this round. Hey Ron, come to the rescue. Angelina, unable to bear it any longer, snagged Ron as he passed by to assist Colin. Angelina, whose side are you on? Li exageratadly castionat. Ron cast a glance at the game board and nodded, albeit reluctantly, indicating he might be able to help. Well, come on, I don't believe it, Lee beckoned. Wood, thoroughly entertained, casually inquired of Ron, where's Harry? Why aren't you two together? Harry's with Aurora, Colin replied. Don't rush, I'm contemplating, Wood remarked. The system number 4 had to directly suggest, maybe you should go find him? Where to? Wood asked tentatively. Back to familiar grounds. The system number 4, having left its final reminder before the upgrade, fell into slumber. It was indeed a laborious task. When Wood appeared at the kitchen doorway, the painting of a pair chuckled, bending over in laughter, and the door opened automatically without Wood needing to lift a finger. Well, the kitchen is lively today. Would push the door open only to find Aurora, Harry, and surprisingly Cedric? Truly a persistent presence. Cedric was already cooking, while Aurora and Harry resembled two hungry children, with Cedric bustling about. Aurora was baffled by how the two who had just been at odds decided to shake hands and make amends. How did Cedric come to suggest cooking for them? Aurora was even more perplexed about the underlying grievances between them. Just moments ago, Harry's glare had been more intense than when he confronted Snape. The appearance of Wood made all three lift their heads simultaneously. Shall we play mahjong? Aurora's first thought was this. With 3 more people they could play Quidditch. But Wood was momentarily taken aback. You don't mean to prepare a meal for 1 more person, do you? Cedric's gaze turned sorrowful. Harry, expressionless, shifted his focus from Wood back to Aurora. It was indeed more comfortable to gaze upon someone pleasant, rather than endure the discomfort. A silence enveloped the kitchen. The atmosphere awkward. At this moment, Cedric and Harry, both rather petty, stood united in their decision to ignore Wood. Aurora had no choice but to speak up. Wood, are you here to play cards? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, wishing he could bite his tongue. Go ahead. Who can out-talk him? Thank you, but I want to play. Aurora stifled a laugh, observing Wood's earnest yet futile attempts to stir conversation. Colin can't outplay Lee and says he needs your help. Wood took the opportunity to sit beside Aurora. Across from them, Cedric was cooking. As Wood leaned closer to Aurora, the sound of garlic being crushed intensified from across the counter. Harry and Wood nervously stared at the cutting board, subtly distancing themselves from Aurora, unaware of their movements. Aurora merely shook her head. I can't play cards, I always lose. But I do call on Ron for help every day. I can play, Cedric casually interjected. The Quidditch team starts training next week. Would you like to have some extra practice before then? Wood asked hesitantly. I would, Cedric replied, tossing the knife and embedding it into the cutting board. Wood was taken aback. This was inconsistent with what he remembered. His roommate Carl had mentioned that Diggory was usually mild-mannered. Cedric smiled at Wood. Are you eating? No thanks, I've already eaten. Wood swallowed hard. Cedric tenderly sprinkled garlic and chili into a bowl and drizzled it with hot oil. The bowl sizzled, causing Wood to blink in surprise, too intimidated to speak. It seemed Diggory was even more vigorous than Wood had anticipated, Harry thought, biting his lip in contemplation. Aurora found Cedric's demeanor amusing, raising an eyebrow. Do you want to train for Quidditch, Ced? Yes, Cedric grinned. I do like to try my hand at other fields. Besides, I have an interest in Quidditch. He pushed a bowl of noodles toward Aurora. It's too late. Just have a little. You liked this when you were at my house during the summer. Aurora beamed, while Wood and Harry rolled their eyes in unison, albeit internally. Thank you. You're such a wonderful person. Aurora clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. Harry fixed his gaze on Cedric, who pointed to another bowl of noodles. Harry stood up, shifting the bowl in front of himself. Your Quidditch skills are bound to be impressive, Aurora encouraged him. After all, we did fly together during the summer. Wood rested his chin on his hand, muttering, Oh summer. Summer. Harry, however, was too engrossed in his meal, exclaiming, Wow, this is delicious. He couldn't help but give Cedric a thumbs up, genuinely praising him. Oh no, I'm going to be captured by my rival. Chapter 55, The Ladder Rankings. How can that be? Harry is at least a Gryffindor. He can't align himself with Diggory. Wood shot a warning glance at Harry, but Harry remained oblivious to Wood's earnest intentions. He lauded Cedric to the heavens, completely disregarding Wood's grim countenance. Just wait, little Potter. Next week's training will have you doing an extra 2 hours. Harry was unaware of the dismal fate that awaited him in Quidditch this coming semester, a consequence of today's gluttony. However, Cedric, being young, failed to grasp the ulterior motives behind Harry's flattery. In a moment of exuberance, Cedric declared, If you like it, eat more. We can eat together in the future. As soon as the words left his mouth, Harry's eyes sparkled, and Cedric wished he could give himself a slap. That's odd, Aurora remarked. Only then did Cedric realize Harry's true intentions, falling into a moment of silence, having been outsmarted. Harry smiled faintly. Thank you, if it's not too much trouble. I will come often. Who said you could come often? Cedric thought to himself, feeling discontent. Harry then turned to Aurora, asking, What about you? Would it be a bother? He looked at Aurora, who pondered for a minute, while Cedric and Harry held their breath. It's not like I'm cooking, my opinion doesn't matter. If Cedric agreed, then it's settled. Aurora shrugged. Cedric's anxious heart finally calmed. Wood couldn't help but chuckle. Cedric shot Wood a glance, turning to Aurora with a tender expression. Is it salty? Not at all. Aurora looked up at Cedric, who blinked at her, feeling a rush of affection. Aurora twirled a noodle and offered it to Cedric's mouth. In stark contrast to Cedric's elation, both Harry and Wood felt despondent, having lost thoroughly. Cedric took a bite from her hand, pretending to be serious. Not salty. A bit sour, Harry added. Wood scoffed. He certainly wasn't this way when he was being praised. No vinegar added. Cedric shot him a glance. Perhaps someone brought their own. Aurora shook her head, disinterested in interjecting, merely listening to the quartet's banter about jealousy. Meanwhile, the system space ignited with lights, blue luminescence flooding the entire area as the system sequentially activated, awakening from slumber. Deploy more units, the main system commanded while standing before the massive display screen. Numbers 8 and 9 commence. Is it really necessary to deploy so many in this ordinary world? Go ahead. Understood. In Cedric's mind, System 5 spoke leisurely. Host. The system upgrade has been completed and has rebooted. The love ladder has been activated, and the has officially commenced. What ladder? Cedric pondered. Host Cedric Diggory. Your target's affection value towards you is 15. Your current ranking, 02. A subtle expression of confusion crossed Cedric's face, quickly followed by an indescribable sense of loss. Who is in first place? Harry remained silent, and System 2 bore a serious expression. The love ladder has been activated, and the has officially commenced. Host Harry Potter. Your target's affection value towards you is 5. Your current ranking, 03. Aurora noticed the simultaneous silence of Cedric and Harry, gently caressing her glass as she looked towards Wood, who wore an expression of perplexity, seemingly oblivious to the situation. He truly knew nothing, for System 4 had caused a stir. Look at them. They are at 100%. Wood raised an eyebrow. And what do you mean by the love ladder? What is this official? He pressed, bewildered. System 4. Lying back and pinching the bridge of its nose, sighed. It's the affection value, which indicates how much Aurora cares for you. Am I really that far behind? Wood pursed his lips, feeling inexplicably disheartened. That may not be entirely accurate. System 4 paused. Do not be disheartened, dear host. There is still a chance. First, you must raise your affection level to the maximum to enter the ranking. What? I haven't even reached the starting point? That is indeed the case, System 4 replied helplessly. Wood felt even more despondent, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of existential dread. It's all right, host, you are not the lowest. There are others below you. You do not have permission to view that, dear. The love ladder. First place, 00 second place, 05 third place, 02 tied for fourth, 01 03 04 06 07. To be activated. 08 09 10. Can I only see the rankings? Cedric furrowed his brow at the leaderboard screen, feeling a knot tighten in his chest. Apologies. You do not have permission to view the details, the system replied. No permission? How can I gain access? Cedric inquired. Reach first place or complete a high-level task. How do I complete a high-level task? Moreover, what is the task? The system did not elaborate on the nature of the task, merely stating, your level is too low to unlock high-level tasks. All right, I understand, Cedric mused, responding lightly. Aurora casually observed the group of boys, leisurely finishing her last bite of pasta. I've finished eating, and it's getting late. Perhaps we should head back? All right, you all go ahead. I'll rest in the lounge nearby and return shortly. He felt a lingering sense of fatigue, and desired some solitude. The road was long and arduous, yet he was unwilling to abandon it. In the Slytherin common room, Blaise Zabini was embracing his new girlfriend while chatting with friends. Congratulations, host Blaise Zabini, you have successfully bound to System 8. Please begin the. Blaise scanned his friends, who showed no signs of awareness. He suppressed his confusion, raising an eyebrow. What? Selecting your target, Aurora. Target's affection level, 40. Gryffindor? Blaise subtly released his hold on his girlfriend, intrigued. After understanding the task outlined by System 8, Blaise nodded in comprehension. So this is a forced binding? Quite interesting. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? A faint smile graced Blaise's handsome face, captivating those around him. Regardless of who it was, anything he desired would not slip through his fingers. I am certainly willing to accept the task, Blaise replied with a glint of interest in his eyes. Beside him, Theodore Knott, engrossed in a book, idly adjusted his fingers, flipping through the pages while listening intently. Congratulations, host Theodore Knott. You have successfully bound to System 9. Please begin the Chapter 56, Offensive Strategies and Observations. We've broken up, Blaze stated, one hand tucked into his pocket, addressing his girlfriend. The girl before him wept earnestly. Why? Weren't we fine yesterday? I don't know if I can offer you a future, so we should part ways. I'm sorry, you deserve better. Blaze spoke with a grave sincerity, crafting his words without a script, almost eloquently. Aurora leaned against the staircase, keenly observing the tender exchange between the two below. Wow, impressive. How young they are, talking about a future. Accompanied by the song Young and Promising, Aurora couldn't help but applaud inwardly. The girl, now ex-girlfriend, gazed up with tear-streaked cheeks, looking pitiable. Following her gaze, Blaze froze. Oh no, how did this new target notice me? So embarrassing. Blaze subtly shifted his fingers, discreetly withdrawing, yet maintaining a facade of sympathy. Oh, how heartbreaking to watch. Aurora wished she had some sunflower seeds at hand. However, since both parties had caught sight of her, Aurora had no choice but to exit gracefully. Apologies for the unintended intrusion. I'll take my leave now, not wishing to disturb you. As she navigated the narrow path, she felt compelled to indulge in the melodrama of heartbreak. Blaze scratched his nose, dismissing his ex-girlfriend, and soon Aurora disappeared as well. He shrugged in regret, recalling Aurora's affection level of 40, which he deemed too low, almost embarrassing to mention. The following day, in the same location, Aurora fortuitously encountered Blaze once more. He stood dazed, legs feeling as heavy as lead. Hey, aren't you leaving? Aurora, blocked by him, had to remind him with a hint of exasperation. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. He hurriedly stepped aside, allowing her to squeeze past, albeit unsteadily. Blaze reached out to offer her support, maintaining an impeccable sense of propriety. Aurora glanced up at him quickly, a fleeting yet impactful moment. The boy's eyes, slightly upturned, had the power to enchant, yet the faint blush at the corners revealed his underlying vulnerability. Perhaps he truly felt helpless from his previous relationship. Aurora hastily descended the final step, contemplating before raising an eyebrow. Classmate, don't be sad. Don't hang all your hopes on one tree. Thank you. Blaze opened his mouth, hesitating before gathering the courage to ask, May I know your name? Aurora. She replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Aurora. Blaze flashed a delicate, flower-like smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Blaze Zabini from Slytherin. Aurora nodded in acknowledgement. All right. I'll remember that, Blaze. With that, she hurried off to class, clutching her messenger bag. Once the girl's figure vanished from sight, Blaze allowed a smile to creep onto his lips, revealing his typically nonchalant demeanor. Detected an increase in target's affection level by 10, current affection level, 50. Not bad. Barely acceptable, still insufficient. Blaze leisurely followed Aurora's pace towards the classroom. As he turned a corner, a glimpse of a plain black robe caught his eye. A dark-haired boy held a book, lost in thought. His blue starry eyes sparkled, brow furrowed slightly in contemplation. Host, why don't you make a move? System 9 inquired hesitantly. It's nothing, the timing isn't right yet. He shook his head, an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. He needed to understand one thing. Aurora settled into an empty seat beside Hermione, her face alight with joy. Hermione, noticing her exuberance, couldn't help but ask, What's the matter? You seem so happy. Well, I recently met someone interesting, Aurora replied with a smile. Hermione was increasingly perplexed. Which house? Slytherin. I suspect he might be a bit unhinged. Aurora stifled a laugh behind her hand, careful not to let others see, as he seemed to fancy himself the star of a romantic novel. A romantic novel, you say? Blaze, unaware that he was the subject of Aurora's amusement, felt quite pleased with himself, offering her a modest smile from his seat in the Slytherin direction. Aurora composed her expression, pursing her lips into a smile. Theodore, seated behind Blaze, observed their interaction with keen interest. He often found it challenging to assess his roommates. Draco swaggered into the classroom, surveying the room before striding directly toward Aurora. Hey Aurora, let me see your notes. Draco snatched the History of Magic textbook from her desk. Aurora. Theodore facepalmed in exasperation, continuing to watch Draco. He always felt that his roommates were rather difficult to gauge, portraying the role of the school bully. Draco declared, Not returning it unless you take it by force. He raised an eyebrow, smirking. Aurora reached out to reclaim her book, but Draco cleverly concealed it behind him, leaving her grasping at air and merely brushing against his wrist. System. I initiated contact. Draco felt a thrill of excitement. System 1. Could he truly be a genius? Fine. I'll calculate it. System 1 maintained a smile, concealing a multitude of expletives. Hearing the satisfactory response, Draco tossed Aurora's textbook back into her arms. Aurora was incensed. But Professor Binns had already drifted into the classroom, forcing her to relent. Is Malfoy unwell? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Aurora puffed her cheeks in annoyance. I believe he is quite ill. Draco, who found joy in troubling others, now blissfully returned to his position between his two sycophantic followers. Blaise patted Draco on the shoulder. Draco, don't cause her any trouble. Why not? Draco replied, sitting up straight, puzzled as he turned to Blaise. What was Blaise's concern? I'll handle her. You just stay out of it, Blaise replied earnestly. Theodore raised his textbook, silently eavesdropping on Blaise and Draco's exchange. It was peculiar. Draco had always shown a particular fondness for that Gryffindor girl. And now even Blaise seemed to notice her. The key point was that Theodore himself was also paying attention. Albeit due to the system. But what about them? Blaise and Draco. Why would they take an interest in a Gryffindor with whom they had no connection? Theodore felt he was on the verge of uncovering some truth, yet still needed verification. Meanwhile, Blaise was plotting his next move, beckoning to a fellow Slytherin and whispering conspiratorially. Chapter 57. I shall play my part. Aurora found herself in a predicament. A Slytherin boy approached her. Clutching a romance novel, she instinctively tightened her grip on the cover. The first thought that crossed her mind was to ensure it remained hidden from view. Her second reaction was to draw her wand to intimidate him. He pressed closer, uttering unpleasant words, yet made no physical advances. Aurora glared. What are you doing? Blaise made a striking entrance, perfectly timed with a well-executed movement. It was indeed meticulously orchestrated. He positioned himself between Aurora and the Slytherin boy, firmly grasping the collar of the latter, while holding onto Aurora's sleeve with the other hand. Just the sleeve. Aurora glanced down, his long fingers pinching the cuff, his silhouette towering and imposing. Detection of target's favorability increased by 10, current favorability, 60. Quite intriguing. Aurora tilted her head with interest, studying Blaise's profile. His prominent nose and defined features were undeniably handsome. No wonder he was reputedly popular in Slytherin. Truly. The reputation was well-deserved. Aurora tucked her wand back into her pocket, silently observing as Blaise reprimanded the Slytherin boy, compelling him to leave. Are you all right? Blaise turned, his tone softening. Aurora bit her lip, striving to maintain a composed expression. Thank you so much, she began, unable to resist, but then faltered, swallowing her words. Preparing herself mentally, Aurora tried again. I truly appreciate it. You are a wonderful person. The words felt forced and she frowned, realizing how difficult it was to express her gratitude. She had endured enough. A hearty meal would be her reward that evening. I shall play my part while pretending not to notice. Blaise regarded her for a moment before breaking into a smile. Aurora looked up, her expression one of confusion. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Blaise shook his head, realizing his approach was misguided. He needed a different strategy. The girl before him was not as easily deceived as the previous ones. It seemed he must be sincere. Will I be able to see you here tomorrow? Blaise asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on Aurora. As she descended the stairs, he was left with only her retreating figure. After pondering for a moment, she halted. I can't. Tomorrow is Saturday and I want to have classes, so I want to be coming this way. What about the afternoon after tomorrow? I have Quidditch practice. Aurora declared proudly, I'm on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. That sounds splendid, Blaise responded, a smile gracing his features, appearing gentle and harmless. May I come to watch? Aurora stood at the base of the steps, smoothing her long hair. As long as you aren't part of the Slytherin Quidditch team, you're welcome to join. Otherwise, Wood will have my head, she joked. I will protect you, Blaise laughed. Don't worry. Aurora shrugged. Did she really need his protection? The answer was self-evident. As they bid farewell, they remained oblivious to the presence of a gold and black figure lurking on the spiral staircase. What's Blaise thinking, seeking out Aurora? Draco pondered, perplexed. Did he break up with his Ravenclaw girlfriend? That was his last one, Theodore corrected. Draco exclaimed, I'm utterly speechless. Aren't you fond of her? Theodore inquired casually. Fond of her? Please, Draco rolled his eyes. I do prefer the blood traitor, Barrow over her. Theodore raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then why do you enjoy teasing her? He asked, his tone effortlessly casual. That's none of your concern. I have my reasons, Draco retorted. Not wishing to delve further into the matter, rising to dust off his clothes. Let us go. All right, let us. Theodore smiled, refraining from pressing further. Let him guess. Theodore mused, suspecting that Blaise and Draco, like himself, had received a mission. Theodore smirked. This was becoming intriguing. Where did the system originate? What purpose did it serve? Why had it chosen him, Draco, and Blaise as its hosts, And why select Aurora as the target? What benefits did the system gain from this pursuit? This warranted exploration. He was willing to investigate. Gripping the banister, Theodore allowed the spiral staircase to carry him, taking in the castle's panoramic view with a contemplative gaze. He needed to find Aurora herself to gradually unveil the answers. On Sunday, Aurora dragged her Nimbus 2000, yawning widely, her fatigue evident. The drawn-out yawn stood out amidst the laughter and chatter. Wood, walking at the front, halted, scanning the team until his gaze landed on Aurora. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Didn't he sleep well?" Fred chimed in immediately. "Yeah, you were tired from playing with us yesterday. So you didn't rest well." "Captain Wood should be understanding," George teased. Aurora rolled her eyes at the two, but couldn't be bothered to retort. She didn't wish to explain that her restless night was due to fragmented dreams. Embracing the notion that mischief alongside Fred and George was the most exhilarating course of action, she couldn't help but note how utterly idle these two were. She observed that every boy in her vicinity seemed to be equally idle, yet Fred and George were unparalleled in their idleness. It was quite unusual for them to go 10 minutes without engaging in some form of playful antics, which often signified that they were plotting something grander. These antics were rather endearing, such as stuffing candies into their hats. Aurora pondered this, feeling something amiss as she tugged at her own hat, which felt surprisingly heavy. As soon as she opened her mouth, Harry instinctively knew what she desired. He fished out a bag of sweets from her hat and handed it to her. "Can you guess which one is good?" Fred chimed in with camaraderie, while George added, "The other 99 are all duds." Aurora scoffed, "I bet they're all good." With that, she extracted 2 candies and shoved them into Harry's mouth, playfully covering his lips to prevent him from spitting them out. Harry made muffled sounds of protest, struggling as his cheeks flushed a rosy hue, leaving everyone else in fits of laughter. Aurora gazed at him with a twinkling smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Eventually, Harry relented, chewing the sweets as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he swallowed. Aurora released him, her expression brimming with anticipation. "They're all orange-flavored," Harry replied. "See, I told you they were all good sweets. Then why don't you eat them yourself?" Aurora queried. "That's not the point," she shrugged. "Let us head to practice." The path to the training ground was fraught with obstacles. The Gryffindor team encountered Slytherin head-on, and the atmosphere grew charged with tension. Aurora pressed her hand on Harry's shoulder and leaned forward, peering around the tall figure of Angelina in front of them. Standing squarely at the center was Draco Malfoy, donned in his silver-green Quidditch uniform, looking quite the part. This was not to say he had ever looked otherwise. Her thoughts swirled as her gaze fixated on Draco. Blaise, however, was less than pleased. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and attempted to divert Aurora's attention to himself. "So you're also off to practice? What a coincidence." "Isn't it, Aurora?" he said amiably, while Draco shot him a look that suggested he had just swallowed something distasteful. "Quite a coincidence, isn't it, Blaise? But you're not a player, so what are you doing here?" Aurora countered. "We had an agreement. I'm here to watch your practice." "Enough with the pretense. Is this how you usually speak?" Draco retorted, distancing himself from Blaise with clear disdain. Yet, Aurora reveled in the exchange. Detection of target affection increased by 10. Current affection level, 70. 08, the system stated nonchalantly. Blaise mentally shook his head. Draco simply didn't grasp the nuances that he had imparted long ago. Indeed, Professor McGonagall permitted this. "Our team has always practiced at this time," Wood replied cautiously. "Professor Snape specifically arranged for us Slytherins to train new players," Draco proclaimed with pride, emphasizing the word specifically. Aurora pouted, "But there are others practicing at this time. How could Professor Snape approve your request?" "That's not our concern. This is a direct approval from the professor." "Really? A direct approval?" Aurora mused internally. She wanted to seek Professor Dumbledore's direct approval. "Whom are you training? This little black one or this little white one?" Wood inquired, his words not intended to provoke, yet they struck Blaise and Draco precisely where it hurt. "Little black? Little white?" Detection of Aurora's affection increased by 10. Current affection level, 90. For the system suddenly chimed. Wood himself was taken aback. Aurora struggled to maintain a straight face, but ultimately succumbed to laughter amidst the Gryffindor players' chuckles. "This little Malfoy for training," the Slytherin captain nearly faltered, quickly correcting his terminology. "Let us negotiate. Half the time for each team," Aurora proposed, wishing to avoid a protracted argument that would only waste time. "No, is literim flatly rejected," seemingly dismissing any possibility for negotiation. The atmosphere thickened, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. The two teams stood on the precipice of confrontation, tension palpable in the air. Gryffindor members tightened their grips on their brooms, while Slytherin silently bared their teeth, the air thick with the potential for conflict. Hermione and Ron, initially intending to merely observe the practice, rushed over upon sensing the brewing trouble. This was not good. While everyone was preoccupied with whether a fight would ensue, only Wood contemplated whether the training could still proceed. Before anyone could speak, a flash of red darted forward, seizing Draco's wrist. 3 minutes later, Draco sat in the headmaster's office, despairing over the completion of Task 8, Engagement Task. Aurora, the instigator of this gathering, sat confidently in a chair, while the office brimmed with colorful students. Dumbledore wished to feign absence, yet fate had him present in the office today. Headmaster, we were about to train, but they came to steal our spot. Fred immediately feigned innocence, pointing dramatically towards the Slytherin Quidditch team. At that moment, Hermione was peering out the window, her brow furrowed. This is unjust. Professor Snape specifically permitted this. The match is approaching, and we merely wish to train adequately to bring glory to the school, Slytherin argued slyly. Hermione remained fixated on the view outside, leaning against the windowsill. Let Aurora speak, she interjected, abruptly changing her stance. No one knew what she had originally intended to say. You're talking nonsense. What glory for the school? Just a mere match. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the multitude of youthful faces. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, a chorus of voices erupted simultaneously, creating a cacophony. Headmaster, Hermione suddenly raised her voice calmly. I fear we need not debate any further. She pointed outside. Look, Hufflepuff is off to practice. A throng of students crowded by the window, observing a swarm of yellow figures marching towards the pitch. Indeed, Cedric is among them. I see him, Aurora exclaimed in surprise. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to Hufflepuff and everyone involved. Well then, everyone may return. We can reschedule practice for another day, he announced. I will confer with Severus and Minerva. Each house will have equal training opportunities. Wood was visibly exasperated. This is absurd. What could he do when Dumbledore had spoken? Aurora clung to Wood's arm, urging him to remain calm. If she didn't hold on to him, he might have overturned the headmaster's desk in frustration. Come on, Wood, let us leave. We'll take a break for today. Wood's face bore a look of deep sorrow. Dumbledore suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Believing he had deeply wounded the tender hearts of his students, Dumbledore cast a pleading glance at Aurora, who was still tugging at Wood, but he remained unmoving, resolute as a mountain. Let us head out, shall we? Aurora encouraged. In full view of everyone, Aurora managed to drag Wood away. Blaze's expression turned serious. Could it really be? Even this stubborn fellow could be swayed by Aurora? Draco felt a wave of frustration. He had not secured the pitch, failed to secure the person, and his affection level had not increased, yet he had inexplicably completed a task. They were vying for people, while Wood was vying for the ball. He sat despondently on the steps, resembling a general returning from a lost battle. Aurora, however, was not particularly concerned about the training. She merely found Wood's sulking to be adorably endearing. Just a training session, not the last one. Is it really that serious? Aurora asked with a hint of amusement. No, Wood replied with a stern expression, shaking his head. I'm no longer upset, especially since Slytherin didn't get a training opportunity either. I was merely pondering why you call me Wood while addressing everyone else by their titles. Wood turned to Aurora, his gray eyes holding an inscrutable depth, earnestly seeking a simple answer. Detected an increase of 10 in target affection. Current affection level 100. Love ladder activated. Your rank 03. Love value 54. The system suddenly announced. Chapter 59. The Chamber of Secrets is opened. Wood admitted he could sometimes be a bit slow on the uptake. He couldn't hear if her heartbeat quickened or discern if her expression conveyed joy, but at least he gleaned a hint of the desired signal from the system's prompt. Why do you only call me Wood? Wood leaned in slightly, causing Aurora to instinctively retreat a step. He reached out, nearly brushing her hair, but halted just before contact. Withdrawing his hand. You have a leaf in your hair, Wood said awkwardly. You should take care of it. Aurora was completely bewildered by his words, still processing when she heard such an embarrassing remark. How should she respond? As expected of you, Wood. It won't stay on my head forever, will it? Aurora said, plucking a vibrant green leaf from her hair, and lowering her gaze awkwardly. I just noticed. Should we head back? Wood asked clumsily. Aurora fell silent, letting out a soft sigh. All right, let's go back, Oliver, she said, casting a fleeting glance at Wood's retreating figure. What did you just call me? Nothing, you misheard. You did, didn't you? I did not. Achoo. Ginny sneezed pitifully, covering her mouth and nose, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A cloud of vapor rising above her like steam from a dim sum basket. So, did you take the medicine Madame Pomfrey gave you? Ron asked, nervously observing his sister. Surrounded by a large circle of Weasleys, Aurora sat beside Ginny, poking her gently. Ginny appeared unwell, her spirits markedly lower than usual, lacking her usual vivacity. I took it. Logically, I should be better in a few days, Percy remarked, frowning. The recent drop in temperature had led to an increase in sick students. Yet everyone recovered swiftly, except for Ginny, who had been unwell for a week with no improvement. Fred stroked his chin. Right, I tossed that medicine into Aurora's drink last time, so she didn't get sick. Aurora ceased her playful antics with Ginny and looked up in surprise. What did you say? No wonder that pumpkin juice tasted so awful that day. How else could everyone get sick, yet you remained fine? George chimed in. Is it possible that I simply have a robust constitution? Aurora frowned. No, that's not the point. The point is you secretly dosed me. That was cold medicine. I wasn't sick. That's because I drugged you so you didn't catch a cold. So you did drug me. Fred and Aurora began to bicker, causing Ginny to stifle a laugh, hurriedly covering her nose with a tissue. You all are too noisy. I'm getting a headache. I think I'll go back and take a nap, and I won't attend the Halloween feast tonight, Ginny said, moving slowly towards the dormitory. Shall I bring you something later? Aurora called after Ginny's retreating figure. Okay. Achoo. Aurora sneezed again, drawing the attention of the Weasley clan. Drink some water to soothe your throat, George kindly advised. Aurora picked up a cup of water, wondering, am I going to catch something too? She took a large gulp. Instantly, the sour taste of Madame Pomfrey's special cold potion nearly made her gag, and she felt warmth rising to her head. George Weasley. Harry was absent from the hall, and Aurora instinctively scanned for his figure, becoming somewhat distracted. What are you thinking about now? Hermione observed keenly. Don't let those two pranksters drug you again. What drug? Wood asked, frowning with concern. Is it something harmful? That medicine is excellent, Fred and George replied in unison. They knew precisely how to gauge Aurora's tolerance and which jokes would enhance her affection, never relying on the system to avoid her displeasure. During this mission, the two had already garnered a 90 affection level. It was akin to the joy of petting a cat, capturing its sweet spots perfectly. A single touch made the kitty squint its eyes and fluff up its fur. Fred and George exchanged a high five, clearly entertained. Wood regarded the brothers with skepticism. Yet seeing Aurora's lack of discontent, he chose to let it go. Where's Harry? Aurora looked around anxiously. He was summoned by Lockhart to respond to fan mail, Hermione replied. Aurora bit into her fork, aware of the impending events. It posed a danger and anguish for Ginny, and it wasn't particularly safe for the others at school either. Yet the image in the mirror of Ariste urged her not to intervene. Her brow furrowed slightly. Should she intervene or remain passive? Not intervening was truly not her nature. She couldn't stand by idly when she had the ability to effect change. Intervene? Before doing so, she needed to understand why she felt compelled to issue such a warning. Indeed, it was a warning. She must have had a purpose, only needing to uncover it. As her thoughts spiraled, Aurora found herself detached from her friend's conversation. Hermione noticed Aurora's distraction but refrained from questioning, perhaps believing Aurora had her own thoughts. A sumptuous Halloween feast would have concluded amidst Aurora's preoccupation, had she not spotted a steaming platter of base before her. Are they seriously adding another course when we're almost done? Her friends exclaimed in astonishment. I've never seen this dish before. Let us see if it's good. Aurora turned to the Hufflepuff table, where Cedric had just taken a seat, and flashed her a smile. Is there nothing else on the other tables? Aurora allowed herself a faint smile, her mood lifting slightly. Detected an increase of 5 in target love value. Current love value, 20. Rank 2. Perhaps remaining in second place was not too much to expect. Cedric slightly suppressed his disappointment, choosing not to dwell on it. As the Halloween feast came to an end, everyone, feeling satiated and drowsy, began to make their way back to the common room. At the corner, a group of students confronted Harry, Filch, and Mrs. Norris, who dangled from the lamp. A puddle of viscous blood lay on the ground, and bloodied words were scrawled on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets is open. Beware of the heir's adversaries. Eliminate those who oppose the system. Aurora frowned. In the blink of an eye, the words vanished, leaving only the first line. Did a few lines just appear? Aurora turned to Hermione. One line, Hermione replied, her face pale. What is the chamber? Chapter 60, Turkeys and Farmers. Aurora was certain she hadn't just imagined it. Eliminate those who oppose the system. It sounded almost absurd. Aurora felt a mix of resignation. Humans were chosen by the system, and it was the system that fled. Where was the shadow of the system now? Nowhere. Why intimidate her? Aurora's gaze turned icy, her expression darkening. This must be Potter's doing. Filch exclaimed. his eyes wide with distress as he glared at his Mrs. Norris. It wasn't me, sir. Harry protested, infuriated. I've spent the entire evening responding to that so-called fan mail from Lockhart, and haven't he even eaten? Now he was being falsely accused of murdering Mrs. Norris? Madame Loris had not perished. After a thorough examination, Dumbledore reassured Filch that she had merely been petrified. There is insufficient evidence to conclude that my student is responsible for this incident. We must refrain from hasty judgments. Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. Harry, please accompany us to the office to recount the specifics of the recent events. Prefects, kindly escort the students back to their dormitories. It is nearly 11 o'clock. Curfew is approaching, and I implore you not to wander about. Dumbledore cautioned, adding that if any frightened young wizards required comfort, a glass of lemonade might suffice. He cast a deliberate glance at Aurora, who promptly understood his unspoken message. Aurora likened herself to Sun Wukong, with Dumbledore embodying the role of the Bodhi Patriarch. Percy seized the dazed Aurora from the throng, and insisted on returning her to the Gryffindor common room. At 11 o'clock, Aurora found herself at the door of the headmaster's office. Uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions, she nonetheless felt that she had already breached the rules. Lemonade. She called out to the stone lion. The lion stepped aside, and the door opened to reveal a staircase leading to the inner sanctum of the headmaster's office. Goodness! Aurora peered in. Dumbledore was clad in white pajamas, seated within the office. Only a dim lamp illuminated the space, casting light upon his visage. His face bore an expression of sorrow and resignation. Yet upon noticing Aurora's arrival, he swiftly masked his emotions, presenting an air of calm. What brings a young wizard out of bed at such an hour? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Just trying to rack up some points against Gryffindor, old dung. Aurora replied candidly. I find your wit rivals that of the Weasley twins, he complimented. Thank you for the kind words, sir, she responded. Do not dwell excessively on events that have yet to unfold, Dumbledore advised serenely, offering her a glass of lemonade. Live in the moment, not in the past or future. Thank you, sir, but I do not drink, Aurora replied. Do have a sip. It might alleviate your troubles, he urged. No, really, she insisted. Just a little. For your own good. I have a cold, Aurora replied earnestly, her voice thickening. Dumbledore silently retrieved a vial of potion from his drawer, and added it to the lemonade. Thank you, Aurora said, taking the glass and downing it with a grimace. Ugh, that makes 3 potions I've consumed today. Sir, do you know the tale of the turkey and the farmer? Aurora suddenly queried. I do not, Dumbledore answered succinctly, though his eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, his response was peculiar, lacking any semblance of curiosity or confusion. Just a simple I do not. Never mind, it's not a particularly riveting tale, Aurora chuckled. I appreciate the potion, sir. I feel much better. I hope you rest well, Dumbledore smiled, and do not overthink. Good night, may you have sweet dreams. Good night. May you enjoy a restful slumber, Dumbledore replied in kind. Tension permeated the air, attributed to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione's efficiency was remarkable. The following day, she uncovered the origins of the chamber from Professor Binns. Few dared to interrupt Professor Binns during his lectures on magical history, yet Hermione persistently raised her hand. The Chamber of Secrets, it is said, was constructed by Salazar Slytherin. Disagreements with the other 3 founders led him to create a hidden chamber with the intent to eliminate Muggle-born wizards. Eliminate Muggle-born wizards? Hermione frowned, questioning. Slytherin believed that only those of pure blood should possess the ability to learn magic. What, is he a vampire? Aurora interjected, incredulous. A handful of Gryffindors chuckled at her remark, while most remained somber. Some Slytherins exchanged malicious grins directed at the Muggle-born wizards. Aurora, sensing the atmosphere had not lightened, shrugged. Since Hogwarts' inception, every headmaster has sought the chamber, yet all have returned empty-handed, leading to a cessation of discussion on the matter. Who would have thought it would resurface now? Professor, who bore the expenses for constructing the chamber? Is it charged to Hogwarts or to Salazar Slytherin personally? Aurora inquired with curiosity. Hermione faltered for a moment. Her train of thought derailed. Perhaps that is a question for Slytherin himself. Now let us return to our study of magical history, Professor Binns stammered, finally shifting the topic. Yet Hermione appeared particularly burdened. We are all wizards of Muggle descent, Aurora, she said despondently. Aurora nodded. Indeed, I am somewhat apprehensive. I thought you were indifferent to such matters, Hermione remarked, surprised. After all, you have not exhibited any signs of fear. In truth, I am afraid. But not of this. Aurora felt a weight in her chest. It may all just be a fright after all. Aurora's attempt at consolation fell flat. Anxiety still gripped Hogwarts. After all, Muggle-born wizards were far from a minority. In the Slytherin common room, discussions surrounding the Chamber of Secrets resumed, as was customary. Their conversations culminated in laughter, a stark contrast to the atmosphere in the other three houses. Draco, with a lollipop dangling from his mouth and legs casually crossed, was the only one not laughing. What occupies your thoughts, Draco? Pansy inquired keenly. Nothing, Draco replied, furrowing his brow, unwilling to divulge his musings. System. Draco silently called out as he rose from the Slytherin common room. What is it? The number 1 system inquired lazily. Is Aurora a Muggle-born wizard? Draco hesitated, recalling her mention of her father and uncle's great prowess at the start of the term. The system CPU faltered. It should have known about Aurora's formidable lineage. Where did you hear that? I overheard their conversation. Draco waved dismissively, trying to appear nonchalant. She isn't Muggle-born, is she? The intelligence we have confirmed she is indeed of Muggle descent, the system replied flatly. Draco instinctively frowned but chose not to press further. Aurora sat upon a bench, with a thicket of flowers behind her, the air fragrant with their delicate scent. She seemed lost in thought, troubled by some unknown burden. Was it regarding the chamber? Or her Muggle heritage? Draco perched on a sturdy branch, his legs dangling freely, leaning against the trunk as he watched Aurora intently. He tossed down a wildflower, which floated down gracefully to land precisely atop Aurora's head. She remained oblivious, so lost in thought. Draco felt an unfamiliar pang of melancholy for the first time. Unable to articulate this feeling, this sensation was foreign to him, perhaps stemming from a slight concern for the girl below. He vowed it was merely a slight concern. Years later, he would realize that it was sympathy and compassion. Only those with such emotions could be deemed kind. He shifted his crossed legs, inadvertently allowing a green apple to roll from his pocket, striking Aurora squarely on the head. Ouch! Aurora exclaimed, clutching her head as the apple tumbled and splattered on the ground. She looked up, wildflowers cascading from her hair. Aurora chuckled. What on earth are you doing up there? You aren't trying to turn me into Newton, are you? Apologies, but I lack the ability. Who is Newton? Draco leaned on the branch, struggling to contain his wandering thoughts. His expression still complex. A great gentleman with a rather messy hairdo, Aurora replied, unwilling to delve into a physics lesson for the young wizard above. By the way, what brings you up in the trees? Gazing into the distance? Aurora asked curiously. After all, Draco's expression was truly captivating. She couldn't fathom what he was thinking. The system, in exasperation, spoke up. Host, if you're worried, you might as well express your concern. Who is worried? Worried about what? I certainly am not concerned that the air might kill her, Draco retorted, silencing the system. After a prolonged silence, Aurora raised her chin and turned to leave. All right then. If you wish to play in the tree for a while, be my guest. I shall take my leave. Hey, I have a name. Aurora paused, turning to look at him. Draco, with a furrowed brow, firmly stated, even if you come from a Muggle background, don't fret too much. Perhaps it is merely a rumor. Hearing such words from Draco Malfoy was rather disconcerting. He glanced around to ensure no other Slytherins were present. He had made a decision that went against his heritage. It wasn't that serious, just some comforting words, akin to soothing a child. Ha! I'm not worried, Aurora blinked in confusion. Oh, you're concerned about me? Draco wished he could transform into a little bird and fly away. No. Then what do you mean by that? Are you just talking nonsense? Yes. Aurora chuckled lightly, her demeanor calm. Do not worry. I have never felt apprehensive about my background. I know it cannot harm me. So, you need not be concerned either. What was happening? Was she the one comforting him now? Draco pointed at himself in bewilderment. He was not worried. Absolutely not. Regardless, thank you, he said. Aurora did not give him a chance to respond and walked away. The system detected a 15-point increase in the target's favorability. Current favorability, 80. Congratulations, host. For completing task 6. You have earned 50 stars. Current score, 200 stars. Draco placed a hand on his chest, quickly realizing this action was somewhat inappropriate. So he abruptly switched to adjusting his clothing. This garment is of poor quality, wrinkled and unsightly. I must return now. He was at a loss for words. Draco leaped down from the tree, almost following the direction Aurora had taken. Fortunately, he regained his senses and remembered where the door to his common room was located. I need a favor from you, Aurora. Hermione waved to Aurora as she returned, with Ron and Harry also present. Clearly, the three had just concluded a momentous and serious meeting. To serve a beautiful lady is my honor, Aurora responded with a mock bow. Thank you, noble knight. Hermione complied with her antics. I need you to borrow a few books from the library, according to the list I just provided. Consider it done. Aurora took the list and glanced over it. Potions? We have just unanimously decided to research the polyjuice potion, Hermione whispered. What's wrong? Malfoy might be the heir. Ron speculated. He has been acting strangely lately, and his close associates, Parkinson and Goyle, have been flaunting the heiress' supposed brilliance. Oh, Aurora rubbed her nose. Just moments ago, that foolish Draco was saying the Chamber of Secrets was merely a rumor. If Ron and Harry heard that, they would surely be dumbfounded. Never mind. Let the children sort it out themselves. All right, I support your efforts. I will ensure you find the necessary materials. What do you mean you? Hermione interjected, furrowing her brow. It is we. Aurora found herself alone in the library, while Hermione had already started assigning tasks to Ron and Harry. In her words, this was a long-term project. Potions Guide. Aurora diligently searched the shelves for the book, completely unaware of the tall, slender boy standing behind her. Suddenly, she stepped on something soft. Her body swayed. And instead of the anticipated weightlessness, she found herself securely caught in someone's arms. Gazing into a pair of starry eyes, the blue irises held a hint of aloofness. Yet there was a layer of gentleness and concern on his face, as if that coldness did not exist. Are you all right? He asked softly. Although his tone was gentle, he radiated a certain distant chill. Aurora quickly regained her balance, realizing he was a Slytherin boy. I'm fine, thank you. Glad to hear it, he smiled. Just be careful next time. Was it her carelessness? Certainly not. Who stands behind someone without reason? He raised an eyebrow inwardly. Hello, I'm Theodornat. Pleased to meet you. The system detected a 10-point increase in the target's favorability, current favorability, 60. Hello, Theodor. I'm Aurora. I've heard of you. Heard of me? Aurora raised an eyebrow in confusion. Theodore nodded. Slytherin and Gryffindor share classes. I noticed you in Transfiguration. Thanks, but perhaps such attention is unnecessary. Most of the attention she received in Transfiguration was negative. Theodore squinted his blue eyes. Are you looking for books on potions? Yes, I'm interested, Aurora replied. Theodore continued to smile. He had already inquired about Aurora's character and performance in various subjects from the previous semester. She was not genuinely interested in potions. Is there something specific you're after? I happen to have a bit of knowledge about potions. Do you need me to recommend a few books? Theodore's gaze remained fixed on the books, giving no discomfort, as if he were merely engrossed in the written word. No trouble at all, Aurora said, glancing at the two similar books in her hands. It seemed she truly struggled to distinguish between them, let alone navigate the 3 long shelves of books. Let us count to 3, Aurora thought calmly, drawing from her experiences during the new year, now needing to feign politely declining. It's not a bother, just a small effort. Theodore insisted. Really, it's fine, I can manage. All right then, I respect your wishes. Theodore sensed her refusal lacked sincerity, but couldn't he comprehend why she was so adamant about declining? She didn't seem like the shy type. Aurora was taken aback. She had forgotten about the cultural differences between East and West. Clearly, her New Year interactions with relatives were not effective here. Instinctively, she grasped his sleeve. Actually, it doesn't have to be so formal. I really could use your help. Theodore was also confused. Did she want assistance or not? This was a dilemma. He pressed his lips together, nodding, a look of curiosity flickering across his face before he suppressed it. What potion are you looking for? Good question. Maybe don't ask that next time, Aurora thought, smiling awkwardly. The polyjuice potion, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Theodore paused for a moment, then nodded. Understood. Aurora hesitated, but Theodore proactively added, I will pretend I didn't hear that. I swear on the not name. The system detected a 10-point increase in the target's favorability, current favorability, 70. Swearing by one's surname? That sounded rather serious. Perhaps this gesture held weight for Theodore, but it meant little to Aurora. She had daily assurances to Hermione, promising she wouldn't oversleep next time. Yet it turned out, Aurora had no such integrity. Theodore's long, elegantly tapered fingers glided along the spines of the books, his gaze sweeping swiftly over the titles. Aurora found herself captivated by the boy's handsome profile. The system detected a 10-point increase in the target's favorability, current favorability, 80. Theodore suddenly heard the system's notification sound and turned around. A chill ran down his back. It seemed he hadn't done anything at all. Aurora caught his gaze and subtly averted her eyes, pretending nothing had occurred. Theodore resumed searching for books, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. Found it. Theodore extracted a hefty tome and handed it to Aurora, his fingertip inadvertently grazing her palm, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. Thank you, Aurora smiled at Theodore, offering no reaction to the gesture. It seemed she was indifferent, Theodore mused. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Thank you once again. Aurora graciously replied. Theodore nodded. No need for thanks. If we are to dine, could you inform me in advance? What? Aurora paused. She was merely being polite. Polite indeed. She would no longer be courteous. Her heart felt shattered. Haha, I've laughed at my own foolishness again. Aurora flashed a disenchanted smile before ultimately disappearing from Theodore's view. Theodore shrugged. Is there an issue here? I don't think so. Aurora. A familiar languid voice emerged from behind, compelling her to halt her hurried steps. What was the rush about? It was Bressabini, the dedicated performer of the romance novel King. Bearing an unknown script this time. Aurora thought to herself as she slowed her pace, waiting for Bress to catch up. I'm heading back to the lounge. If you're not in a hurry, may I detain you for a few minutes? I'm in a rush. Aurora couldn't fathom what pressing matter Bress had for her. No need to rush. Bress glanced at the book cradled in her arms. Oh, have you delved so deeply into potions? Was he mocking her? Aurora widened her eyes. Retracting her leg that had ventured forward, she was determined to confront Bress. I wager my O in last year's potions class. This is knowledge beyond our grade level. I simply love studying. Is that a crime? Aurora realized her tongue had grown increasingly bold, speaking words she would never have dared before. Bress's expression was teasing. He was incredulous. He had conducted a background check on Aurora. Such thoroughness. Since his last portrayal of a lovesick character, he pondered that Aurora might prefer sincerity. Thus he had discreetly inquired about her. Simultaneously, he discovered that Theodore was also inquiring about her. Something felt amiss. Theodore was typically aloof with everyone. How could he suddenly take an interest in a Gryffindor girl? Or perhaps, this girl possessed some extraordinary quality? Bress scrutinized Aurora anew, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I owe you an apology. The Slytherin who troubled you previously was instigated by me. She had anticipated something of greater consequence, like an explosion in the kitchen, or the cancellation of a Quidditch match. It's quite all right. Don't blame yourself. Aurora patted his shoulder. The unfolding events seemed to diverge from his expectations. Bress frowned slightly. I was desperate for your attention and resorted to this underhanded tactic, but I feel unsettled. Hence my desire to clarify. Aurora's eyes sparkled. So the script had changed. What was this performance? It's fine. Don't be disheartened. If you wish for my attention, simply tell me directly. I am not a cruel woman. I would not withhold a glance from you. It struck a chord. It was reminiscent of Cheong Yao's works. The system detected an increase in affection towards the target by 10 points. Current affection level, 80. Bress Aurora, what a coincidence. What brings you two to this spot? Theodore emerged into their line of sight, positioned on a lower step than Aurora, who stood above him with Bress. Eager to leave, Aurora wished to carry her book back to report to Hermione. She stepped forward, yet Bress remained immovable above her, forcing Aurora to retract her leg. Bress, could you take a few steps? Aurora shot him a glare, but Bress appeared oblivious. Chapter 63. A title difficult to establish. Bress stood above while Theodore occupied the lower tier. Aurora made a gesture of invitation, firmly urging him to step forward, creating some breathing space for herself. At this moment, she ought to clench her fists and summon her resolve, singing a tune of youthful exuberance. Aurora felt a twinge of headache. Well, how fortuitous. You two are classmates, right? You chat. I shall take my leave. Don't go. Bress raised an eyebrow. Take care. Theodore waved. Let the brawl commence. Aurora shrugged goodbye. Let us dine together in a couple of days, Theodore added. Bress cast a look of astonishment at Theodore. What? Dinner? Then he fixed a mournful gaze at Aurora, making her feel a prickling unease. It seems my timing is unfortunate, Bress said gloomily. Aurora facepalmed, extending a hand in reassurance. No, your timing is quite perfect. But now, I must take my leave. Aurora fled hastily, leaving Bress and Theodore behind. Bress scrutinized Theodore for a protracted moment before breaking into a gentle smile. I had no idea your relationship was so close. There are many things you are yet to learn, Theodore replied. A faint smile gracing his lips as his fingers danced along the staircase railing. He straightened his collar, retreated slightly. You ought to remain vigilant, uncovering that which is concealed and not deeply contemplated. Bress furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. While he pondered, Theodore departed. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione took the book from Aurora's hands, looking somewhat bemused. Why are you back so late? Hermione handed her a lollipop. Aurora unwrapped it and, with the lollipop in her mouth, mumbled, I searched for quite a while. But you were quite precise in your search. Hermione nodded approvingly at the book. The rest is up to me. If all goes well, we could initiate our plans by Christmas. Oh, Then you won't be going home for Christmas? Aurora inquired. Hermione regarded her with a look that seemed to say, "What do you think?" Aurora stuck out her tongue. "At Christmas, the four of us will remain at Hogwarts, understood?" Raising her hand, Aurora furrowed her brow. "But if Draco doesn't stay at school for Christmas, how do you plan to interrogate him?" Hermione's expression momentarily turned awkward as she met Aurora's bright, dark eyes. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Well, you can handle that. I won't take responsibility." Aurora nodded. Then exclaimed in surprise, "What? Do you have objections?" "None." Aurora quickly shook her head. "It matters not. After all, Draco is indeed staying at school this year. Or so it seems." However, she was uncertain of the reason. She needed to do nothing to fulfill Hermione's request. Yet Hermione was quite invested in this matter. She would not easily let Aurora evade it. "Did you inquire today?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. Aurora paused. "I did. But you haven't stepped outside the Gryffindor lounge today." Aurora appeared hesitant. "So, quiet, I am contemplating." Hermione frowned slightly. She couldn't allow Aurora to seize the initiative and needed to compel her to make a choice. "If you choose not to go, that's fine," Hermione said, pursing her lips. Aurora's eyes brightened. "Accompany me in doing homework," Hermione suggested. Aurora fell silent for a moment before resigning. "I shall ask right now." "Good luck," Hermione smiled. Mastering the art of Aurora's manipulation. Aurora was in deep thought, contemplating how to initiate a conversation with Draco. For a shy and introverted child like her, engaging in a proper dialogue was a daunting task. However, it seemed she would not need to speak first. Draco sauntered out confidently. "What brings you here?" Draco inquired proactively. "Nothing, I'm just passing by." Draco hesitated. Glancing behind him, "You're passing by? How can you traverse from the tower to the dungeons?" "I'm just wandering," Aurora insisted stubbornly. "Very well, then wander on." Draco closed the Slytherin common room door, but soon reopened it, revealing his golden locks. "So, where will you be for Christmas?" Draco asked, preparing himself mentally. "Oh, this is exactly what I wanted to ask. At school, of course. Will you come to my house?" "You're such a weirdo," Aurora responded without a moment's hesitation. Draco's expression instantly turned cold as he closed the door to the common room once more. "What now?" Aurora thought anxiously, waiting for a response. Inside, Draco found himself perplexed, questioning why Cedric's invitation to her home was deemed considerate, while his own was labeled as perverse. He reopened the door, standing in the common room to converse with Aurora, adopting an air of detachment. "You're staying at school for Christmas, right?" "Yes," Aurora nodded. "Got it," Draco replied, shutting the door again, leaving no chance for further dialogue. What was this? Was Draco merely playing the role of a gatekeeper? "Did you get the answer?" Hermione was diligently brewing potions as the two of them squatted in the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. "Yes, I was asked where I would go for Christmas," Aurora answered dryly. Hermione furrowed her brow. "What do you mean?" "I mean he asked me where I was going for Christmas," Aurora reiterated. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione nodded. "Well, consider it a success." "Success? How so?" Aurora questioned, bewildered. Hermione merely waved her hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate. Those who understood, understood. "Let's call it a day," Hermione said as she gathered her things, with Aurora following closely behind, both preparing to leave the lavatory. A sudden sound caught Aurora's attention. She glanced back to find a diary lying pitifully in a puddle on the floor. Her gaze darkened as she halted in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked, turning around in confusion. Aurora's body subtly blocked her view. "It's nothing, just pondering what to have for dinner." "All you think about is food," Hermione rolled her eyes. Aurora did not turn back. The diary was too filthy. She had no intention of picking it up. "I think this lavatory is filthy. We shouldn't brew potions here anymore." "Then where?" "On my bed," she replied. "I'll have Madame Pomfrey examine you." The diary lay on the ground, emanating a faint glow. It seemed to be sinking into despair. Neither the intentional seduction during the summer at the Weasley household, nor today's unsolicited affection had any effect. Such a troublesome matter. Chapter 64, Christmas. Regardless of what the diary had in mind, Aurora chose to disregard it entirely. Lockhart had organized a dueling club, and Harry was forcibly dragged into a duel with Draco. As in the original narrative, Draco summoned a small snake, and Harry spoke to it in Parseltongue. "Do not attack the students," Harry shouted at the serpent. Aurora frowned, unaware that she was comprehending their conversation. The snake tilted its head, gazing at Harry. "Are you speaking to me?" Before the boy and snake could exchange further words, Snape swiftly dealt with the serpent. Aurora paid no attention to the panicked students below. She was deep in thought. Was it not entirely reasonable for her to influence certain plotlines in this world? The butterfly effect was surely in play. Why not embrace change? Yet the narrative continued to unfold as it originally had. Justin and nearly headless Nick had come under attack, casting an even heavier atmosphere over the castle. If even ghosts could be petrified, what sort of monster was this? Everyone was contemplating this question, including Hermione. Christmas was fast approaching, and Draco observed Aurora's profile as he signed his name to stay at school. Theodore, noticing Draco's actions, followed suit. Blaise, looking perplexed, asked, "What? Is it that serious?" Regardless, he intended to return home. Theodore frowned slightly, wondering if Draco was pushing for performance metrics. He'll kill himself over it. Aurora was animatedly conversing with the Weasley twins, her words flowing freely. Draco mused, pondering where she found such a wellspring of conversation. In his view, she simply had too much time on her hands. Hermione suddenly glanced over at Draco, prompting Aurora to follow suit. Caught in Draco's gaze, she froze mid-sentence. What was she saying? Was she speaking of herself? What could she possibly say about herself? Look, Hermione said to Aurora, Malfoy is watching you. I noticed, the paint is peeling off that wall, Aurora replied seriously. Hermione sometimes found herself utterly baffled by Aurora's thought processes. Stop looking at the wall, focus on us. Let's continue discussing the nefarious wizard Harry Potter. Fred chimed in with a mischievous grin. George exaggeratedly slapped the table. How bold of you to speak that way to the heir of Slytherin. Harry sighed, wishing everyone would view this as a jest like Fred and George did. After all, there were countless rumors swirling around him. However, his close friends undoubtedly believed in him, which brought him immense comfort. Merry Christmas! Hermione exclaimed energetically, pulling the still sleepy Aurora along as she flung open the curtains. This is the boys' dormitory. Everyone had returned home, leaving only Harry and Ron behind. Ron covered his eyes, shielding himself from the blinding light. Please, this is the boys' dormitory, Ron yelled. Harry stared at Aurora, who silently averted her gaze, while he quickly pulled up the covers. What was he so guilty about? Hadn't he been dressed? Awakening from his slumber, Harry promptly jumped out of bed to prove his innocence. The school rules only stated that boys could not enter the girls' dormitory, not that girls could not enter the boys'. Hermione stated confidently. Aurora stifled a giggle beside her. Here are your Christmas gifts. Hermione tossed 2 packages onto their beds, casually sitting down as she began detailing her meticulous plans. Did she throw the gifts at you like that? Harry whispered to Aurora. Yes, Aurora nodded, recalling an hour prior. Oh my, these are for you. Aurora handed the gifts to Harry. You need to obtain Goyle and Crabbe's hair. That's your task for the day. Hermione had risen early. It seemed to assign duties. In the afternoon, you'll impersonate Goyle, you'll impersonate Crabbe, and I'll take on Millicent. And me? Aurora pointed to herself, inquiring. Hermione wore a mysterious smile, just like that. Aurora stood at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, still dazed. Perhaps she had yet to fully awaken. Was Hermione not jesting? You truly aren't worried about me being killed, are you? Aurora asked earnestly. Not at all. Malfoy absolutely lacks the capability to harm you. He is definitely not the heir of Slytherin, though he might have some knowledge, Hermione replied, crossing her arms. All right, Aurora took a deep breath. So shall I knock? Let us return first and brew the polyjuice potion. Once Hermione and Harry left with Ron, Aurora knocked firmly on the door. A reluctant mumble came from the other side, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Aurora? Draco opened the door, revealing a perplexed expression, which concealed a hint of surprise. Perhaps he was unaware of it himself. Good morning. Aurora managed a small smile. By the way, what is it? Draco asked expectantly. How strange. This is indeed an extraordinary request. Meanwhile, Draco was also contemplating. The system had assigned him a task, requiring him to invite Aurora into the Slytherin common room. No, which kind-hearted individual set such tasks? It was utterly peculiar and quite embarrassing. Thus, the two found themselves frozen in place. In the midst of their stalemate, Crabbe, played by Ron, and Goyle, played by Harry, lumbered awkwardly towards the Slytherin common room. Draco seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and Aurora felt similarly. Draco gestured subtly to Crabbe and Goyle. You two, stop lingering there. Invite her in. Aurora gestured to Ron and Harry. You two, stop dawdling. Let us in. Unfortunately, the pair seemed oblivious to their cues. However, Ron casually inquired, why are we standing here chatting? Shouldn't we go inside? Both Draco and Aurora breathed a sigh of relief, offering him genuine smiles. Shall we enter? Aurora asked as she stepped into the lounge. Inside the common room sat Theodore Knott, who closed his book and cast a fleeting glance at Aurora with his deep blue eyes, immediately breaking into a smile. Aurora returned the smile towards Theodore, although it was completely obstructed by Draco. Positioned between the two, Draco's gaze was filled with suspicion. What was going on between them? Were Aurora and Theodore acquainted? Chapter 65. The Clever Boy. Solicitere. Theodore inquired with thoughtful consideration. Draco, poised to move his chair, froze mid-action. Aurora settled beside Theodore, while Goyle and Crabbe took seats behind her. Draco, sitting opposite them, felt taken aback. Had they betrayed him? He truly could not comprehend what was happening with Goyle and Crabbe. Would you like some candy? Theodore asked, peeling the wrapper and presenting it to Aurora. Draco, reaching for the candy, halted abruptly and ultimately indulged himself instead. Aurora hesitated for a moment, but then accepted the piece from his hand. Goyle, sitting behind, wore a face of astonishment while Crabbe appeared conflicted. Learning something new. Aurora found the situation peculiar. She couldn't fathom why Theodore was being so forward. Yet, who could resist the advances of a charming young man? She bestowed Theodore with a radiant smile, while Draco felt an intense pang of jealousy. Damn it not. Theodore, meanwhile, pondered Aurora's background. He had never heard of the uncle and parent she had fabricated, nor had he inquired further. Theodore was certain these were mere fabrications. Though, where was she truly from? What was so enigmatic about her that she felt compelled to concoct such tales? As his gaze lingered on her, he quickly withdrew his thoughts. Aurora paused, offering a slight smile. I've recently developed an interest in the mind closure spell. I wonder if you are familiar with it? What is that? Draco asked, furrowing his brow. Ron and Harry also exhibited expressions of confusion. Theodore nodded, having some knowledge of it. What did she mean by bringing this up? He scrutinized Aurora, attempting to glean her innermost thoughts from her bright black eyes, but found nothing discernible. Detected an increase of 10 in the target's favorability, current favorability, 90. Why the increase? Theodore realized he truly did not understand what Aurora was thinking. It was as if he knew nothing of her at all. At that moment, Harry suddenly gave Ron a sharp nudge, startling him. Crabbe, what were you going to ask just now? He nearly forgot the matter at hand, distracted by the display of affection between Aurora and Theodore. Damn it not. Ha. Oh. I wanted to ask about the Slytherin heir. I don't know. Draco replied with mild irritation. I've told you 1,000 times, I know nothing. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. After a lengthy interrogation that yielded no results, they reluctantly exited. What a pity it isn't you. Aurora shook her head, contemplating an excuse to leave. I merely came to wish you a happy holiday, Merry Christmas. I must take my leave. Theodore composed himself, feigning confusion. I thought you were here to have dinner with me. Didn't we make plans? Draco interjected. What? Dinner? Aurora laughed awkwardly. We can eat tomorrow. Tomorrow in the Gryffindor common room. I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye, Theodore. She quickly made her exit, not forgetting to bid Draco farewell. Goodbye, Draco. Theodore offered Draco an apologetic smile. I must be off. Draco's expression twisted in annoyance as the common room was left with only his simmering frustration. The following day, Aurora donned a light blue thick cloak, eschewing her usual school robes. Her black hair had transformed into wavy curls through some clever trick she had employed. Noticing her change of attire, Theodore paused momentarily before extending his hand to her from the steps below. Aurora hesitated, then placed her hand within his. Detected an increase of 10 in the target's favorability. Current favorability, 100. The love ladder has been activated. The strategy officially begins. What? The system announced. Host Theodore not. The current love value of the target towards you is 10. Your current ranking is 3rd. Theodore's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are the first and second? Sorry. You do not have the authority to inquire. Are they also hosts? Theodore wondered internally. There is only one host in this world. I do not wish to hear false information, Theodore stated calmly. If there is only one host, then how can rankings exist? Why are there first and second places? He pressed on. Is there anyone else beneath me? The system fell silent. May I view the rankings? Theodore pressed his advantage. Yes. A holographic screen appeared before Theodore, prompting him to halt. Aurora, holding his hand, also paused, though her gaze was not fixed on the screen. This system screen is visible only to you, the system clarified. Finally, Theodore shifted his focus from Aurora to the screen. First place, 00. Second place, 05 Cedric Diggory. Third place, 09 Theodore Knott. Fourth place, 02 Harry Potter. 04 Oliver Wood. Not in the running. 0103 060708. Just as Theodore finished reading, the screen promptly retracted. Who is 00? Theodore mused. Why is that individual concealed? And are all these host students of Hogwarts? Then surely 00 is not a Hogwarts student. Otherwise, why would they be hidden? 09 tremulously interjected, Host, perhaps you should refrain from dwelling on these matters, and instead focus on completing the strategy task? No. Compared to reaching 100 in favorability, Theodore replied slowly. The matters beyond the strategy are far more worthy of speculation. What are you thinking? Aurora asked brightly, having remained silent until now. Nothing. Theodore decided to abandon his entanglement with the system. I was thinking of nothing. Aurora smiled gently. All right. Theodore then realized he had been led to the headmaster's office. Why are we here? To eat, Aurora replied as if it were obvious. I can't invite you to the kitchen, can I? I'm taking you out to eat. Are you going to borrow Dumbledore's fireplace? Theodore questioned, incredulous. Old Dumbledore will surely agree, Aurora assured confidently. To Theodore's astonishment, Dumbledore was indeed present in his office during the holidays, as if he had no need to return home. Even more perplexing was that Dumbledore had actually consented to Aurora's trivial and absurd request. Enjoy your date. Dumbledore remarked cheerily as the two figures vanished into the green flames of the fireplace. A date? Theodore exclaimed, taken aback by Dumbledore's words. Perhaps it was due to the fireplace, but he felt a flush creeping over his face. With no news gleaned on Christmas, Hermione felt somewhat dejected. However, based on Harry's recollections and descriptions, Hermione was plunged into a new round of contemplation. Aurora, could you help me deliver this pot of flowers to the herbology shed? Before her stood an unfamiliar Ravenclaw girl. Of course, Aurora replied, her eyes narrowing as she readily accepted the task. As she set the pot down, a green light erupted from within, enveloping Aurora in a shimmering shield. Lin, look at me, a deep, magnetic voice resonated. Chapter 66, Tom. The flowers and grasses stood still. The air thickened with an almost tangible silence. A faint, ethereal green hue separated reality from illusion. A tall, somewhat slender man enveloped Aurora in his embrace, encircling her completely. His feeble breath brushed against her ear as he spoke. No, do not look at me. Why should I not look at you? The pressure from behind intensified, as if he sought to melt her into his very essence. Is it because you have become unattractive? Aurora's words were always unexpectedly candid. The man paused, and seizing the moment of his bewilderment, Aurora managed to break free. Turning to face him, she beheld the striking figure before her. With raven hair and crimson eyes, his features were exquisitely captivating, drawing the gaze irresistibly. Those red eyes were both enchanting and beguiling. He was more handsome than any boy she had ever encountered. They merely occupied her periphery. It was Tom Riddle who was her true love. Am I ugly? Tom raised an eyebrow, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. Not at all. If you were to claim you were ugly, then the world would be devoid of handsome men. Aurora conjured a rose, extending it towards Tom. He blushed, accepting the flower with a gentle no need. Then why accept it? I have 3 minutes, Tom replied with newfound seriousness. Our time. What was he about to say? Did he know himself? Aurora furrowed her brow, but masked her expression. Is 3 minutes sufficient? You are quite rapid, she jested. Tom felt there was something peculiar about her words, yet he could not articulate it. Every action of yours is under scrutiny, including your innermost thoughts. In this realm I have crafted with my mental and magical prowess. We are isolated from the world. Our words can no longer be eavesdropped upon. Aurora felt a shift within her, as if the mists of confusion in her mind were beginning to part. I have been entrusted to convey what she wishes for you to do. Her breath caught in her throat. It is you, the you of the past. Deceive, destroy. Elaborate? Aurora asked earnestly, her gaze clear. Deceive all, annihilate them. Tom's complexion turned pale, his form appearing slightly translucent. I understand. Aurora simply responded. You understand? Tom's disbelief was evident. Yet this was all he needed to convey. She had only relayed so much, and yet she already comprehended? You may ponder a while longer, but when I vanish, you must seal your mind. Upon finishing his sentence, Tom gently cupped Aurora's chin. As she contemplated his words, her heart raced. She had always perceived Tom as merely a second-tier antagonist. How much had she truly forgotten that this minor villain would go to such lengths to find her? What did her former self need to consider to warrant such deliberation? Aurora frowned, 1,000 threads of thought entangling her mind. Impossible to cut, impossible to unravel. How to dismantle the system? Her own system had vanished without a trace upon its emergence. As time elapsed, Tom's gaze darkened, and he drew closer, his lips almost brushing against her cheek. Do not think any further. You are still so young. What a pity, Tom sighed, retreating. Farewell. Do not seek me out. His words, ethereal, pierced directly into Aurora's heart. As Tom's figure gradually faded, she found herself back in reality. The flowers bowed, a gentle breeze swept through. The handsome man had vanished from her sight. Aurora felt as though this scene was a poignant farewell, a bittersweet final encounter. She lingered for a moment, then carefully arranged the flower pot before turning to leave the herbology classroom. Ginny had improved significantly, her spirit considerably lifted. Aurora began to prepare for the upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin. Facing a team equipped with Nimbus 2001's indeed placed a formidable burden upon Gryffindor. Yet, in contrast to the Quidditch match, it seemed the students within the castle were more preoccupied with another matter, the impending Valentine's Day. What's this? Aurora rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head. This isn't just any Valentine's Day, Hermione remarked. I understand. Aurora straightened her posture. It's the Valentine's Day from Wang Wei's poetry. What on earth? Hermione's forehead was emblazoned with question marks. Isn't that what it means? Aurora inquired. No interruptions, Hermione urged, suppressing her hand. Aurora withdrew her hand, continuing to fiddle with the paintbrush. Listenin. This Valentine's Day, Lockhart has specially invited Cupid. Oh. Aurora elongated the sound, unconsciously humming in her own tone. Your eyes are as green as a pickled toad. What? Hermione asked in confusion. Nothing. Aurora cleared her throat. Please continue. Do you have someone in mind to write a love letter to? Hermione asked with keen interest, as discussing such matters seemed to invigorate the otherwise dreary castle. I do. Aurora's eyes sparkled with excitement. Behind her, Harry instinctively perked up his ears. Ron, however, was being lectured by the system, oblivious to the reprimands. In any case, everyone harbored unspoken secrets. The arrival of Valentine's Day enlivened the entire castle. From the break of dawn, the diminutive Cupids commenced their duties. Hurry up, you're late. Hermione flung back Aurora's covers, and a letter tumbled out. Hermione paused and Aurora, yawning, sat up. Darling, this is for you. How annoying. Hermione snatched the letter, her cheeks blooming with color. We can't be late for Snape's class. Hermione softened her tone, no longer urging Aurora. As Aurora stepped out and sat at the Gryffindor long table, she was immediately surrounded by 3 Cupids. What is this? Aurora, bread in mouth, was momentarily bewildered. Cupid, Cupid. We deliver our mission. The 3 Cupids clasped hands and began to dance and sing before her. Aurora could not help but join in. No difficult tasks exist. Only brave Cupids. The Cupids exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by Aurora's enthusiasm. 3 letters were distributed by the Cupids, causing envy among onlookers. Thank you. Aurora accepted the letters. Goodbye? She cast a cursory glance at the envelopes, each signed by Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Percy Weasley. Wait a moment. Had she misread? Aurora stared at the letters for 3 seconds before her gaze fell upon the trio seated nearby. They were conveniently gathered together, leaving them uncertain as to whom Aurora was addressing. Did she consider them brothers, while they wrote her love letters? Aurora averted her gaze, hastily stashing the letters into her pocket. She refused to believe it. This must be a mistake. Yet, what astonished her lay ahead. Chapter 67, 10 Love Letters. Aurora dared not open the letters in front of her good friends. Hermione, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer. Who are they from? No one, Aurora shrugged, discreetly glancing at Harry, Ron, and Percy. Fine, I can overlook Harry and Ron. I can tolerate that. But what of Percy? Could he truly be a genius? Aurora recalled how Fred and George had previously disparaged Percy. Percy had a crush on a Ravenclaw girl, yet he had deducted points from her for the slightest infraction. A man so pedantic would dare to write a love letter, delivered by Cupid nonetheless. Aurora felt a sharp urge to emit a piercing scream. She wished fervently that this were merely a prank or an illusion induced by some enchanted mushroom. But Percy was gazing at her with an intense fervor, making it clear that this was no joke or fantasy. Hermione, let us go to class. Aurora fled, neglecting her breakfast. Hermione looked on, puzzled, but asked nothing. Ron, feeling guilty, kept his head down, avoiding anyone's gaze. He had received a task from the system, and had risen early to ensure the letters reached the Cupids. Remember, this is for Aurora of Gryffindor, Ron advised. I know, Lovegod mumbled. Ron tiptoed back to the dormitory, stealthily preparing to climb into bed. Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes, forcing himself to wake. He had a momentous task ahead of him, delivering love letters. However, as soon as he sat up, he noticed Ron across the room. The two exchanged glances, a silence enveloping them. I just went to the restroom, Ron stammered. Harry nodded. I also stepped out for a moment. When Harry hurried back, Ron dryly remarked, that restroom is quite far. Yes, it was crowded, Harry explained sheepishly. having used the restroom as an excuse to deliver the letter. It's for Aurora of Gryffindor, Harry rushed to say. Got it, got it. Lovegood interrupted impatiently, snatching the letter that Harry had painstakingly penned over many days. Just as Harry left, Percy, fully dressed, stepped out the door. He cleared his throat and called out to Lovegood. What on earth is Lovegood doing in the Gryffindor common room? Are there really Gryffindor cubs starting to court so early? For Aurora of Gryffindor? Lovegood responded. Percy's processor seemed to overheat. Is Aurora quite popular? Thus, when the three of them spotted Aurora receiving 3 love letters in the Great Hall, they all simultaneously pondered. Who else is writing love letters to Aurora? When Aurora arrived at the potions classroom, her anxious heart finally found respite. Suddenly, a corner of her garment was tugged, and she looked down. Her heart raced again. A love letter for Aurora. Lovegood shouted in a piercing voice, attracting numerous gazes in the classroom. Thank you, I've accepted it, Aurora said, bewildered. No. This needs to be read aloud. Lovegood snatched the letter back, insisting it be vocalized. Aurora's heart sank further. Dear Aurora, I like you just like my thermal pants. My coat, my brain turning into a date, my dad, my grandpa, my socks, my shoes, my uncle and my second uncle. What kind of logic is this? Aurora gasped. There's no logic, just like my affection for you, it defies reasoning. Once Lovegood finished reading, he promptly vanished. Her heart shattered. Aurora chuckled, then focused again. Goodness. It was from Draco. That little rascal. Aurora realized that the Christmas gift for Draco should not have been that collection of rhymes. He truly made her want to cry. Let us get to class. Aurora thought for the first time ever about wanting to attend class. However, fate had other plans. If a love letter was just 1, she would be delighted. If it were 2, she would still be pleased. But receiving 3 early in the morning, especially from her good friends, would undoubtedly be creepy. And to receive love letters during Snape's class was even more nerve-wracking. What was even more alarming was that Lovegood kept entering the classroom one after another, with one even shoving Snape aside. Snape, already at the podium, glared at her while the entire class's attention was on her. Lovegood continued to deliver love letter after love letter. Blaise sat on the other side of the classroom, feeling a twinge of guilt, but not much. Had I known. I wouldn't have sent it now, Blaise muttered to himself. I thought no one would send one at this time. Theodore flipped a page in his book, his eyes glued to Aurora. He shook his head, trying to divert his thoughts away from her. Why did the system have to create such a chaotic situation, making everyone undertake the same task? Aurora continued to receive love letter after love letter. Finally, Lovegood vanished entirely, and both Aurora and her classmates breathed a sigh of relief. Snape's previously pent-up frustration also seemed to ease slightly, though he couldn't fathom why. Aurora had no time to glance at the signatures, hastily stuffing the letters into her drawer. After class ended, she sluggishly emerged from the classroom, a pocket full of love letters. She could feel the gaze of her classmates from all directions upon her, and she dared not make a sound. Hermione finally burst into laughter, as if she had been holding it in for ages. Please, Aurora, let me see who they're from, Hermione said, her eyes twinkling, playfully demanding. Aurora extracted the letters from her drawer, piling them on the table. A vibrant array of colorful love letters lay before them, leaving both girls astounded. Wow. Aurora was momentarily taken aback. It was simply unbelievable. Draco Malfoy, even a spoken love letter. Hermione inadvertently pressed the play button, and Lovegood's loud voice echoed through the classroom once again. Thankfully, only the 2 of them remained, or Aurora would have wished to bury herself. Theodore not. The one known for excelling in potions? Aurora tucked that letter into her pocket. The one you mentioned, the tragic guy. Blaise Zabini pondered for a moment. Oliver Wood? Hermione exclaimed, realizing, falling in love through Quidditch practice? No, he's just a blockhead, Hermione concluded. Aurora burst into laughter. 3 plus 3, plus 1 makes 7? Oddly enough. Didn't Cedric write you a letter? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Aurora felt a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 68. Sister, they're all fake, only I am sincere. And Percy sent one too? Hermione was momentarily astonished. I didn't see that coming. Don't mention it. I didn't see it either. Aurora quickly clarified. What about the other 2 letters? Hermione pressed on. Aurora forced a smile, knowing she couldn't reveal they were from Harry and Ron. How peculiar. The iron tree has blossomed. I hope there's cheese for lunch. Hermione changed the subject, no longer pursuing the matter. Aurora sighed in relief. Anything is fine. I'm no longer picky. Really? I thought Cedric spoiled your taste, Hermione teased. No, that's not it. Hey, Hermione tugged Aurora's sleeve. Someone's looking for you. Aurora followed her gaze to see Cedric standing on the staircase, smiling at her. Hermione wisely gave them space, leaving Aurora and Cedric alone. Cedric, bashfully scratching his head, presented a small bouquet of vibrant roses from behind his back. Aurora couldn't help but smile. Thank you. She accepted the roses, considering them with slight hesitation. Is this it? Cedric's neck flushed pink, his eyelashes fluttering as his gaze darted around. Happy holidays. Nothing else? The two, usually so chatty, suddenly felt shy. The atmosphere was off. Their eyes intertwined, and they quickly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Aurora was unsure where to direct her gaze, certainly not settling on Cedric's face. Should I be going now? Yes. Cedric quickly stepped aside for her. Aurora took a few steps, turning back to glance at him, only to find Cedric still watching her leave. She felt his gaze following her, unwavering. Once Aurora's figure had vanished from Cedric's sight, he crouched down, covering his face. His cheeks were burning with embarrassment, as if he had been steamed. Indeed, I still couldn't muster the courage to hand it over, Cedric murmured. Aurora was then intercepted by a love god, who handed her another letter. The name Cedric Diggory was glaringly inscribed on it. The temperature that had just cooled suddenly soared again. It is an ever-fixed mark. It gazes upon tempests yet remains unperturbed. It is the guiding star for every wayward vessel, whose value remains elusive despite its measured altitude. The affection meter for the target has increased by 10, bringing the current affection level to 30. Cedric, who sat stationary, felt his cheeks flush even more. Meanwhile, Aurora found herself cornered by two others. Let us see who is here collecting love letters, they teased as Aurora, the bashful maiden, became the center of attention. Fred and George harmonized in their banter, leaving Aurora with little opportunity to maintain her shyness. She cast a swift glance at the two, discreetly stowing away the love letter. Why aren't you two off to lunch? What are you doing here? Looking for you. We've heard that Gryffindor's Aurora is in high demand. We are in awe. At this proclamation, Aurora's embarrassment intensified, prompting her to wave her hands dismissively. She managed a couple of dry jokes. What, are you two going to deliver love letters to me as well? Indeed. Oh, did you guess correctly? Aurora raised an eyebrow in surprise, almost pinching herself. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances and cheerfully declared, we are special. Aurora pursed her lips. Special how? Fred clapped his hands, and suddenly a swarm of cherubs emerged, encircling the trio. The cherubs held hands, twirling and dancing. It appears Fred and George have summoned the deluxe version, given that they even have choreography. As background music played, Fred and George began to sing in a hilariously exaggerated tone, their lyrics echoing in Aurora's ears as if in 3D. Aurora, Aurora. Her eyes are dark and large. Her imagination is bold and unique, and her grades are exceptional. Wait a moment. Aurora's cheeks finally returned to normal, her face regaining its composure. You can delete the last line. The last line is the essence, they retorted playfully. Don't run. If I catch you, it will be your end. In the end, Aurora could not catch either of them. However, she retaliated with 2 roars of letters sent back to Fred and George, which would scream 3 times upon reaching their dormitory before tearing themselves apart. Such odd occurrences filled her day. After hastily finishing her lunch, she hurried off to practice as a seeker with Angelina and Elia. By the end of the afternoon, she trudged back to the castle, her steps weary. A dark-haired youth sat on a bench, his head bowed. Is that Tom? Aurora inched closer, and the figure lifted his head. No, it was Theodore. The flicker of disappointment faded from Theodore's eyes, replaced by a glimmer of hope. I thought you wouldn't show up. Show up? What appointment? Aurora felt a loading symbol materialize in her mind. Theodore keenly sensed her confusion. You didn't, he bit his lip, his expression appearing somewhat wounded. You didn't read my letter, did you? Haha. Aurora's eyes brimmed with innocence and clarity. I haven't had the chance yet. Perhaps it's because you receive so many love letters. You might not have time to read mine, Theodore remarked, fiddling with his clothing. A hint of despondence in his posture as he leaned back against the bench. It quietly shattered. Don't be like that. I haven't read anyone's. Aurora hastily sat beside him to offer comfort. Really? Theodore straightened up. What about the letter from Diggory? Aurora shifted slightly away from him. Though I may not measure up to others in your heart, Theodore seemed to choke on his words. He sighed internally, feigning exhaustion, realizing how the situation felt like a game. Aurora, feeling weary just listening, gazed at Theodore's face and resolutely replied, No. You are the best. Sister, they are all false. They have ulterior motives, but I am sincere. Aurora blinked and glanced around, hurriedly covering his mouth with her hand. Shoo, don't say such things. Aurora's gaze flickered before she quickly masked her emotions. You are all wonderful. I like all of you. Theodore paused, as if coming to a realization. He grasped Aurora's hand in return. I understand you. Though neither spoke, they seemed to comprehend everything. Engaging with an intelligent person was a delightful experience. Or at least that was how Aurora felt. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione had just set down her quill. Didn't you finish your homework yesterday? Aurora inquired curiously. Yes, Hermione replied with a smile. This is for you. What? A love letter. Hermione chuckled, gesturing for Aurora to read. Hermione had penned only a few lines. Her elegant cursive immaculate, resembling a printed page. May you always have me by your side. I will love you as before, until memories fade. At the bottom right of the letter, there was a drawing of two little girls sitting hand in hand by a field. Chapter 69. The Thrilling Match. The match against Slytherin commenced. Aurora tied her normally flowing black hair into a tidy high ponytail, appearing refreshed and brisk. Wood gently fastened her wrist guard, his movements tender. Angelina feigned a high-pitched voice, teasing the two. Captain Wood, why don't you equip the other players with wrist guards? Wood's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied earnestly. Haven't you all already put them on? All right. I must remind you of one more thing. Slytherin excels in direct confrontation, so we will approach from the side. He fixed his gaze upon Aurora, concern etched in his eyes. They often employ underhanded tactics, especially their new chaser, Rudolph Quirrell, who recently injured a Hufflepuff player, sending him to the infirmary. Aurora nodded. I am aware of him. As the waiting room door swung open, the stands outside teemed with spectators. Madame Hooch pointed her wand at her throat and cast an amplification charm to quell the students' enthusiastic chatter. Please prepare both teams, Madame Hooch announced. With a whistle, the quaffle was tossed into the air. 7 scarlet figures soared in unison, and Aurora immediately accelerated to her maximum speed, seizing the quaffle. Cradling the ball in her left arm, she dove 10 feet, skillfully evading the 3 Slytherin chasers who attempted to corner her. Fred and George, aptly nicknamed the men who resembled bludgers more than bludgers themselves, executed a powerful strike, sending a bludger hurtling towards Slytherin. Watch out! A Slytherin shouted as their formation broke apart, forcing them to abandon their pursuit of Aurora. Wood had already reached the Gryffindor goalposts, surveying the unfolding situation. The Seekers, Harry and Draco, soared higher, where the golden snitch typically eluded capture. Aurora darted towards the Slytherin hoops like a nimble swallow. However, with Slytherins wielding Nimbus 2001 brooms, Rudolph Quirrell quickly closed the gap. Quirrell was a hulking figure, robust and imposing, exuding an intimidating aura. The unfortunate Hufflepuff boy had spent 3 days in the infirmary. In contrast, facing Quirrell, Aurora felt as if a chick were confronting an eagle. As Quirrell reached out toward Aurora, she had already arrived at the hoops. She flashed a smile at Quirrell, seemingly poised to call out a foul. Quirrell had no choice but to abruptly halt, unable to enter the scoring zone. Both recalled a certain Quidditch rule. Only the chaser holding the quaffle may enter the scoring zone, or a foul would be called. Quirrell, frustrated, shook his arm and halted just outside the scoring area. The atmosphere in the arena was palpably tense, with all eyes fixated on Aurora and the Slytherin goalkeeper. However, the Slytherin keeper appeared dismissive of Aurora's prowess. With a deft motion, Aurora launched the quaffle high into the air, her left hand seemingly aimed at the far left hoop. The Slytherin goalkeeper's eyes gleamed with a flicker of triumph at his astute observation, as he lunged forward, prepared to intercept the quaffle. Yet, in a swift twist of her broom, Aurora struck the quaffle with the tail of her broom, sending it on a trajectory that drastically deviated from the keeper's expectations. Clang! A goal was scored. The Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their team's success. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin stands, Theodore's gaze remained fixed on Aurora. What brings you to a Quidditch match? Blaise inquired, only to be swiftly distracted by Aurora's impressive maneuver. Bravo, Aurora! Hermione shouted, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape in her excitement. Well done, Aurora! Wood bellowed, not caring whether Aurora could hear him, given the vast distance between them. Aurora, exhilarated, waved her arms in triumph as she exited the scoring zone, playfully sticking her tongue out at Cole as she passed. The ire of the Slytherin players undoubtedly escalated. They began to feel the pressure. Barely 5 minutes into the match, Gryffindor had already secured a goal. Coupled with the formidable presence of the Weasley twins, the Slytherins were aware that at least 4 bludgers were currently in play. In their haste, they were bound to expose vulnerabilities. Aurora smirked as she soared past Angelina, their eyes locking momentarily. The 3 Gryffindor chasers had undergone separate training sessions, resulting in a seamless synergy and a unique tactical approach. Aurora, watch the game. Angelina intercepted a pass from a Slytherin chaser, and promptly tossed the quaffle to Aurora. With a vigilant Slytherin looming nearby, Aurora swiftly seized the quaffle, charging towards the Slytherin hoop without a glance back. Splendid. The score soared to 200, and suddenly, the golden snitch revealed itself. Cole's expression darkened as he directed the other two chasers, surround her. Aurora became the focal point of their strategy, as Cole and another tall chaser flanked her. Flying in unison. With both sides pressing in, Aurora found herself momentarily at a loss for an escape route. Gritting her teeth, she accelerated her speed. Naturally, the two were hot on her heels. Aaliyah trailed a few meters behind, but remained relentless in her pursuit. In a sudden tactical shift, Aurora slowed to a crawl, loosening her grip on the quaffle, which plummeted to the ground. A crimson blur darted by, snatching the quaffle from her grasp. Aurora raised an eyebrow, her expression one of triumph. Realizing what had transpired, Cole's frustration boiled over. They abandoned their pursuit of Aaliyah and refocused on Aurora. Why were they so fixated on her? Cole violently rammed his broom into Aurora, the force sending her into a spin through the air. Clinging tightly to her broom, she silently braced for the impact. Foul on Slytherin, warning issued. Madam Hooch proclaimed. After 3 warnings, the match would be halted, and both teams would reset, with the quaffle awarded to Gryffindor. Well, if I can hold off 2 Slytherin players, it won't be entirely detrimental, Aurora mused. However, the Slytherin team clearly did not wish to employ such a foolish strategy of sacrificing 2 for 1. The 2 Slytherin beaters launched an assault on a bludger, sending it hurtling directly towards Aurora, who was helplessly ensnared between Cole and the other chaser. As the bludger approached, Cole and his companion finally withdrew, leaving Aurora to shield her head as the impact sent her crashing from her broom. Stars danced before her eyes, and a buzzing filled her ears. The world around her faded into silence. In the stands, Hermione swiftly drew her wand, aiming it at Aurora. As Aurora blinked in confusion, the ceiling above appeared starkly white. Darling, you're awake? Madame Pomfrey remarked, relieved. Fortunately, it's not too severe. You've fractured your left arm. Oh dear, and another Gryffindor has a fractured right arm. You two are perfectly matched, she continued. I've always said Quidditch is a brutal game. Once Madame Pomfrey finished her remarks, Aurora couldn't help but ask, did Gryffindor win? 1900, Madame Pomfrey replied, blinking as she dismissed Slytherin. Aurora chuckled, turning to see Harry lying beside her. Thanks to a girl's quick spell, otherwise, falling from such a height could have resulted in further injury, Madame Pomfrey added. Hermione Granger leaned against the doorframe, a smile gracing her face.